live. Can't hear it. Can hardly hear it at all. Because someone turned the volume down.
Take large man, the barricades patrol the cover boundary. At last the time has come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. Threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than red counters and a slice of cake. But first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act. But people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pasco, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
I don't care whether we lose this series 3-0 as long as we beat India in the Champions Trophy final, says Ben Duckett. But I think Ben Duckett's only going to realise one of those ambitions, and it ain't the second one. Good morning, good afternoon, good dawn, good dusk, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to Guerrilla Cricket. I'm Gorilla Hendo, Nigel Henderson, and I'm joined by big beasts of Guerrilla Cricket. None other than the bear to my left.
Good morning.
And there, sitting in front of an enormous library, is the very cerebral Mog. It's Mog. Hello, Mog.
I'll take that compliment.
Yeah. Well, it's going to be the only one you get today, so you probably better do it.
Fuck you then.
Yeah. Okay. Now we are in Ahmedabad, which is the giant stadium. And there's almost nobody there. I suppose because Indian fans are getting ready to travel to Dubai for that Champions Trophy. They won't be going to Pakistan, as we know. The news from the toss is that England have won it, and rather than decide to bat again like they did on Sunday, I think it was, they've probably quite reasonably put India into bat. I shall bring you the teams. India have got a number of changes. Washington Sundar comes in for Ravi Jadeja. And England will be... well, Not that Washington Sunday's not a good player, but Jadeja has bowled very well so far in this series. Kuldeep Yadav is in for Varun Chakravarti, and Arshdeep Singh comes in for Mohammad Shami and his hair weave. So the Indian team lines up as follows: Rohit Sharma, Shubman Gill, Virat Kohli, Shreyas Iyer, Akshar Patel, KL Rahul, Hardik Pandya, Washington Sundar, Harshit Rana, Kuldeep Yadav, and Arshdeep Singh. Now, you'd have thought with spin holding such sway in this series, certainly as far as India are concerned, that England might have included poor old Rayan Ahmed, the man who just seems to be, he's the new Dan Lawrence. He just follows the team round. Sometimes they let him have 10 minutes in the outfield, but he never gets a game. But they do bring Tom Banton into the team, because Jacob Bethel, of course, is out of this series and out of the Champions Trophy itself. So it looks like Tom Banton will bat at 3. That means that the batting is a little bit reinforced. There's an extra batsman. We've got Liam Livingstone down to come in at 7. So that does give a bit of extra strength in that regard. But out of the game goes Jamie Overton, and so we have Phil Salt, Ben Duckett, Tom Banton, Joe Root, Harry Brook, Joss Butler, Liam Livingstone, Gus Atkinson, Adil Rashid, Mark Wood, and Saqib Mahmood. Well, there we have it. England have put India into bat. What do we make of that, Mog?
Doesn't matter. They're going to lose.
Fair point. Okay, moving swiftly on to the Bear. What do you think, Bear?
Well, I watched the game on Sunday, and I thought at one point we were looking like we were going to get 360, nearly 400. And once again, no one got a bloody proper score, did they? A couple of 60s, couple of 30s and 40s. No one kicked on.
Nope.
And fucking Rohit turned up and got himself a ton after batting like a fucking drain for about a year and a half. Typical.
Yeah. Well, he likes England, doesn't he?
Well,
He does his best work.
And everyone in India seems to like England. I didn't realise we've won 5 ODIs in the last 20 or something.
20 years? God, that would be terrible.
In the last 20 years, we've lost 40 or something. I mean, we've hardly won in India in an ODI series, so it's not surprising, really, that we're losing so badly. Hopefully Pakistan will be different. We don't play India in the group stage, do we, in any other group?
Nope, but we do have some quite difficult teams. South Africa, Australia and Afghanistan.
Well, no one's an easy team, is it? It's top 8 teams in the world. That's the whole point. That's why I kind of like the Champions Trophy.
Australia is sending a bunch of teenagers over, though. So
yeah, they've got no bowling
might be
attack.
right.
Everything. Well, how come Cummins is not going? Is he injured?
He's probably exhausted,
no,
I would
his
imagine.
was a family-related thing, I thought. I could be wrong.
What, you're ducking out of a world trophy?
I think he may be too busy doing adverts for the Australian Tourist Board. Have anyone seen that one where he's on the beach and?
No, but we want to tap them up so we can go to Australia next year. Do you think they'll sponsor us?
What, the Australian Tourist Board?
Yeah.
I think we contacted them before in 2017, didn't we? We shall see. Anyway,
Next time I'm down there, I'll ask them.
have a
See what
word
they
with
say.
them, Mog. Sort them out.
Yeah.
Do you work for a government institution?
Do I?
Yeah.
I do, yeah.
Can't you bung us some government money to go over there?
Not that one.
Anyone?
No, where I come from, we call that fraud.
Damn it.
Good to say. You wouldn't-
Fiduciary malfeasance, to be technical, I suppose.
can't you get a Musker-like involved?
I've tried to get stuff out of Musk, and he hasn't replied to my tweets.
You have actually got some elections coming up, haven't you? At some point, fairly soon.
Later in the year at some point. Yeah.
There we go. Oh well, we shall see. Mahmood is going to open the bowling for England, and I think they're resting. I'd have been inclined to rest Mark Wood again today as well, and bring Rayan Ahmed in perhaps, because you want to keep him. Fit for the Champions Trophy. Anyway, they haven't done that. It's going to be Mahmood. He's going to be bowling to Rohit Sharma. Here are the jingles. Mahmood will bowl. Cavernous Stadium, 2 slips, a ring of 3 on the offside, 2 on the onside, man down at long leg as well, possibly a man out in the deep on the offside. Yorker, little hint of swing into the right-handed Rowett, but he digs it out and will take a single, and India are off and running. Decent delivery. Rowett, a little bit of Rowett perhaps as a jingle there.
Well, yeah, I was just going to say, has no one changed these jingles over? What's going on here?
Well, we were looking for Virat Kohli the other day, and it was a bit of a struggle.
He's been purged
really need
already.
to
History
learn.
is over.
Let's have a look. Ducken at backward point, Banton at cover, Butler at mid-off, Livingston at mid-wicket. In comes Mahmood, and gets a bit of movement away from Shubman Gill, who decides to leave that one alone a little bit wisely, I think.
There you go.
Yes, indeed, one for none. I suppose we should start to say hello to people as they sort of gradually stumble out of their beds if they're in England or in the Western Hemisphere, the Northern Hemisphere, shall I say.
I can say hello to Farong.
Oh,
Hi,
and that's a dreadful delivery down the leg side, so far down the leg side that Gill cannot lay bat upon it, neither can wicketkeeper Salt lay glove upon it, and it's 4 wides.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Well, 5 wides, effectively. So, that's a gift. That's an absolute gift from England, which is not something you want to be doing to batsmen of this ability, giving them sighters. That was miles away from Salt. He just could get nowhere near it. In comes the Mahmood again. Better, onto the back foot goes Shubman Gill, who seems to have grown in confidence, having had a couple of good knocks and taken some good catches. And lets that one come right to him, plays it defensively into the offside, square at cover. Atkinson, would you have played Atkinson again? I think you had to after dropping him after the first T20. I know he had another poor showing, but
He's not very good at white ball cricket to me.
yeah, I wonder whether.
Doesn't have enough variation.
Well, I don't think many of them do. He's in again, right on the money, straight as a die, and of good length, defended on the front foot. And there is no run. And the commentary team today from Ahmedabad is full of stars, but probably not shining quite as brightly as the ones here on your YouTube screen. I would hasten to add.
Yeah, we're bigger stars than them.
We
I
are.
personally feel very humbled just being in between you two. It's amazing.
It is. It's a great honour for you. Oh, he brings that one back. It's shaped away and then came back off the pitch, and arm of Saqib Mahmood goes up in mock triumph because it wasn't complete triumph, but he would have felt pretty good about that delivery.
Didn't go for 4 wides. It's always
Did
a
go
win.
forwards. That certainly helps. It's a good job Tony's not in this morning, isn't it? After last night's football.
What happened to Watford? It was mentioned on the radio on the way in here. Did they get hammered by somebody?
They lost 4-0 to Leeds at home.
Ooh.
Mahmood in, and Gill makes a movement down the wicket, meets it on the half volley, but pushes only to mid-off, and that is the end of the first over. 6 from it, Rowett 1, Gill yet to get off the mark. Mog!
It feels weird not having a mic.
I feel naked.
You look fortunately well clothed.
Yeah.
Farong says Team Tata to declare it 3 for 490 in the 40th over, unless the lad bowls.
The lad.
Ah, your favourite.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that
of course.
could be. I don't know.
We should get this out of the way early. And Liverpool lost to Plymouth, didn't they?
Yep.
Disaster.
Well, they've got a chance to beat the mighty Blues tonight, haven't they? Toffees, I should say.
Well, yeah, I've got triple captain on Mo Salah this week, so I'm hoping he gets a hat-trick.
And of course, the
Are you
mighty.
still speaking English?
Yeah.
I think so. I'm not 100% sure. Right, Wood. is going to bowl.
He is.
Open the bowling.
And he has jingled like this.
Do you know Mark Wood?
Oh, he's round the edge and he's caught. Brilliant stuff from Mark Wood. Row it after his 100. Gets an outside edge. It's quite a good catch actually from Salt, leaping away to his right, quite low. And Wood strikes with his very first ball before we've had time to get into a gallop.
Well, indeed. So I have to play another jingle. It's one of these.
The crowd says, the crowd says, the crowd says you.
Ah, it's a beauty. It really is actually. It's right on the line of our stump. It just moves away in the air. And,
It was going quick.
And it was going quick. Well, it goes quick from the hand of Mark Wood. And that is a brilliant start for England.
Wow. Well, you know, if we can win one. Who's coming in number 3 then for India?
It's Virat, isn't it?
Oh, it's Virat.
I think it's
I thought
Virat.
you said Virat wasn't playing, but I hope
No,
so.
Virat's playing.
Oh, okay. Well, he's got a great jingle. Oh, God, what's this?
Let's go
It's another one.
I've never heard this one.
This is one.
It's my invitation. Let's all take a trip on my ecstasy. I'm Virat Kohli. Everybody loves me, Virat Kohli.
I like that.
Can't you see the best in history? I am Virat Kohli.
That's really good, Mog.
That's
It's
one
just
of about 90 Virat jingles I've said that you've never played before.
well, it's because Virat is one of those people who has an astoundingly good array of jingles that basically are classics. And my favourite one, of course. I mean, I forgot that I did one to Sherwood did one to Linger by no, it's not the Cranberries. Is it Cranberries?
Yeah, it was the Cranberries, yeah.
That we did before the one that's what's his name? The classic one that's I can't remember the name of the band, but you know what I mean.
Wood then to Virat Kohli. Can he get two great batsmen in
Oh.
2 balls almost? Because Kohli has played completely down the wrong line of that one and almost sort of fell over a little bit in groping. He wasn't even close to it, to be fair. That's a really good ball. It's gone far too much for Kohli at that speed. Yeah, you know, you played the crowd says out. I don't suppose that the Indian crowd
It
does
did
say
say
out.
out. Yeah,
No, they said,
maybe.
"Oh, bugger." I think they probably said the crowd says bugger. Can we do a jingle for that, Mog? The crowd
Let
says
me just note
bugger.
that down.
Yeah. Okay.
Crowd says fuck.
Wood again starts this one too wide. Kohli decides to have a little look at it. Lets it go.
Typical.
Through
Someone rings the
to
doorbell.
The
don't they?
keeper. GPL, I guess, must be open.
Yep.
How much money is in the GPL there?
I'll tell you when I get back.
Okay.
Let's speculate. There's 1.6 billion English pounds.
Wouldn't that be nice? Wouldn't that be nice? Now, it's interesting looking at Salt's catch again. It's almost as if he was going to go at it with one hand, and I think he almost did catch it with his right hand, and then brought the other hand to hold on to it. So it was all rather spectacular from Phil
He might
Salt.
have realised he could get both hands there and
What?
in the end managed it.
He's in again, and Kohli's going to get his first run. He has to scamper a little bit as he pushes to the left hand of Joss Butler at mid-off, but he gets there comfortably enough. 146 Ks from Wood, first run from his bowling. And the trouble with playing in Ahmedabad is you don't get that sense of atmosphere that you get in some of the smaller Indian grounds. I mean, they've been pretty full, haven't they, for the last, for the T20s and for these first 2 ODIs. But maybe a lot of people are hiding in the shadows, in the shade, because it looks pretty hot. Anyway,
What's the capacity of this joint?
it's about 100,000, isn't it? Wood in short and dabbed down to third man. Almost an afterthought to play at that from Gill, but he'll get his first run. And India will move to 8 for 1 with one
The
ball
other
remaining.
stadiums were about 45,000. So they might have 45,000 in there, but it just doesn't fill it as much.
This is correct. I wonder, did anyone get the attendance for the MCG during the women's test? Because I watched
35,000, I think.
what, per day or in total?
Oh no, in total, it was
In
the biggest crowd for a women's test.
I
in
saw
history,
one day was
I believe.
8,000 or something.
Wood in again. Coley's trying to leave. He's got 2 slips and 2 gullies in there for him now. He tried to leave, but it hit the bat anyway. But fortunately for him, it went to ground. It's the end of the over. 8-4-1. I suppose, yeah, okay, you give them a chance to play at the MCG, which is good. Well, this particular England team hadn't been performing, unfortunately, before that, and in fact during that game either. But I only saw highlights of the final day, and it looked very, very, very empty and cavernous.
Well, that's the problem with the MCG, isn't it? I mean,
Yeah,
it is massive.
If 2 cricket teams had showed up to play, maybe
Yeah.
More people
I
would
mean,
There's only one.
yeah,
The women's team were awful, I'm sorry to say.
absolute shite.
I mean,
Yeah.
8,000 at somewhere like Manica Oval would have been good, wouldn't it?
Played at the Junction Oval.
Yeah. Mahmood then in bowls to Gill, who's forward in defence, bat and pad close together. This is a pretty good opening from England. Quite accurate, apart from that one that went down the leg side from Saqib Mahmood.
I've gone under on Kohli, 29.5 runs. Ooh, yeah, but I'm fancying.
He's due.
Do you think he's due? I don't know.
No,
He's a bit like.
I've written him off again.
Well, mind you, this is it. We'd all written off Rowett, and then he scored a bloody ton. So.
Oh yeah, I mean, especially because England are playing, having played a batsman short for several games, they're now really a bowler short. So as this is defended to mid-wicket by Gill, it means that Livingston and Root are going to have to be the 5th bowler between them.
Or Duckett.
Or Duckett. Now, actually, funnily enough, I haven't been on Discord for some while, but I managed to get back on it again in the middle of the night when I couldn't sleep. And I discovered that Farong had done a poll. He'd done a poll. Mahmood is in again, bowls. Forward comes Gill. Probing around outside off stump is Mahmood. Straight to cover, no run. And I noticed he was arguing whether Duckett should bowl in a game the other day, yes or no. And the yeses had it
I'm not surprised in our Discord
by
channel.
2-1.
Yeah, well.
3 people
Everyone's following for wrong now.
took part.
I can tell you who the no vote was.
Was it you?
It was me.
Mahmood in, he gives a half volley this time, and Gill doesn't even run for that at all. He just puts it away through extra. Lovely shot, fluent as you like, and first boundary from the bat, I believe.
4 on the floor, and 1 more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4's are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
Nice long half volley, that one. Was there somebody actually at the door, Bear?
Yes, it was Andy.
Oh, it was Andy. He didn't pop his head round the door. We were going to talk about the GPL, weren't we?
Yes,
before you went
I
on.
can tell you what it is on. When I get to the right page.
Endo guessed it to be on over $1 billion.
Mahmood in again. Ooh, again, half volley in the slot, but Gill declines the invitation to play a similar shot. Lets it go.
It's £53. Brian in Brisbane is already in.
Get in there, Brian.
552 and 595, which means India getting less than 300. Well, no, actually, they could get 360 and England get beaten by quite a lot.
They could get 400 in England.
Get beaten by a lot, yeah, true. Which wouldn't surprise us, let's be honest, the way England have played so far.
Bring back Johnny Bairstow. That's
Oh,
what I
for
say.
fuck's
No, I really think he should be back. Onto the front foot comes Shubman Gill. Well, more than that, he's on the walk really as he plays that. Up to mid-off, the throw comes straight back at him and past him and to Phil Salt. That's the end of the third over, just the boundary off it. India after 3 in the power play of 12-1. Right, the GPL is open. It's showing, what did we just say?
53 quid.
53 quid. Now, if you don't know how to play the GPL, then today is a learn day.
Yep.
You go to GorillaCricket.com, which is a wonderful website where you'll find all sorts of fantastic material. You go to competitions, you follow the prompts, and you guess how much the aggregate will be of today's 2 innings. If you get it on the mark, you get all the money that's in the pot. But you have to pay us £1 for each guess. You can have more than one guess if you so desire. And if you do get it with someone else, you have to share the pot. Wood to start his second over in. Oh, lovely ball. He starts out on the line of middle and leg, gets it to swing. And Kohli actually does quite well to negotiate that and push it back down the pitch. But, impressive start, and certainly a little bit of swing, or more than a little bit of swing for Mark Wood. But it's all about his accuracy on here, I think, isn't it? If he gets the line right.
Especially in his early overs with the ball actually doing
Yeah.
a marginal amount.
It's a really almost like salmon-like leap by
It was a very good catch.
Phil Salt, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was going quick, man.
It's almost like he posed in midair as he went. Oh, now Kohli was about to play at that one away from his body and then whipped the bat out of the way of it at the last moment. Could easily have just feathered it through. Gets away with it. 12 for 1. Score remains. So yes, GPL. That's the Gorilla Prediction League. How many runs do you think will be scored in the day? Pay us £1. Have a guess. Win the money. You have 40 how many? 45 overs? 45 minutes?
An hour and a quarter.
Hour and a quarter, sorry. Hour and a quarter from the start of play to get your guesses and your predictions in. Going wide on the crease and offering up a half volley, unfortunately, on this occasion. England's cover fielders decide they're not going to bother to chase that. And Kohli has a boundary to his name. India 16 for 1.
Where I live is the address I give. The phone.
I don't think we've actually said hello to anyone so far this morning, have we, Mog? Do you want to try and sneak a couple in while we're...
I sure can.
yeah.
Paul Coffey says Trent Bolt's mouth is really small. It's the best jingle of all time.
Well, yeah. It's a
I
goodie.
don't agree, but there you go.
Yeah. Wood again. Coming into Kohli, staying with the 2 slips. And he's in. And it's another half volley, but this time Kohli doesn't really time it. And it runs rather slowly up to mid-off. 150 Ks, though. So extreme pace.
Used to be a little bit short and a little bit straighter, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
draw
but
him
you
into that drive and do get what happened to Kohli.
You do get the impression that it's probably quite a good pitch if you don't get it exactly right. And if that swing goes, and we know that with the white ball, the swing can go very quickly. I don't think England, I don't think India have to panic at this stage. Wood in again. Ooh, bit of pad, bit of bat, dribbles behind to Salt down the leg side. Sorry, Mog.
I was going to say I had breaking news from YouTube. Lockie6 says Bear just cracked his knuckles. He looks well hard.
It's early in the morning over here. I was up at 10 to 6. Not because my alarm went off either, because I set that at 6:30. I just woke up at 10 to 6. It's fucking horrible getting old, man.
Yeah, tell me about it. I've got my finger taped up. I don't know if you can see my ring finger on the left hand.
No, what have you done?
I've got mallet finger.
That was the thing you were telling us about the other day.
Indeed, but curiously enough, this is down the leg side. That'll be a clear wide. So Wood just losing his line a little bit here. However, strange enough, as I was going out of the house this morning, or the flat this morning, my partner said to me, "You've got it on the wrong finger." And I did indeed have it on the wrong finger.
Is it like Bell's palsy? It sort of comes and then just disappears at some point.
It does that.
Yes.
And then and then every now and again, or like sometimes when you wash your hands, it'll suddenly click back.
Ooh.
And then it'll click back again. It's quite painful.
I'd
when
be
it
more
clicks.
worried about the dementia that seems to be coming in.
Oh, that's true. Defended by Kohli out towards mid-wicket. End of the over. 5 runs from it, including the wide. A decent start for England. And let's have some more socials.
Jonathan Shorland has joined us. He's complaining about the fact that the New Zealand-South Africa-Pakistan series isn't on TV.
Yeah, I was
Where
looking
he
for that
is.
the other day, and yeah.
It's on Sports Central on YouTube. I think you can see it. Messi confirms 35,365 at the women's test at the G.
Did that get? That was only a 4-day test, wasn't it? Is that right? Or was
Yes.
it? Yeah.
Jack Grover is here. He says, "Hey up,
Hey up.
Hey, up.
fuck
Yep.
Brexit."
Yeah.
Enrique Mentor says, "Good morning, all. Kohler needs a big one, 80 plus."
Good ball from Mahmood, probing around the off stump, bringing Gill forward, but nothing with him to play for there, or to play with. Couldn't get an attacking shot away. There is no run. It goes to extra cover.
So what do you think England's first team will be at the Champions Trophy?
Well, it's a very difficult one. I mean, well, Mark Wood and Archer will play. Castle will play, presumably. Beyond that, Adil Rashid. In comes Mahmood again, bringing Gill down the wicket, but not in an attacking vein.
Goes in the top 5 would be the same, wouldn't it? I mean, for all sorts of vagaries, him and Duckett, the last couple have got it going.
Well, when you say the top 5, I mean the top 5 today is going to include Tom Banton with Joss Butler down to come in at 6. Whether that is what they stick to, I don't know.
I don't mind that. I mean, I do see Butler as a finisher. I mean, he should be a bit of a floater, really.
Yeah, possibly.
I mean, I think in the modern game, I think 4, 5, 6, 7 possibly are floaters.
Mahmood again. This one's a little bit shorter, but still decent enough length, and Gill can do nought more than push it to backward point. There is no run.
I mean, we've got quite a few players who you would consider finishers, but you don't want them coming in too early. I mean, your Livingstons and Butlers necessarily.
Well, I mean, the reason they're becoming in so early is because we've been losing wickets too rapidly, haven't we? And
we tend to use them. We've been losing them in clusters as well, haven't we? I mean, in the last, fucking hell, Salt ran himself out the other day.
yep.
What a muppet.
Well, I don't know. I just think, well, we've been through it before. He's down the wicket, drives that one. Mahmood can't get a hand on it as it goes racing past him. And finally, Gill has found his range and picks up 4.
Actually,
I think there's a little bit of frustration in that shot. It closes the face a little bit. Just takes it back past the bowler. He was on his way down the wicket. The bottom hand came in a little bit to give it some more power. And, a nice pose with a high left elbow at the end of it. Mahmood in again, bowls, and that's beautifully timed off his legs, but straight to mid-wicket. Livingston fields, and there is no run. So, well, we've got 1 ball remaining in this over, but England are kind of getting away with a 4 per over, aren't they, at the moment? And they're not rotating the strike, so it's looking quite good. But you kind of feel like, well, India are playing this quite sensibly. They lost an early wicket. They realise the ball's doing a little bit. They maybe think they've got to see off Wood in his first spell. And, sometimes I think maybe England could play a bit like this. Now he's timed that beautifully. This time it's going to be 2 4s, is it? No. Fielder's going to get round from deep square. That's Atkinson. I think they only got the 2. They might have got 1 for the throw on this enormous ground. But they don't. Gill goes into double figures. He's on 11. Kohli has 5. India, after 5, are 23 for 1. Mog.
Lucky says, watching Australia slaughter Sri Lanka, but at least Azarenka got a ton. I think he means Asalanka. Unless there's a tennis player.
Victoria Azarenka. She's, I know she's, got a lot of skills.
Multi-talented.
Yeah, multi-talented, absolutely.
Brian in Brisbane says 6:15 for a piss is usual for ageing bears. It's 4 o'clock for us older people, and Jay confirms 4:26 for him.
Well, I got in from football last night, and then I couldn't believe what the latest crazy things that Trump was saying. So that kept me awake for 2 or 3 hours, and then I couldn't get to sleep. So
I like the fact that I saw a story yesterday that the Danish have started a petition to buy California.
Yes.
Yeah. Actually, I suppose. Yeah, I wouldn't mind a bit of California myself.
It's only going to cost them, they said, $1 trillion and 50,000 signatures is what they need.
200,000 signatures. They got 100,000 already.
Wood in, guided down to second slip, all well on the ground by Kohli, who has a little bit a nod of appreciation for that delivery.
I think they'll struggle to get $1 trillion though.
$1 trillion.
I could look around here and scrape them up a few bucks, I guess.
Isn't the economy of Britain only worth $4 trillion or something?
GDP. I thought it was only $1 trillion.
No, I thought it was about 4 trillion. I thought I read the other
Yeah.
day.
Maybe it used to be. Oh,
Brilliant. Yeah, used to be in about 2010, and then something happened.
Yeah.
Wood in again to Kohli. Oh, and Kohli has a little poach at that outside the off stump. Wood throws his eyes up to heaven and saying, "Why couldn't you have got a little edge? But save it for the Champions Trophy final, Woody. Don't worry about it." He missed it by quite a long way again.
Yeah, it's 150 odd Ks as well. It's pretty damn quick.
I mean, the only guys that seem to, I think it is something to do with their eyes, isn't it? Because, Cody's still a master craftsman, so is Rowett, but whether their eyes aren't quite as good, and you can almost see the difference between them and the young guns like Jaiswal and Abhishek Sharma. This is played backward of square down to third man. I mean, Varma and people like that.
On.
Oh, he has. Has he got a pair of glasses on? Oh, he could
No,
put
I'm
a pair
saying
of
he
glasses.
could just put them on.
He could do. 2.5 trillion apparently. Is so we between the two guys. Andy has popped in to tell us what the British GDP is. So that's good to know.
So we're the 5th biggest economy in the world, 6th now, aren't we? Behind France again.
Well, we probably won't be by the end of the decade. By the end of the decade, I'm not even sure we'll exist. There you go.
You'll be out of the G20 by the end of the week. I would
Yeah,
imagine.
probably. 24 for 1. Wood, halfway through his third over, has got figures of 1 for 8. Kohli's taken a single. Gill is back down, and he's going to take a single himself. Now he had to hurry a little bit. And who was that coming in? Tom Banton, I think, or was it Harry Brook?
I think it was Harry Brook.
Having a little bit of an underarm throw at the stumps. It was quite good actually. It was quicker than I thought. It was a difficult one to pick up, and he couldn't really get it off the ground at all. No, it wasn't Harry Brook. It must have been Banton.
Must have been Banton, yeah.
Anyway,
it must be because he's a person I don't recognise.
A couple of singles in a row. So maybe they are beginning to just rotate the strike a little bit. Wood in again. He's still got the 2 slips, and they're going to get a third single in a row as this is played off his legs down to Adil Rashid at long leg. Kohli moves to 7. Gill has 12. India 26 for 1. 1 ball remaining in
Prepare
the
the
6th
super
over.
chat jingle.
Oh, absolutely right. Absolutely right. No, second one down. That's the best. That's the best one. In comes Wood to complete his third then to Shubman Gill. Again, bright sunshine in India, as you would expect. And Wood is in, finds the edge, and he's unlucky there because it's gone wide of second slip. There's no third man, or if there is, he's too wide and not in picture. And that's unlucky. 7 runs from the over in the end, when it didn't really deserve to cost as many.
1, 2, 3, 4. Super chat cash, super chat cash, super chat cash.
Who's the super
Brian
chat
in
from?
Brisbane
Yep.
says, I see Musk is checking US tax money is being spent wisely. He can repay his tax breaks and subsidies anytime. Okay, no more politics, duck it to bowl.
Duck it to poll. Actually, yeah, I mean, that was the thing. It was about this bloke they've nicknamed Big Balls.
Who? What?
Have you not heard about this guy who's with
One
in
of the guys
Doge?
from Doge.
Yeah, in the
Oh,
Doge.
yeah.
He's 19, and he's been given an advisory role in the State Department.
Oh, for fuck's
He
sake.
was sacked from it and then got another job in another department.
Oh, was he the
adjacent to it.
racist one?
Yes, that's the one.
One of
Mahmood bowls. Oh, there could be trouble here. He's come halfway down the wicket, and they made a bit of a mess of the stumps. But whether
I'm not sure he got it. I think
Whether-
he put his bat
whether-
down the wrong side of the crease.
Salt actually managed to destroy those stumps in time, I'm not convinced.
I think he was short.
A straight hit would have been out by some distance. Throw was coming in from mid-on. And nobody seemed very excited, but he's out. Oh no.
Oh, no.
I was thinking, he's in by miles.
Why the fuck is the umpire referring that?
I
Make a
really
decision.
don't know. I really
Jesus
don't know.
Christ.
Get a
Why
quick
are you
ad
even
break
there?
in. What are you on about?
Right, I sound like Gary, I'm sorry.
No, you'd have to. No, you'd sound nothing like Gary. The intonation is all wrong.
Yes.
I can't do the accent.
No. 30 for 1. Wood it was doing the fielding, and a direct hit he would have been well short, but once it had got past the stumps he had to bring it back. Did Salt. He's in again. Oh wow, that's just adding insult to injury. That was flapped between mid-wicket and mid-on by Gill. Incredible
It
shot.
was Kohli.
Oh, it's Kohli, was it? It's that fantastic bottom hand that he uses so well. Most people, when they use the bottom hand like that, their head goes, but that was almost flamingo-like. So hang on, it was Kohli running to the danger end then, was it? I thought it was Shubman Gill.
Yeah, no. It was Kohli running himself
Right.
out.
Oh, isn't he?
Anyway, it was 4 runs.
It was.
No, he's put the leg up and
Not
everything.
one ball
Yep.
for me. I must have 2 or 3. I need 4.
Mahmood then overcompensates, bowls wide outside of the off stump, and Kohli is into his stride. He puts that away, cuts it to the cover boundary. Successive 4s. And then just suddenly, the innings is underway, isn't it?
Yep. That came off the sticker.
Came off the sticker. It was a poor ball, to be honest. And that's got the Indian crowd going a little bit. Happy about that one, to see their idol. And Mahmood in again. Oh, now what's happened there? I'm not sure where he was trying to play that. He was trying to take it from outside off stump and put it through mid-wicket, I think, but he's played all round it. And Mahmood will count himself a little unlucky.
I thought it
Gone
should have
through.
hit the stumps, shouldn't it? Oh, god damn. Did it go over the top of off stump?
And we're going to have another look at it. Perhaps,
No.
oh, that was a bit of a lazy shot from Kohli, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Having played those 2 very good shots, there's just too much bottom hand in that one, I'm afraid. And it's
He was
played.
writing checks that his innings hasn't yet been able to cash.
Yeah, he's trying to make out that it was doing all sorts, but I don't think it really was.
It wasn't at all. It did fuck all. It just went straight.
It was just a lazy shot, really.
Played all around
I
it.
think he was just got a little bit overconfident after those 2 boundaries. Mahmood, he's up there at 140. He's bowling, the odd good ball here and there. He's found the outsiders again. Is there anyone down at third man? Yes, there is. It's Adil Rashid, so just a single. Kohli moves to 16, level with Gill. Kohli's faced 19. Gill's faced 1 more ball. The run rate is up to now 5.7 as we come to the end of the 7th over.
Wasn't a great
Pete
throw, was it,
Coleman-
for the run out? Yeah, go for it. Sorry, Mob.
Oh, no worries. Pete Coleman says, bonjour from Maribel in the Alps, chaps.
Ooh,
Hungover,
nice.
contemplating some snowboarding and enjoying the call with my morning coffee.
Oh.
And Enrique Mentor says, thanks for the live ball-by-ball cricket commentary. I'm following it on YouTube. Live in Cape Town, I'm at work. I just love cricket.
Good. Well, glad to have you along. Remember, smash the like button and subscribe.
Oh, yeah, of course. Keep forgetting about that. Mahmood in again, defended on the front foot by Gill. End of the over, 9 from it. And after 7, India are 39 for 1. Mog.
Jay Grover says, if Duckett bowls, it will fulfil the prophecy and the world will end, and I, for one, are well up for it.
Well,
The sooner we wipe this stinking planet of our even more stinking plague, it'll be
us.
great. Us. The virus called humanity. But on a lighter note,
Yes.
like he says, poor Ducko, they hold the ball out at human waist height, he jumps and they laugh. Cricketers can be so cruel.
Well,
That's a joke about Duckett being really short, but Tony's not here to defend him.
yeah.
We haven't had many of those either, have we? It's almost an original, that one. 39 for 1 after 7. 6 fours only, no sixes so far, but India just showing signs of life. And Wood will continue. It's got 1 for 14 from his 3 overs. Can he just get rid of Kohli? England would
Of that.
love a second wicket. He's in, he bowls, and he pushes out the offside. It was just back of a length. It was quick, but it wasn't too threatening. 151.4
It's
Ks.
what, 93, 94 miles an hour?
Quite swift, quite swift. But
I
there's a
believe
bit
you've
of
got to
wind.
say in the old money whenever you do things like
Of
that.
course, that in old money. The old money. How many people actually remember old money? I do.
I don't.
I'm that old.
I was born in 71, so the year of decimalisation.
You were, yeah.
Old money, what, like florins and ducats and shekels?
Well,
Not exactly florins. I'm not. I don't
Denarii.
think quite that far back. Oh, now he digs this one in. Kohli decides to take it on, but
He
it's a little bit
flapped
too
at that a bit.
quick on him, and it's rather an ugly mistimed pull that goes out on the onside. There is no run. Worth a try from Wood just to slip in the shorter ball there. 39 for 1. God, I'm tired.
I'm kind of awake now.
So
I need
tired.
another cup of coffee, which I'll get at the end of our
so
stint here.
Ooh, sorry.
Andy and Billy will be joining you at 10 overs.
Willie?
Cricket keeping you up, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
You'll be slipping into my chair.
And then I think I'm off for about 3 sessions, which is good, which means I can go and have a lie down on the couch.
Well, you might not be able to do that, Hendo,
Why?
because I might be there before you, because I'm off before you.
But then you've got to come back. haven't you?
No, I don't.
What, you're off?
Which one of you is going to be the little spoon and which is going to be the big spoon?
I'm not back again now until the last 10 overs of the first inning. So
Yeah, but I'm not back again until the first session of the second innings.
That's fine.
Well, you get to have a nap during the break as well.
You can take over the sofa when I leave then after.
Are there not any beds left here?
No.
But
There is a blow-up bed, but you have to blow it up, Hendo.
I haven't got the energy to play
Yeah,
it up.
exactly. I can't see you doing that. And it's a hand pump as well. It's not electric.
Wood in again and flicked back up the pitch by Kohli, who's annoyed to see it hit the stumps at the other end. I'm not really sure that there was going to be a single there anyway. So Kohli remains on 16. Gill is on 16. India are 39 for 1. I suppose if England get a win here, that gives them a bit of confidence, doesn't it? I mean, God, they need some.
Abjectly meaningless.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
But, I don't think it does a team any good to have lost 3
We haven't won many.
warm-ups in a row.
We've hardly played any ODIs, and B, we haven't won hardly any of them in the last 2 years.
Defended up to mid-off Butlerfields.
I
Where's their
mean,
run?
did we play? We played some ODIs against the West Indies. That was.
We
pretty
played
even.
a bunch of ODIs against Australia at the end of last summer.
Oh yeah, we won a couple of those, didn't we?
That was 2-2 in the end,
Yeah,
wasn't
it was. Yeah.
Or was it 3-2 in the end to Australia? I think it might
Can't
have been 3-2.
remember.
Yeah, Australia won it, so maybe it was.
Maybe they won the
3-2.
decider. Yeah,
Yeah,
I do
think
seem
they
to
did.
remember.
Oh,
going over
they
the
did. They won it. That's it. They only had to bat just over 20 overs to. I think it was the game at Bristol, wasn't it?
Oh, it was the rained up one,
Yeah.
wasn't it? Well, we got a shitty score anyway. Didn't we?
Wood in, tucked away off his legs by Kohli, who seems annoyed with himself as he picks out Banton at mid-wicket.
I mean, I can't see us winning Champions Trophy, but then with only 8 teams in it, you've always got a puncher's chance, haven't you? I mean, you probably got to win. Well, you got to win at least 2 games out of your 3, probably, to go through. One would assume.
Yeah.
So you can afford to lose 1 game, but you don't want that to be the first.
And of course, England's first game is, as ever, it always seems to be against Australia, doesn't it?
Well, God, yeah. I mean, you look at the side that they're sending out there. You've got to think, Christ, you've got a good chance against that, haven't you? I mean, there's a whole bunch of unknowns. They might end up, typically being Australian. They'll probably be fucking fine.
Again, this time he's timed the pants of it, but directly to Banton. It got there in an instant, but a yard over the side, it would probably been away for 4. But a maiden from Wood. Excellent stuff from him. 4 overs, 1 for 14. And the score after 8 is 39 for 1.
Brian in Brisbane says, Bear and Hendo spooning. No.
Yeah, very much no.
And we have a super chat. Cha-ching.
Cha-ching! We're going to have to play a jingle then, aren't we? Let's play this one. No, that's not a fucking jingle.
What was it? It sounded like a jingle.
It was, but it was a marketing jingle.
Too many lonely folks needing some attention. You post your super chat and then you pay the price.
Talking of cash,
Yes.
I think, Bear, we've got some news, have we not?
We have.
Do you want me to read this out first?
Yes,
Oh, go on then.
you should do that.
Sorry.
Jesus Christ.
Sorry.
Lucky ponies up $2 Australian to say super chat, yeah. Super chat, yeah. Now you may go on.
Mahmood continues. 5th over for him.
Well,
defended by Gill. There is no run.
Well, it looks like we found a studio. Finally. I've been looking at a lot of spaces over the last 6 months. Found a really nice one, and it's really good.
And guess what? It's within walking distance of the Bears' house.
It does happen to be within walking distance of my
I
house.
was hoping it'd be in like a disused industrial part of.
Well, it is it is in a refurbed industrial building. In fact, a Sainsbury's dispensary.
Mahmood brings... Gill is trying to put him off his length, but he digs it in as he comes down the wicket. He can't really do anything. It gets too big on him to really free the arms. Defends up to mid-on.
It's on the back of the Fox and Firkin pub in Lewisham, which means we literally have a pub on our doorstep, which has a really nice garden actually in the summer.
Oh, does it?
Yeah, it's big and spacious, one of those. And yeah, managed to find the most amount of space I could get for the money that we could afford. So, and it's in a new building.
How far is Lewisham from Shooters Hill?
Not that far. It's closer than here. It's about halfway between there. Well, it's probably over halfway between here and there.
Good delivery again. Perhaps a little bit of movement off the pitch. Shubman's looking a little bit suspicious from time to time.
And the thing about Lewisham is it's pretty well connected. You've got a big station there, and all the buses come down from the station.
Yeah, but I might
half
assume
half of them go
Shooters
past the
Hill is
studio.
just a rifle shot away from it.
Well, a long-range rifle. It's probably about 1.5 miles. It's not far at all. It's just the other side of Lewisham and up
I've
through
seen that
Blackheath.
movie Sniper. He could do that.
Yes, I've seen that one too.
I think that is Mahmood's knuckleball, which is a pretty good one, actually. He's in again, ball short, and it's clobbered. It wasn't a bad delivery, but Gill had advanced, and he played the crossback shot on this occasion, took it over the top of mid-on by some distance, and picks up 4. 43 for 1. Gill moves to 20.
Right. Where is the new Airbnb? Well, no. Come on. I've got to play one of these first.
Another one.
Super chat cash, super chat cash, super chat cash.
You want me to read it?
Yes.
Messi says, for $10 Australian, where is the new Gorilla Towers, Bear? I need to book an Airbnb nearby in June. Near a station?
It is very near a station. There's 2 stations near it, in fact. Go on, Hendel.
Defended it again, just on the line of leg stump, but good length from Mahmood. He's bowled pretty well. Not quite as well as Mark Wood, but he's bowled some decent deliveries.
It is at the end of Lewisham High Street. It's like literally about a 10-minute walk from my house, which is really handy. There's not much parking around there because it is right at the end of Lewisham High Street, and quite near Lewisham Hospital.
Suspiciously handy, some would say.
Well, Mahmoodin again. Once more, Gill comes down the wicket, but can't get close enough to the ball to play the drive, and it's just pushed up to mid-off. End of the over, just another 4 from that. So just one scoring shot from the last 12 deliveries, and India after 9. 1 left in the power play, 43 for 1.
Shall I carry on?
Enrique Mentor, our new friend, is waxing lyrical about how great the West Indies were, but it's very disappointing that they're not in the Champions Trophy.
Oh, it is. It is.
It is.
Absolutely.
It's only top 8. Isn't it?
Yeah, so Sri Lanka doesn't make it either.
No. All Bangladesh. Yeah, there's plenty of teams that don't.
No, Bangladesh are there.
Are they?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
Afghanistan
they
are there. But as you say, no West Indies and no Sri Lanka. Atkinson
Zimbabwe,
into
Ireland.
the attack. Now, is this where India break loose, you wonder? Just the one slip for him. Onto the front foot comes Kohli, sets off, has to then veer away from the figure of Atkinson standing more or less in the middle of the pitch, but gets through for that one. He goes to 17.
Let's have a jingle for him.
Gus Atkinson, he's not one to complain. He hopes he's not like Jafra, breaking down after every game.
But that's the old one.
It is. In again. Oh, he's found the edge. And third man is too wide. It's 4 runs. Not particularly well deserved. And unfortunate for Gus. 48 for 1.
Oh my word, they're all coming in.
What, super chats?
No, it's too long.
Brian in Brisbane for $5 Australian. These are showing up in Australian dollars, I think, because that's where I am. Says B will need to recommend some takeaways that deliver.
I can do that.
Driven back by Gill, but well stopped by Atkinson with a stooping figure, getting his hand down, his right hand down. Halfway through the last over of the batting power play, the first power play, when only 2 fielders are allowed outside the 30-metre circle. Of course, if we're in Lewisham, the chances are I'll be coming up from the coast. This is hurled back to Phil Salt after clipping to mid-wicket from Shubman Gill.
You won't be in the near future. You haven't found somewhere to live yet, have you?
No, but
We're going to be there in about 2 months.
that's true.
There was a question of what is walking distance for Hendo.
It's definitely not walking distance for me. And also, as Atkinson is in, that's a big half volley on middle and leg, and Gill treats that as meat and drink, as he should, and drives for 4. So 9 already off Atkinson's 5 balls. The Indian 50 is up, 52 for 1. They lost Rohit Sharma early on, but these two have consolidated, and at times have found 1 or 2 decent shots.
Yeah, they have. Walking. I mean, the other station that's nearby is Ladywell, which is literally Ladywell Station, which is on the way down on the Catford line down to Bromley from Elephant and Castle.
Atkinson bowls pushed up to mid-on. It's the end of the power play. India, after 10, are 52 for 1. Mogg will do some final socials. I shall move into the jingles chair, and Andy Ward's going to come in to do a bit of ball by ball. And I think Billy's joining us as well, is he not? Yep, Billy's coming in to do socials.
Oh, it's all. Enrique Mentor asks what the capacity of the crowd is. It was 130,000, I believe. And also querying if you'll be doing the World Cricket Championship Test thingy live, which I believe so. But I shall leave that to the next person on. Bye.
Cheers, Morg. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Not terribly well, I have to say.
No, I can't really get this close to my mouth.
Yeah, good. Yeah. Well, this one's all right. So why? Maybe it's something to do with the connection as well. That's why you can't hear yourself very well. Oh, now this is interesting.
Well, I'll figure that in a second.
We said that they were going to have to split the fifth bowler between Joe Root and Liam Livingstone, and it's this man.
His voice is high-pitched,
Too far away.
like a pick, but massive runs he has hit, so there's that.
How would I? That's better. Yeah.
Introduce yourself.
It is Joe Root into the attack. Hopefully, I've got a spare hand now. What am I supposed to do with two
I know.
hands?
We've all been saying the same thing. It's weird, isn't it? There's something about having the microphone
Do you know there is?
that makes
yeah.
you feel like a proper commentator, isn't it?
If it's just that, that's the only thing. India 53 for 1 after 10. A good start for England, but India pulled it back probably towards level. Root freezes in his action. The TV goes funny, and something happened, I guess. It's a dot ball anyway. We just had Joe Root poised in his action, about to deliver. Hopefully he'll get through it this time. He does. It's tossed up. It's quite friendly, and it's tipped into the leg side by Gill. He's looking the more fluent of the two.
Do you think the fact that Root's come on so relatively early, it's given him delusions of grandeur? He actually thinks he's a proper bowler because he's bowling over the wicket.
Oh yeah. Flicked into the leg side again. Short mid wicket is there. Diving stop. 63, is that Bethel?
No,
But
Bethel's injured.
Oh, is he? Oh,
It's
that's
Banton.
why Banton's playing.
Yeah. Bethel's out of the Champions Trophy.
The Bantmeister. Oh, okay. Well, that's an opportunity for Banton then. A sweep. It's in the air. Is there anyone out of deep square? Yes, but he's not where the ball went, unfortunately. Just 10 yards away. It bounces a couple of times and plops into the rope for 4.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
Looked like a top edge, though.
Yeah, it was a total top edge. He was a little bit lucky, Kohli, there.
Going to try again, and that's another edge, and it's going to go down to third man, and he's going to get an even more fortunate 4, unless the fielder can reel that in, which he can't.
What is Mahmood doing? Oh, it's
Ahmed.
not. It's Rayan Ahmed.
It's
Well,
Ahmed.
if it seems it's a sub, he might as well. Or is he playing as well?
No, he's
No,
not
no,
playing. No, he's not
Oh, in
playing.
that case, the sub can dive into the advertising boards. That's fine.
It is indeed 4 more. He's probably thinking, I'm fed up with following this team all the way around the world and not getting a game. I might as well injure myself and go home.
Well,
Someone's got
that's
to
the
do
kind
it.
of commitment that Brendan McCullum wants to there.
Yeah,
From
yeah.
someone.
Mindless self-injury.
I mean, he was never going to get
He
there.
was
The
never
ball had
anywhere
hit the
near it,
rope.
was he?
The ball had hit the rope before he even started to dive.
And is he
And now he's- and now he's
going to
soft.
have to sub the sub. It's the ultimate humiliation in football. It's not quite so bad in cricket.
I think he's all right. I think maybe whoever had gone off has come back on, actually. I don't think it's actually...
Maybe
he's
they
injured
might have
himself.
subbed the sub, though.
No, I think it was, I think it was whoever was injured has come back on.
But a couple of edges from Kohli. Someone tweeted in earlier on, I heard you say, Kohli needs some runs, and I thought, or what? He's going to get dropped. Although I kind of know what the guy said meant.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to drop.
They're not going to drop Kohli. He could get 15 noughts in a row. Already has
You guys
in
see that?
in Test
See that
cricket.
Starks opted out of the Champions Trophy.
Really? What did you do that?
Stark
for
as
some,
well?
For some undisclosed, for some undisclosed reason.
Okay, well, it's interesting. Atkinson continues, played up to mid-on, there's no run. Obviously, Bumrah's out of the Champions Trophy. They basically bowled him into the ground in that Test series.
And Cummins and Hazelwood. So
Yeah, I was about to say Australia are decimated.
And they're having
Slightly.
someone ironically adjudged for chucking in Sri Lanka.
Oh yes, man who's been taking all the wickets, left arm spinner.
So everyone's got their little problems coming into this mini tournament.
Yeah, maybe it says something about the fact that these guys don't really want a Champions Trophy, generally speaking, as a tournament.
Atkinson comes in and he's down the arse, and too much down the arse on the leg side, and it's a wide. Nonetheless, as tournaments go, it's short and sharp.
Yep.
And
Yeah,
there needs
well-
something in between, 50 over World Cups.
I have to say I'm actually really looking forward to it. I think it's really good because you're seeing the best players play against the best.
Well, apart from all these players who aren't playing.
Yeah, but I was just about to add that Ball still running.
Gill taps that one into the leg side. There's no run.
But as you say, I think it's good to have a different a tournament between, because otherwise, every 4 years, you don't really get a feel for how teams are getting on in between the cycle. And we haven't had a Champions Trophy since 2017, I think.
Yeah,
because COVID knocked.
There was a lot of knocked the schedules upside down. Yeah. Atkinson's in again. It's on middle and off, but Gill, as he is tending to do, is playing with a closed bat into the leg side. It's again gone straight to mid wicket. There's no run.
Well, it would do Atkinson a world of good if he can get through this over with, just 2 or 3 runs off it. I think he's conceded a wide, but otherwise he hasn't conceded a run from this over so far. But he really needs to get that confidence.
Are the Indian batsmen going to allow him that?
Probably not.
See what Shubman Gill has to do about it. He does flash that one in the air, but it's through the gap. It's going to go out towards the sweeper at deep cover point and get a single.
Yeah, it wasn't a great shot, was it?
Not entirely controlled. No.
I wonder whether it's slightly stuck in the pitch.
Yeah, maybe. That's a pretty awesome batting lineup that India have got.
And they've got Jaiswal in reserve as well.
They've got Jaiswal, they've got, potentially they've got Varma, they've got Abhishek Sharma.
That's a little bit odd. They played Rohit Sharma in these 2 games. Is he going to play Champions Trophy? That one's going to. Is he going to start? That one's back to back with points. There's no run.
Well, you would think so because he's captain.
Oh, okay. Probably is then.
unless he unselects himself.
Seems unlikely. Oh, in that case, he probably is, I guess. I'm sure Jaiswal would be more likely to score runs. 100 in the last game, notwithstanding.
Yeah, that was a good 100, but he got a good ball this morning. Really good ball from Wood.
India don't have a great record at this ground. I saw it pop up something like 112 and lost 10. They generally have a better record than that at home. That one's dropped down to third man. It'll be another single. And Atkinson does get out of the over for 3 runs.
It's still a better, they're only playing England. They've still probably got a decent record at Ahmedabad against England.
Well, I'd say
we've got a super chat from Jay Grover.
God, another one. What am I going to do? I'm going to play this one again.
Super chat cash, super chat cash, super chat cash.
For £2, it says gift in honour of Andy's pink hoodie.
Pink.
So there we go. The pink hoodies. The pink hoodies bring money in.
I know grey is the dress code here, but
it looks a little bit sort of purple to me. More than pink, I would say. But there you go. Maybe I'm colourblind.
I was just going to suggest. Root has a slip, which does seem optimistic, and especially if he's going to bowl there. Too far down the leg side. Kohli could have had a wide, but he said, you know what, I'm just going to take 4. Gets the bottom edge on a sweep, and it is 4.
Now my innings going. Great guns. I hit the ball. 4 runs. I hit the ball, and it went 4 runs.
I just wanted to say to Enrique Mentor, who's asked us whether we're live for the World Test Championship final. Yes, is the answer to that.
That one's forward, better ball from Root. Kohli is forward in defence. When is that?
That is...
Oh, it's at Lords, isn't it? So it won't be till the summer.
Oh, yeah, in the summer. And also England, India. Yes, we absolutely. Of course we will be covering that. That's our meat and drink.
Yep. Kohli up to long on. That'll be an easy single. We are going to have a bit of a break after the Champions Trophy where cricket does go into a bit of a lull. But
no, well, you say cricket goes into a lull, but two or 3 weeks after it, the IPL will start.
Some would still say that.
Well, indeed so, yes.
Comes Root, toss it up down the track. Gill, but he kicks it over mid-wicket, and Brook is nowhere near it at long on. That's another 4.
You've got to say Root bowling over the wicket doesn't seem to be working as well as Root bowling round the wicket, generally speaking.
I'm a bit perplexed as to why Root is the first spinner into the attack. Oh, that's a pretty filthy full toss on leg stump, and he's going to get away with it. He puts it down to deep square for a single. Bear is just
I think England are just trying to get through a couple of overs of spin.
Oh, you asking me if I want a cup of tea?
It's not necessarily working.
Missing Bethel.
You can make me a cup of tea if you want.
Option. Yeah, in theory. That's too wide, and it's slapped through extra cover, and another groan from my right, as that's not a comfortable 4 for Kohli. Catches up to a runner ball, 36 off 36. 14 off the over. So whatever that route experiment was, time to bring it to an end, I should think.
2 overs 24 from Root, I'm afraid to say.
To get those messages, Messer says he's booked. I assume this is talking about his England trip. Says that he's booked within walking distance from the Fox and Firkin. If you don't end up there, I'll just spend 2 weeks in the pub. And he also says that Australia is 7 for 2, chasing Sri Lanka's 214. Jamal, the Statsman, says hello from Victoria, Australia.
Hello.
Brian in Brisbane says, are we restarting the grey, green, blue colour debate? If so, we need Tony back in the studio.
Oh, is that an ongoing debate? Atkinson is in. Gill, yeah, is down the track. He's really been batting within himself, and now he's went down the track, opened his shoulders, 6 runs, and he's up to a runner ball as well.
The number of the day really hops and kicks. The number of the day is 666.
Was that easy, or did he make it look easy?
Well, coming down the wicket to a quickish bowler.
But he's not, though, Atkinson. He's not. I don't think he's. I don't really like him in this format. I don't think.
I agree with you. I don't think he is particularly good in this format. Well, so far we've seen he's not been good in the T20 that he played, or these 2 ODIs.
I think he's struggling to find his length in ODI cricket so far, and I know in India it's slightly difficult. I just worry at times he's been slightly too full. He needs to be a bit more back of a length.
So again, that one is more back of a length, but it's shovelled round behind the umpire at square leg, and they'll amble through for a single.
Because I think the quality of that shot, if he's full and a bit floaty, he's just going to get dispatched.
It's doing nothing, is it? The ball's doing nothing at all there. I mean, that cleared the boundary by quite a distance, didn't it?
My other problem with England slightly is we never seem to bowl enough cutters or variations. That's a gun barrel straight cross-seam delivery. It's just not going to trouble them at all.
So again, that is a better length, and Kohli just drops the bat on it down to third man.
Well, I think the thing is that if you're taking this attitude that we're going to do it with pace because we haven't actually got good enough spinners, that holds reasonably well for the likes of Archer and Wood, although Archer has of course gone for quite a few runs on this tour so far. But when you're of slightly lesser pace like Atkinson, then you're not going to get people out with pace, are you?
No. He's in again, and again it's onto leg stump and tipped in front of square this time by Gill. And India got their 6 off this over, just going to tap a few singles.
There's a lot of pressure on Atkinson having conceded a 6 off the first ball of the over, because he knows that he gets one more ball wrong and it ends up being a really bad over for England.
Well, that's what they say, target the first and last ball of the over. The first one for the reason you say, and then the last one to leave the bowler steaming down at fine leg for the next over. Into the leg side again, it's going to be another one. It might get 2 for this. Brook is after it. He's after it quickly enough, and they didn't really run the first one quickly like they might have done.
No, and suddenly, look, we're just looking at this. Last 20 balls have brought 35 runs at a run rate of 10.5, and suddenly India are 89, and they've kept those wickets in hand because they batted reasonably sensibly and just picked off the bad balls.
Yes, there's no sense of any lack of control about the batting. The odd edge here and there, but they're not having to pull out extravagant shots for this. That's a pretty straightforward pull shot, and it's going to split the 2 deep fielders again. That's going to be 4 more.
Too short.
First and last ball.
You do sometimes get the impression that England is slightly bowling without a plan in mind. That's a really poor short delivery. Well, lots of action going on in the comments. Rick Mafrat says straight men call that hoodie colour salmon. Kieran Roseblade says after the last ODI I'm done with baseball. Worst case scenario here is England win. People still buy into the charlatan's philosophy. He's got one trick and everyone has figured it out. Jamar and Messrs are saying hello to each other. Thorong says the collapse is on in Australia. 2 for 12. I think we'll find that's 12 for 2. But it says that there's no heads today. And Kim Rosebud also says, can we have a coach that can teach resilience and actual game management?
Okay.
And we stop playing computer cricket like it's a computer game.
It's going to be a change of bowling. I'll address that in a second. The batsman is back into mid-wicket for no run.
I'll just give you a little bit of this. Just a little blast.
He's going to come in again to Kohli. England did win 2 World Cups under this one-trick coach, so that is something. Oh, that's not bad. It might have pitched outside leg, but Kohli had a dab at it. It turned, hit him on the pad, but I don't think England looked that interested.
I don't know about that, unless he's got an edge on it. I didn't think it pitched outside leg. I think
Salt's been quite demonstrative, one way or the other. England are going to review, yeah.
They're going to have a look at
I
it.
have a feeling it might be umpire's call at worst, so I think this is quite a good shout.
Well, pitched outside leg is a definitive one. It's yes or no.
That was out, that was out, that was definitely out. Was that definitely out? I don't know.
And that's what I think this is going to hinge on.
I thought it was okay with pitching, but my screen is markedly smaller, so
Let's have a look at the eye test. Do you know, it might not be that bad.
Ooh, I think that's on.
It's close.
Ooh. Is there no edge on that? I don't think so.
No.
It's where it pitches. If it pitches in line, it's out.
I would
and
say
I will
so.
have to take the L on that one. But more importantly, so will Virat Kohli. But I still think it might be just 49% pitching in line, and
yeah, and as you say, it's a definitive. So, and more often than not, they seem to be impact outside.
Fairly big
pitching
stride, isn't it?
outside.
It's a fairly big stride he's got in there.
that's not going to help him at all. There's no way it's missing off stump. Not in a million years.
No. So it's all
Him
about
on
where
the
it's
back
pitched,
leg
isn't
as
it?
well.
It's about where it's pitched. Did it hit the back leg,
No,
or was
no,
it
it's hit
the front leg first?
Front
I think.
Oh, was it? Okay.
Yeah, I
Yep,
think.
yep.
He looks a little bit nervous.
He does, yep.
looks a
He
little
will be
bit,
a bit annoyed if he gets out when he's set, and like I say, he doesn't need a big score, but he still would have liked one. Indian fans are more excited about being on TV than seeing if this is out or not.
It's taking a long time to get to
It is.
a decision.
Like VAR in the Champions League last night.
I don't know, I didn't see it. I was watching an altogether more interesting game at Plough Lane.
Were you watching? Oh, okay. I thought you were about to say Exeter.
No, I wasn't watching the Exeter game, no. I was at...
No, fair play to you to go and being there in the flesh on a Tuesday, February night.
it was probably as cold as I've been this season, actually.
Yeah.
Here we go.
It's
already saying not out. Oh, it's pushing in line.
like
outside leg.
Like
Oh
I said,
my
more
God.
than half the ball, and that is. That's just what I called it. 49% of that ball is on the little blue strip. 51% of it is not, and that's how close it was.
That is outrageous. England lose the review as
And
well.
lose the review. Well, that's how it goes. That really is as close as it gets. As you say, and as I said, it is. At least it's not one that depends on the tracking. That's where it landed. Kohli drops that one behind square. Salt is around quickly, and there's no run.
I feel sorry for Adil. He should have. I mean, I know he's done really well in his career, but I always feel like he should have. He could have done better with a bit more luck.
Kohli looked quite. A fielder's gone up to Kohli and put, just told him that it was as close as close can be, and Kohli's almost. Well, he did shoved him away, but actually, seeing as the fielder got in his grill unprompted, I don't mind that.
Was it Brooke? I think it was Brooke.
I think it was Brooke. Yeah. If you don't start something, you can't finish.
Ooh, food is coming. Food is on its way.
Okay. Joe Two Hats route crouches down at slip, and a bit of a slap from Kohli. He does get it past Rashid up to long off. for a single.
Is that Rayan back out there again? Ready to injure himself again, long off?
It might well, but I still think they subbed the sub.
I don't know. There's another one of these.
Use your mind, super chat. No shipping, unlike the bucket hat.
All the same, almost wicket and only one run from that Rashid over restores a bit of control. Who'd have guessed he's a better spinner than Joe Root? And England are 94 for 1, India are 94 for 1 off 15.
Billy, do you want to do the super chat first?
Yep. Oh, sorry, my phone's just crashed. Let me just
Okay, I'll do it for you. Breakfast code
thank you.
sent by Brian. Greg sausage roll for Andy.
Cheers.
Oh, I got my dad to try Greg's sausage roll for the first time ever the other day, considering there were 33 in Newcastle, and he wasn't very keen on trying it, but he actually said it's not bad.
It's alright.
Kieran Roseblade is still going on his thoughts on Bazball and says, sorry Andy, what have we actually won under Bazball?
2 World Cups?
No, we haven't. He's good point.
All our limited over success has been under a different coach, and the test team
Was
hard winning the World Test
2019 not McCullum?
No, it was Bayliss, wasn't it?
No, it was yeah. McCullum's only just switched into the white ball role.
Oh, okay. No,
it's his first series.
Fair enough.
And of course it was Matthew Mott, wasn't it? The T20 victory. Or was that 2022,
Yeah.
I think, yeah.
What?
Yeah. It was
Oh, well,
20...
no. But when they... After 2016, when they suddenly started scoring 350, was that not McCullum?
No.
No.
Oh, okay.
No, but McCullum only came into the test side in 2021, and then has only just taken over here. Well,
Oh,
No,
no, that's a replay, sorry. Oh, okay, no, I'll take that back
I
entirely
do have
then,
some
fair
good
enough.
news, however, for England fans. I have some message, which is that Australia are 18 for 3.
I really
So
don't.
exciting.
I really don't buy into that. It's good news for England. Australia are losing. That's loser mentality. That's like
No, I just enjoy
Postecoglou
watching.
says.
I just enjoy watching Australia lose, to be honest, which at the moment isn't happening very often.
Yeah, I think
It's an innate.
I think it
innate
is.
sense.
It is loser mentality for me. You can have a little chuckle, but no, it's not really good news for England. Is a bit much.
Just looking at this
Well-
partnership, was it 88 between these two?
Yeah. Enrique Mentor says normally in ODIs Cody goes past 50, then gets to 100, and he also says that Gill's playing well so far.
He is.
And yeah, Coley looks in the mood.
Quite.
I feel like easy for the batsman at the other end to go under the radar when Cody's at the crease.
Oh yeah, because he's
So
never
yes,
on
Gill has
camera.
I see Matt Pryor's on TNT again today, and I quite liked listening to him after the game on Sunday, because he didn't pull his punches. He basically said, well, okay, India only got home by 4 wickets, but let's be honest, they lost those last few wickets out of boredom.
Yeah, well, I knew the big cheese when he was just milk.
He's a chunky chap, isn't he? And he's got. They've all got grey on. What's the problem? They've all got grey.
No, but it's more black. We just grey. Look at you. You just grey.
Well, that's
grey.
green.
No, it's not.
That's green.
It is not.
It is green. It's just a sort of grey green.
Sorry, is this revisiting an old discussion?
Yes. Well, we're having drinks, I think, for the time being. So
That's why we're on fashion. Yeah, it does seem to be a very long drinks break.
Well, I'll just suggest what you can do to help us.
We need so much money. You're going to play 2 jingles at once.
I can't hear the second one. Where's it gone? Patreon.com/Gorilla Cricket. On the basis that we have actually secured a a studio, the fact of the matter is we are actually paying a little bit more than we wanted to.
Oh, now they're not doing highlights. Root Livingston is in. Okay. Jingle for Livingston?
I have indeed.
I like this one.
I'll bring it to you right now.
I'm Livingston. I play for the light.
He's in. He's presumably bowling a leg spinner to the right-handed Gill, but no apparent turn.
That is the one advantage with Livingston the side, is that you can bowl leg spin and off spin, so you can just pick and choose depending on the
Yeah, you
batsman.
can, but if neither of them are very good...
No, that's also true.
It's pushed up to long off for a single. Livingston extended his career, we all felt, with that little run last summer, but he seems to be regressing to the mean. I wonder if England will move on from him after this trophy. I wouldn't be surprised. But here's his opportunity to prove that wrong. Amble's in. That's a good ball, to be fair. Root is in at short cover. There's no run.
What are we talking about? People keep shouting about it being grey, but I don't think they can be talking about my trousers because they can't see my trousers.
That one is pushed out to cover, and England have got sort of a short extra and then a wide cover point, almost in line. The second one of those picks it up.
Yeah, going back to the studio situation, we are paying a little bit more than we want to, so if you can possibly go to patreon.com Guerrilla Cricket.
Good ball again, outside half of the bat, down to backward point. Lewisham's good though. I think it'll be a bit easier for people to get to.
Yeah, I was about to say I had a look for me and it knocks off like an hour of the journey time. Well, it's still about 2 and a bit hours, but Sydenham's like 3.
Yeah.
We have another of these, would you believe?
We do.
YouTube Prime Super Chat.
It is from Jay Grover in honour of Fraser McGurk being shit and saying that it's green. This debate continues to rage on in the comments.
Is it like the blue and gold
No, he
dress?
says it's not. He says it's not green below.
Stand up, Hendo. Let
This
people
time?
see your trousers. So
I am not going to be
There's
used as some sort of clothes horse for you to all laugh at. I'm sorry.
well, just say your trousers are grey, which they obviously are.
Well, hang on. My jumper cannot be grey if my trousers are grey, because they're completely different colours.
50 Shades of Grey.
That's me.
That was pushed past the bowler and up to long on for a single.
50 Shades of Grey, but without the erotic bit.
Yes, we just have literally 50 Shades of Grey clothes. India are approaching 100. Kohli on 42, Gill on 48, both approaching 50 after England got the early wicket of Rohit Sharma. Not much gone their way since then. It's an easy single for Gill up to long off. He'll go on to 49.
Oh, God, I'm so looking forward to my pastry in 3.5 overs' time.
And you see if you can stake out the couch.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Big do not disturb sign up.
If the bear's asleep, I might just roll him off onto the floor.
Okay, as long as that's all you're doing him off. Play down to backward square. There's no run. Yeah, put a do not disturb on the green room door. Kohli's back on strike. India on 99. Rashid, England's most controlling bowler so far. Kohli tips that one into the leg side, and the fielder's a little bit slow in there. Gets through for a single. That's 100 for India in the 17th over.
Yes, indeed, and of course they got wickets in hand at this stage. You know, they're going at what, 6 and over? Exactly 6 and over.
It's a boilerplate start to an ODI innings. Gill's back on strike. He's on 49. They should be to 50 there because it was a pretty bad ball from Adil Rashid, and he has indeed taken full advantage, smacked it through extra cover for 4.
Giuliani had his reasons for selecting his landscape seasons. There were 4. 15, and you know that can't be bad. Yeah, it's 50, and you know you should be glad.
Rashid does get out of the over with a dot ball, but there's still 7 off it.
Yes.
Enrique Mantos says, disappointing news, Bumrah out of Champions Trophy. Yeah, I think we all...
It is a shame.
We all kind of saw that. We all kind of saw that coming. It is a shame. Lots of big players missing, as you say. Well, when they put... I saw on the BBC website, which is... Again, it always irritates me when they do this. It says, Stark opts out of the Champions Trophy. My first thought was, he's opted out so that so that he doesn't have too big a workload going into the IPL. When, of course, that's probably not the case.
Well, what is the case? Is he injured?
Well, I assume it would be for personal reason.
Okay.
As in, I probably maybe a family.
Livingston bowls are
bereavement.
wide. Well, words don't mean much on the BBC anymore. Say whatever they like. Whatever suits their agenda. Down the track now is long off in play there. Oh, almost just up over the diving man at long off. And Kohli, in fact, gets 6. Yes, there was Overton, I think, who's probably the tallest man on the field.
He's not playing.
I could have checked the teams before he came on. Maybe he's subbing, though.
He could be subbing. Yeah, it could be him, actually.
I think I'm right for once. Score 1 for me. Outside half of the bat, and Kohli gets to 50 off 50 balls.
Oh my goodness, it's just too much of it.
You know you lift me with your 50.
Well, like I say, I don't think he really needed a score, but it'll be good for him anyway, going into this Champions Trophy. Livingston is in, Kohli is back, dabs into the offside, and no run. I think
the problem is, with all of England's other bowlers receiving tap, is that India and other teams in the Champions Trophy will just be able to milk Rashid. Whereas if all the other bowlers are relatively tight, then they might have to take a chance.
Oh, that one's up in the air now. Has that gone far enough?
Gone.
I think so, yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Gill down the track, pumps it over long off for 6. And Livingston can bowl 18 different kinds of spin. It doesn't help if none of them are good enough.
Damn! That 6 is on fire.
To what extent are we talking about after this ball? That's too short, yeah. And he rather got away with it. Gill really should have put that one in the stand as well. Ahmed's on. England have got at least 2 subs on the field. Ahmed is round from square leg and it's 2. To what extent are we saying, in fact, may only be 1?
Did they only get 1 there?
A bit careless.
Surely not.
Can't
Did they think it was going for 4?
I don't know. Oh, apparently that was only 1. That is lazy running if it was. You could get 1 for that last one, but still, Euro 16 off the over. To what extent are we saying England should do this or that tactically when the players just aren't as good as the Indian players?
I think that's right. I mean, they aren't as good. And whether that's because
aren't as good as the England team we had 5 years ago.
Definitely not. Definitely not. I think there's been too much change in a way. If you look at all the players that England have lost from this team, really, over that period, Roy, Hales.
But are you saying any of them should still be in?
No, I'm not saying Roy or Hales. The only one I think I would have stuck with would have been Bairstow, and I think he's just been a bit shoddily treated and sort of jettisoned from all forms of the game as far as England are concerned.
Rashid is back, and let's see if India will milk him this over, or well, I suppose they're not going to say no if he bowls another bad ball, but that one is defended for no run. Slower ball.
I feel like there are lots of debates about that, Henry, because personally I actually disagree with you. I was quite happy for England to move on from Bairstow.
I know you were. We discussed this the other day.
We had that. We did.
But I mean, who's made the place their own? Nobody really.
No. That one's pushed up to long off. Be another single. Duckett with the fielding again is a prime example. He's kind of done okay, but he's not Jason Roy or prime Johnny Bairstow.
No, well the thing about
guys. Sorry, Hendo, go on.
I was going to say the thing about Duckett is he hasn't gone on, and he doesn't threaten to go on because he's always liable to get himself out.
Yeah, tipped into the leg side. There's no run. I think we possibly underestimate. We talk a lot about, I certainly do, about England's aggressive approach, but We really missed that engine room. I know Root is still there, but that engine room of Root and Morgan and Stokes.
Yep, I think that's pretty true.
He would score a runner ball with very little risk.
Well, this is the point. I mean, if you're replacing players, and of course you've got to give people a chance to bed in, but at the same time, if they're not making that position their own, and if selectors feel that, even if they feel that they're making progress, the selectors don't feel they are, then it's not really helping anyone.
It's a balancing act. Yeah, that one's dropped out to point. They'll get through for a single.
I mean, do you guys think that for under Brendan McCullum's leadership, it could mean that Crawley comes in at the top of the order to partner Duckett and replace Sock?
I don't want Crawley in this team.
No, but I didn't say want. I said, do you think?
I hope not, because Crawley's hasn't really done anything in this form of the game.
I think Jax is still ahead of Crawley for that one.
You would hope so.
That was played out to cover. There's no run. Rashid again. Well, whether India are, as Billy says, taking their time with Rashid because they know they've got so many runs for everybody else. There's only 2 off this over with 1 ball to go. Kohli is once again on strike. It's another good ball and a very good ball because it was. In
He's
fact,
got him.
gone. Oh, he's got. It's a brilliant ball. Yes, fantastic. Just took the shoulder of the bat. It turned. I was expecting a standard forward defensive. It turned and bounced. Just caught the shoulder of the bat, and Kohli is on his way.
Great delivery. Rashid has bowled some cracking deliveries in this series. He really has, and he deserves that. Just the 2 runs and then that wicket. Did he get Kohli in the last game? Was it in the last game he got him with a similar delivery? That's an even thinner edge, I think, if it was him. I'm just trying to remember who it was.
Kohli's just opened the face of his bat, and if he'd gone with a more, if he'd shown the full face there, he certainly would have got a thicker edge and had a chance.
Well, he hasn't got 100 because he's done this.
Dude, it's your big chance. Don't blow it. You're probably going to blow it.
I like this one.
He's choked on 100, as Virat. And then the Bear's going to come in and say, "Oh, you're going to get a sting." The choke jingle gets a sting. I hope it doesn't.
I hope it doesn't. I like that.
We can't use it for. Well, we still can use it for South Africa. Okay. All right. Okay.
Well, Messer said that he thinks Stark's on baby making leave. I'm not sure about that.
Baby making leave. I don't think
enough reason.
No, I'm not playing this tournament. I'm going to have lots of sex.
India still have only mentor talking about Bumrah being out of the Champions Trophy. Saying it's because of back spasms, but saying that
it's because
India have lots of other fast bowling firepower.
Yeah, but they don't have another Bumrah. No one does. It's because they bowled him 150 overs in that Test series. It's a lot. If that's what you want to do, then go ahead and do it. But, take the consequences.
Nick Vickers says, morning all, not sure what happened with Baz, but Don Sibley has improved and could do a decent job of ODI opening.
I doubt that very much.
Oh, that's better, Hendo.
What's better?
Legend.
What's better?
You're fiddling with the screen.
I'm not. I'm not. It's the Bear. Anyway, new batsman is this man. No, it isn't. I don't know why that came out.
Too short from Livingston. Punched through the offside, but he's not going to get boundary. Just out to the sweeper for 1.
I've got to find a little spot that I can put that that jingle in. Where is it? Here we go. There we go. Oh, magnificent! It was right up on the shoulder, wasn't it? Not on the top of the shoulder, but
yeah. And again, I don't know why, unless he's genuinely opening the face to try to miss it. I don't know why he's I mean, here am I picking holes in Virat Kohli's technique, but he did play that defensive shot with a slightly open face, and I think that cost him that time. He's out to deep square for a single.
I think
I think it was almost a slightly retrospective opening of the bat face. If you look at it, he almost, I kind of feel he slightly does it. Maybe not. No,
I don't think so.
I mean, if he is trying to play that down to third man, it's far too subtle.
He's given the amazing ball face, but Virat Kohli does tend to do that. That's a nice late cut. He might even get 4 for that. Runs away. Yep. Fielder and ball and boundary all collide, and surely that was 4.
Was that Ray and Ahmed again trying to kill himself down there? I think it might have been. Has that not been given?
Ooh, well, it's gone down as 2. Surely that would at least look at that one.
I thought he was in contact by the time
he
here we
smashed
go.
it.
Oh, something's hit. Ooh, just. I think.
Well, we'll
he's
get that trailing arm. I guess it's one of those where he did destroy the boundary, but his hand was only on the ball for a fraction of a second, so well fielded.
Yeah, brilliant. It was Mahmood, wasn't it?
Looking at it again, but it actually looked all right.
Yeah.
Just got his hand off the ball before his knee goes into the sponge.
Oh, well,
Maybe, actually, it might be stuck under his hand.
I'm just.
It could be the back of his hand. That's
You need a different angle, really.
This might be. I was wrong once. I thought I was wrong, but it turned out I was right.
Yeah,
yes, I was right all along. Call that a win.
Bit unlucky. And there you go.
It was a lovely shot.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Gill is on to 66 and looking very comfortable. Chops that one into the offside as well. It's wide enough for a backward point that they'll get a single. Gonna have a change the end of the over.
Oh yes. So we are.
Billy is gonna go on to ball by ball. Who's that in the middle? Jason
and you.
Yep, okay.
I'm presuming Jason's here now.
I guess Jason would usually be with us, yeah. Livingston, that's a good ball. Maybe
We've just suddenly seen a couple turns.
I was just going to say maybe 1 or 2 of the Indian spinners might be actually liking the look of this. End of the over, and England have struck back with a wicket. It's 129 for 2 off 20.
Well, since I managed to move this from the cart into the main jingle
Let's do it.
place, I'm going to play the new batsman's jingle.
Diving away at the edge of the play, it's so tragic. Rolling in pain off the field again, it's tragic. And your burning desire, you took my place.
Sorry, yep, there we go.
Well, don't worry, no, Adil Rashid continues the first ball of a new over, and it's defended by Shubman Gill. Adil Rashid once again, Andy, being the pick of.
So far, yes. Economical, 1 bad ball, but he also got the prize wicket of a set Virat Kohli, and he really did get him out with a good ball.
Well, he comes in twirling his arms, and this is hit, but it's been hit into the ground before it goes into the hands of the cover. And Jason, we welcome you again to the studio. How are your trials and tribulations on the bus this morning?
2 buses, 2 diverted routes, 2 buses running late.
Are you looking forward to Lewisham? Will that be better?
We're just talking with the bear
Rashid
in the green room.
Balls, and this is short, and it's pulled very hard, and that was 1 bounce 4, I think. Yes, it was.
I think so.
Full rank delivery from Adil Rashid.
Didn't really get hold of it though, and I was just hoping there was going to be, well, from an England point of view, a fielder there. There was not.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
Bit top edgy that.
Yeah, didn't really get hold of it. Bottom edge, in fact, even the toe of the bat.
Rashid will come in once more, and this is defended comfortably by Gill. No run back to Rashid. Sorry, easier the new studio or harder?
Further and slightly more out of the way, but doable, I think.
Yep.
Rashid, 2 balls left in this over. Balls, and this is Fuller, and it's driven pleasantly down the ground to mid-on from Gill, who's on 72, and as we were saying earlier, he's slightly gone under the radar when Kohli was batting, but he's batted really nicely. We're just having a look at Virat Kohli's 2 dismissals. In the last 2 ODIs, he's been dismissed, edging behind, both off the bowling of Adil Rashid.
He doesn't like Adil Rashid, does he? Because I remember the wonder ball in the test match where he looked at him and thought, how did you do that?
Yeah, well, like I say, he kind of always does that, but that was a good ball.
Well, he bowls and Shrez prods forward rather nervously onto the front foot and defends it into the offside, where there is no run. India 134 for 2 at the end of the 21st.
Right, bear with me. I'm a technology challenge today.
I
as well
can
as
see
everything
some YouTube comments. What the hell is happening with the Aussies? Well, Smith's gone for 12. Lockie says Sri Lanka should win.
else. Yeah, 214 they got, and then last I saw they were 8 for 2, so they're something for 3 now.
4 for 35. Farong tells us.
Excellent.
Well, that's what I said, but Andy thinks that's
Look
losing
at-
mentality.
Yeah, it depends how far you take it. If you're saying good news for England, you're being a bit Tottenham celebrating losing to Manchester City.
Livingston balls, and this is pushed down the ground.
No.
And they'll jog through for a single.
Good news, as in good news for cricket lovers, I think, that the dominant sides aren't always dominant.
Yeah. I mean, that stat that I screenshotted from Kawaj's Instagram, put on the group. I mean, Australia hold every single Test trophy, the 50 over World Cup and the World Test Championship. I mean, it's really an extraordinary couple of years that they've had.
That's what happens when your premier bowlers are fit for all that period.
Livingston will bowl to Shrez, and this is poor delivery down the leg side, but he really will get away with that as it's turned to 45 and there is no run. It's interesting how a couple of balls just turning, especially that one from Rashid Kohli, can really get in the batsman's mind. Shrez just looks slightly nervous and unsure in this early part of his innings, as that one's full from Livingston and it's driven back to him, and he does really well to get down and get a hand to it and field off his own bowling.
Well, they shouldn't let it get too much into the head when Livingston's bowling, because he's not going to turn it as much, anywhere near as much.
But his leggy is better than his off feed.
Well, only one conceded off his over so
mine.
far, and he comes in, but he draws away. Something obviously distracted him. He didn't feel quite right, so he will reset as he tosses the ball to himself with his sunglasses on and bowls to Shrez. It's looped up and he tries to push it into the offside Shrez, but it squirts off the inside half of his bat.
How can he not pick the off spinner?
Very short.
Yeah, there's not much deception about it, no.
Well, and it's not even really turning, but he's tried to play against the spin and nearly went through the gate there, but he's not really getting off the mark here, and it's driven down the ground. He will move his score onto 2. So just the 2 conceded so far off Livingston's over with 1 ball to go. If you can get out of this over, that would be good, but you always think with Livingston that he's got at least 1 poor delivery in his over. So we will see if Shubman Gill, who's on 73, can deal with it if he bowls one. And this is looped up and driven nicely. Will it go to the boundary? It will. So he can't get out of the over. It's 4 more to Gill. He moves on to 77.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Talking about silverware and trophies, Enrique Mentor says South Africa needs some cricket silverware, and also that Springbok Rugby has 4 Rugby World Cups. Yes, but not consecutively. They've had 2 consecutively, but not. And they're the same as New Zealand, I think, have 4 World Cups. And meanwhile, the Northern Hemisphere only had 1.
Didn't think there'd been that many Rugby World Cups.
1987 every 4 years, so on to about.
Oh God,
10
I'm
now.
old. Yeah.
Rashid bowls to Shrez, a slip in place, and this is tossed up and driven airily, but driven really nicely, well timed from Shrez, and he will get 4 through cover.
Yeah, perhaps Rashid just getting a little bit overconfident with the amount of turn on offer.
Yeah, well, it's unlikely to turn if it was that full, but I like the idea though. If he tosses it up like that but just drags it back, his length back ever so slightly, he'll have a chance as he bowls, and this is Fuller and on middle stump, but it's worked nicely into the offside by Srezar, who'll run through for a single. So 145 for 2 India at the moment. What are you guys feeling is a decent score here? We've just seen a little bit of turn, but you'd think they'll be eyeing 300 plus India.
Oh, minimum from here.
Yeah.
330, 350.
Rashid bowls, and this is driven down the ground, but good fielding at extra cover, and there will be no run.
Yeah, going at over 6 and over now, you would have thought they'd only up the rate, provided they keep the wickets intact.
Gill defends this one back to Rashid. Well, having wickets in hand is just so important because it allows you to really explode at the back end, and it's something that England just haven't done at all in recent times. So it just makes it very difficult.
Plus, you know, England's long tail. I don't fancy. I don't know who's batting 7 today.
Rashid bowls and it's just tossed up, and again it's not quite timed by Shubman Gill, who's slightly in two minds as to what he wanted to do and skews it out to deep cover.
I'd have thought.
But the thing is, it's not like they've gone especially hard at it. I mean, Gill's 78 from 71. It's just proper cricket.
Yes.
And it's looked effortless. I mean, you couldn't quite say it's chanceless, but it's almost there.
I don't recall Gill giving too many chances. I mean, Kohli was a little bit scratchy, a little bit at the occasional edge, but Gill has been, as you say, in complete control.
Shrezaya just pushes this one nicely out into the offside, and it's a one-hand pick-up from, I think that was Rayan Ahmed, back to Rashid, and they'll get a single. So end of the 23rd, India 147 for 2.
V No Name says best wishes. I don't know who to.
Us, hopefully.
Yeah, Enrique Mentor says well done Sri Lanka. Not always easy to knock the Aussies over, and says just need 6 more from Sri Lanka. Ashley Partridge says Billy gets us wickets. So yeah, come on, you are the male Shelley. Nick Vicker says, by the way, the tune-in feed doesn't appear to be working, and Jason sounds a bit quiet. Maybe I should just enunciate a bit better.
You've maybe. Are you wearing it the other way? How did you manage that? Yeah, try. I couldn't do it. We've got these new headsets which are great, but you got to try to get the mic close enough to your mouth.
Message S also says, I am driving at the moment. There is no feed on the website or the tune-in feed.
Okay, we'll try and get someone onto that.
Bear will do tech in a minute.
Atkinson's going to return.
Atkinson will return. 0 of 26 so far. He's been expensive, and this is first of all driven by Prezar out of cover. Yeah, he just looks. We were discussing, and he just looks. I think floaty is the way I'd probably describe it, especially that delivery from Atkinson. He's more putting it there. He's not really bowling it.
You just like
I don't know
to
if
kiss
you'd agree
the
with
deck
that assessment.
somewhat.
Yeah, I think he can be brilliant, as we've seen in red ball cricket, with a bit of help, but I think he needs that help from the surface.
I mean, I haven't quite seen what pace he's bowling at. We'll have a look in this over. I mean, I assume it's kind of about the 84 mark. He'll be roughly at, but 0 for 27 so far. He wouldn't necessarily be one of my first picks for the Champions Trophy side. Good squad player, but he bowls to Gill, who's on 78, and this is shoveled. Rolled his wrist over it nicely. Gill to deep square leg, and they'll get a single.
Spot on.
That was 133 kilometres.
Spot on.
What's that? Yeah,
84.
About that.
Yeah, well, this is the purpose of this series, to just finalise that team selection. Is Overton in the first 11? Batting 7?
That is the problem. Our tail is just. The thing is, people always say that, you know, Overton can hold a bat, Rashid can hold a bat.
Yeah, but you need more than that.
You need more than that.
At 7 in a 50 over game, you need a lot more than that.
You can't hold a bat against spin bowling, therefore he's good against pace bowling as a finisher. But not spin bowling.
Faces up, and this might have been a cutter from Gus Atkinson. No, I don't think it was. But it's defended down into the ground, and they'll get through for a single. As I was saying earlier, I just wish England would slightly mix up their bowling a little bit more. Bowl a few cutters, a few into the surface.
Yeah, it's all about problem solving, finding something that works. Hopefully conditions from England's point of view aren't going to be too dissimilar in Pakistan than what they're working with here.
India's 150 is up back in some bowls, and Gill meets him as he shuffles down the pitch slightly, and with good timing pushes it to mid on. Well, of course, India's conditions will be slightly different because they're playing in is it UAE?
Don't start me off.
Yeah, I know. Oh, don't. Oh, just. I'm of the same mindset. I'm of the same mindset.
After you have a new jingle that says Andy's angry.
Yeah, it's a real shame, you have to say. Shrezaya will face Atkinson, bowls and just defends it to point. The thing that I always think about that is, you know, if the shoe was on the other foot and the Champions Trophy was being played in India, would Pakistan be able to have the same allowance? I'm not sure.
Well, I think next time they'll probably try tit for tat, but as you say, whether they'll get away with it or not, I don't know.
Because India is such a you can't not have India playing in a
I
ICC
would
tournament.
well, I would love to see someone call their bluff just once.
The ICC
Yeah.
can't afford for them not to be playing in it. That's
But
the issue.
Exactly. It's just driven airily by Shrezar and it evades the fielders and will go for 4. It was uppish at head height, but it split cover and mid off, and that would be 4.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Atkinson did ever so slightly try and bowl a cutter there, which is why it was mistimed, but ultimately it erases the fence. Is India, well, they're looking good. England just aren't looking particularly threatening. What would you guys be changing? Who would you bring on? To
Well,
bowl?
again,
Fine.
this is deck chair
Practical, yeah.
rearranging, but I suppose I was thinking sooner before 30 overs, you've got to have another blast with your quick bowlers. Try to get Mark Wood to do some middle order enforcing. See if he can do that.
But you've seen the stats on Mark Wood in the middle order. He's not very effective at the moment.
Well, if that's what we were bringing into the tournament, that's what we've got to try.
Rashid bowls. This is down the leg side and sweats. They'll think about getting 2, and they will get 2. It was rather lackluster running and lackluster fielding, you get the impression, but 2 it is.
Well, a stat did pop up earlier on the screen.
209.
No, well, the one I was going to talk about was that when he dismissed Rohit Sharma this morning, that was his first wicket in an ODI in India before the 32nd over.
Yeah.
Wow. Rashid bowls, and this is attempted cut by Gill, but it didn't quite. He slightly misread the length, and it bounced over his bat and nicely tapped from Phil.
Yeah,
so 82 should be
a rare misstep from Gill, and again Rashid seems to be the only bowler who can induce anything like that.
Well, there is space for a cut shot. Rashid might throw it a bit wider. Again, this is swept from off
Shot.
stump and timed really nicely by Gill, but they will only get the 1. It's always, I think, a sign of a batsman in form when they're sweeping against the spin. That was nicely timed all along the ground by Shubman Gill.
Yeah, but it's all to do with the full extension of the arms.
Yes. Full face of the bat.
Shreyas faces, going along a runner ball, and this is turned into a full toss, and he drives it down the ground where long on will race in and collect. So 1 ball left of this Adil Rashid over. He's bowled, have all these 6 overs been on spin? I think they have, haven't they?
Yeah,
all been in the same spell.
Yes, I think so.
This is tossed up and straight, gun barrel straight from Rashid, and Gill respects it. Well, I think that might be the last of Rashid's spell. I reckon England might look to try something different and save some of his overs for the back end. Or has he got 1 more ball? He does.
He does the 1 more ball. I might keep him going 1 or 2 more because he can come back later and just get smashed, and he might get more value in it here.
Well, he bowls. This is wider and cut. They'll look to get a single, which they will do. Oh, they'll come back for 2. Could be tight. No, gets there comfortably. Good running from India, keeping the pressure on England. So
better
they've
running
along
now,
there, having taken absolutely no risks, and they've got 6 runs from it. England should be taking note.
Better running now. Kohli isn't out there, not because he can't, but I honestly just think he can't be. Doesn't be bothered half the time.
Yeah. Yeah. Enrique mentioned it was pity Kohli was out for 52. He was looking dangerous. Compared to what? Compared to his previous 18 months.
Yeah.
And the Harryman says, surely England people should be sensitive to India-Pakistan security issues. Australia haven't played a test match in Bangladesh, citing various reasons, since 2017.
Well, that's Australia.
And they've not hosted one either.
Any excuse.
Surely lives are more important than fun.
Well, can't you control yourselves? I don't know.
Nick Vicker says, no, does our job for us, and says, don't forget to smash the like button, peeps. Also, I
Correct.
just allowed a dodgy Spanish car insurance advert to play in full. Every little helps.
Well, Atkinson will continue. Shrezar and Shubman Gill at the crease, 161 for 2 off the 25 overs. Indian Atkinson, number 34, as we were discussing, he's been pretty ineffective in this series and today.
Yeah, if it's not moving in the air, he can look very gun barrel straight and hittable.
Well, he bowls, and that's back of a length and opened the back face from Shrezar, and it goes down to 3rd man. But that's at least a different length. I don't mind that length nearly as much. He just wants it's when he's too full and bowling at 84 mile an hour and the ball's doing nothing, and these high class Indian batsmen, especially Gill, who's in the 80s, will just put you to the fence.
Wherever they like, yes.
We'll see what he'll do for the rest of the over. As he comes in and bowls, and this is again back of a length, and this time they won't get a single as Gill tries to play a similar shot and guide it past Gully, but there is no run.
I kind of like this idea of just bowling just short of a length and lifting and forcing him to play.
It's better, I think.
Into one quadrant of the pitch, basically.
Yep.
And you can pack that with 3 fielders and you can only get a single.
And you know, I mean, you don't feel like Gill would be the type of person to be too frustrated with getting kind of 5 and over for now. As Atkinson comes to the bowls, this is down the leg side, it's a poor delivery. He might get away with it though, and he does. Good fielding on the fine leg boundary, and there'll be a single. But you know, if they can just tick along, you just, as I said earlier, you just feel like with Livingston, you just feel a bad ball's going to come, and there's such high quality they can put it to the fence. There's so much time to catch up because they're not losing wickets and they're just going along easily at 6.3 and over.
It does seem very comfortable, yes. I mean, to be fair, middle overs ODIs can be like that.
Unless England are batting. Atkinson bowls, and this is turned down the leg side and it will go all the way for 6. It's a poor delivery, and that's the kind of thing I'm saying. You just can't be bowling then. It's flicked nice off Shreyazar's hit, and he moves on to 22.
Yeah, that's way too easy. It just helped that on its way.
Yeah, on the hip, nice height.
Yeah,
nice direction.
Especially with such a short boundary. I mean, that 6 has gone 64 metres, meaning that the boundary must be about 58, 59. I mean, it's really poor planning, and this is Fuller, and on the offside from Atkinson, but it's turned into the offside for a single. And this is slightly my thing. Sometimes it looks like England. I don't know how you guys feel about this. I think you may agree, but doesn't feel like England necessarily have a plan.
Well, someone just said on YouTube.
That seems like such an obvious ball not to be bowling.
Well, yes, don't bowl there, but Ashley on YouTube does say England lacking ideas to a degree, but they're also just lack quality.
Yeah, I mean, everyone can bowl a bad ball, but we just seem to do it far too often. And again, that's on the leg side and turned by Shubman Gill, who moves serenely onto 87 off 81. And that is the end of the 26th over. England, India, 171 for 2.
We have a super chat from Jake Grover, who says, sends us 2 English pounds, saying, just so Jason is forced to read one of my tweets.
You fell into our trap.
Yeah. Afghanistan and Bangladesh are both in the Champions Trophy.
Yes.
And if there's any chance of the wicket, come on, Billy, says Ashley Partridge. Enrique Mentor says Afghanistan can beat just about any team on a good day. Yes, but
also true. Yeah,
it's quite possible that England could come out of the World Cup with 3 losses.
Yeah, I think that's the squad they're in. Champions Trophy.
It's England, Australia, South Africa, and Afghanistan, isn't it?
Yes, it is in that group. The whatever it is, Group B.
Group England and Australia.
So
not to be confused with Group India and Pakistan.
Sunglasses is going to return, so that was the end of Rashid's spell, and this is filthy from Livingston, but not dealt with by Shubman Gill as he nudges it into the offside for a single, and that brings the 50 partnership up. 50 off 43, it seems like absolutely no time since Kohli was out, and these two have just shuffled along once more, putting India in an incredibly dominant position.
Yeah, I mean, could be looking at 380 here if England don't burgle some wickets.
Ashley Partridge thinks they're on for 400.
Yeah, well, they say double it at 30, which I never quite agree with. This is Slaughter from Livingston. A bit of bounce since turned into the leg side, where Slaughter square leg comes round and fields. But I mean, I haven't seen Butler going up to his bowlers much and discussing plans with them, which I think he should be doing, really. Shubman Gill faces up on 88. This is into the pitch. This one does turn slightly, but it's cut really wonderfully from Shubman Gill, and it will be 4 more, and he moves into the 90s.
1, 2, 3, 4, 4.
3 or 4 inches straighter, that would have been a good ball. It cramped him up and he wouldn't have been able to play that, but that's beautifully played.
Well, that's your margin of error against a good batsman in India on 90. It's vanishingly small if you're not getting that dip and turn.
Well, he'll try again, Liam Livingston. Similar delivery, slightly shorter, and this is hit squarer, and they'll come through for a single. Yeah, I completely agree. That's not necessarily a bad ball. I don't have a problem at all with Livingston bowling there. You've just sometimes got to respect the batsman to do a really good shot. It's where he bowls filthy deliveries down the leg side that can be dispatched with relative ease.
That was the agreed single ball where you just bang it in and he knows he can hit it to the man on the boundary.
England's best bet to stem the runs at the moment is if Gill slows down for his 100, which I must say Indian batsmen have a tendency to do.
The penultimate ball of Livingston over is defended into point, who comes round and they'll wander through for a single. Their strike rotation's been really good, not leaving too much pressure on one batsman so far, India, and they've taken 8 off this Livingston over, whose figures currently read none for 40 off 4.5 overs. This is a full toss, and it's driven nicely, but really well stopped. And there will be no run, so that's the end of the 27th. India 179 for 2.
Interestingly, Sri Lanka, Zimbabwe, West Indies and Ireland are the test teams that are not in the Champions Trophy. Ashley Potts says this is really sad. Message Air says there's already an agreement in place that for tournaments played in India, Pakistan will be able to play in a neutral territory.
Well, yeah, that's what they'll do. They'll go for tit for tat. Yeah,
agreed until 2027, I think.
And they could have taken the higher ground, but chose not to.
Yeah. Ashley Potts says, "Where's Joe Root? He's there. He's just
2 overs for 24 so
bowled
far.
a lot of filth."
Yeah.
Who's the better pick on Indian wickets, JB Overton or Sam Curran for T20s?
Ugh.
Oh, definitely Overton.
Beggars can't be choosers.
Yes.
Yeah, Sam Curran, it's interesting. He's been in
a
the
better
media
batsman though, Curran. Yeah.
Yes, yeah. He's been in the media, kind of
whinging,
desperately wanting to get. Slightly whinging.
Well, disappointed. What was the phrase? Disappointed or not in any of the squads.
Mahmood bowls, I was just about to say, I think it's about high time we see him. 0 for 29 from 5, his figures read so far, and just turned down to 5.
He can hardly say.
They'll get a single.
Curran can hardly say he didn't have enough chances.
No. But he's not.
But it is interesting as soon as McCullum, because you would have thought, especially for the test side, that that Sam Curran's kind of style of cricket does rather suit McCullum and Stokes' narrative.
I never fancied him in tests, even when he was having that golden period at the start. I just thought this is not going to last.
Well,
for once, I was
93.
right.
Yes, it is ironic after this ball.
Mahmood bowls and tucks Gill up slightly as it's whipped down to fine leg, and will come through for a single to get on 94. So he's one big shot away. Gill. I wonder if you might see Mark Wood come back soon, guys, for a bit of middle overs bowling. They might decide to go pace.
Maybe, yeah. But as I say, the way Indian batsmen do like their milestones, Shubman Gill, I'm pretty sure is not going to go to 100 with a 6, especially against a spinner.
Well, it's Shreyas who will face. The thing is bowling Mark Wood. I mean, the spin aside from Rashid's been ineffective, so I think giving Mark Wood a go at the other end would be a good option. Shreyas on 26 paces. This is back of a length, and he turns it into the leg side. Rose a bit higher, that one at 130 kilometres per hour, and they'll get a single and move on to 95.
I was just going to complete that thought about Sam Curran. I thought it was ironic that the only Curran currently playing Test cricket is the unheralded one.
Oh, is he playing for Zimbabwe?
Ben. Yes, he is.
Yeah, Ben for Zimbabwe.
Oh, that's a bit, bragging rights for him at the kitchen table.
I'm sure he had to take a lot over the last 15, 20 years.
Can't imagine Tom Curran being chippy to someone.
He did barge an umpire.
That's my point.
And this is flicked into the leg side. They might try and get a couple here, but you think they may just stick to one, considering they're both very well set, and they do. Yeah, what tournament was it? Was it in the Big Bash? I'm trying to think.
It was the Big Bash.
Yeah.
He was told, don't practice on the wicket before play.
Yes.
Running through, and the umpire was stood in the way, so he just ran through him.
Did the umpire have to jump out of the way? I mean, the umpire would have been cooler if he just stood there. I mean, if it'd been someone like
he got a match ban, didn't he?
He got
quite
four match ban, I
rightly
think.
so.
Yeah.
Who's the big South African
to
umpire?
Sakib
Should have been
Mahmood,
him.
and this is a nice delivery from Mahmood, back of the length, and it's defended from Shrezar.
Who's the big South African umpire? You don't see him so much now.
Moreira.
Yes, he should have been Erasmus. He would just have bounced off.
Good old Murray. I always love watching.
Yes,
watching him umpire.
they agree that Sam Cohen is a better player, so Ashley Partridge. And what about Stone? Where's him? Let him have a game.
Yeah, he's probably he might be injured again, knowing Ollie Stone. But yes, he's a decent prospect. Mahmood will try and completely over, no boundary off it so far, just 4 singles, and this is drilled really nicely from Shrezar. And just as I say that, India do get a 4 off the final ball of the over. Shrez moves to 31.
The number of the day. Who could ask for more? The number of the day is
400.
Yeah, quite possibly.
Lockie 6 tells us of news. He says, "Yay! Darth Warner is gone." In the other match,
Grummy, is he still playing for Australia? I thought he was.
No. There's no place for Tom Curran at the moment.
He's not.
Enrique.
Jesus. I mean, Curran had, in his last 18 months for England, took 1 wicket or something. Tom Curran.
Do you know what the average was?
It must have been hundreds.
Yeah, got to be quite high. Well, he played in the, I think it was the 17-18 Ashes down under, Livingston bowls, and was just defended into the leg side, which was that the one we lost 5-0, or was that 4-0?
Tom Curran play in that?
No, Sam.
No, I was going to say, I don't think Tom played any tests at all.
No. Livingston will bowl to Gill, and he does. This is back of a lengthened cut, nicely square cut, really, and he'll come through for a single to get on to 96.
In the 13-14 Ashes down under, where he was an emergency replacement for 1 test.
Yeah, it's possible.
Maybe.
And didn't do badly, but didn't excel either.
Livingston bowls this edge, but it bounces just short of the short third man. It's the first one that's really spun and bounced aside from that Virat Kohli wicket. But the luck is going all with India at the moment, so it doesn't go to hand. 188 to Shrez is on strike, and this is turned around the corner, and they'll come through for a single.
Yeah, Ashley Partridge is disappointed in you, Billy. He says you're not taking any wickets.
I'm sorry.
Well, there's going to be a change pretty soon because of that.
That's right. You've only got 8 balls.
You're going to be taken off.
Livingston bowls, and this is driven.
Yep.
And that's good fielding.
The bear is doing a butler.
Yeah, I've got lectures to go to. Disappointingly. Gill faces up to Livingston. Last ball, Livingston's over, and this is played sedately to Shortmadon, and there will be no run. So India 189 for 2. There were only 2 runs from that Livingston over. Gill is on 96.
Enrique Mentor says 23 overs to go. This looks like 450, about 6 or 8 runs per over. As we move to over 40, India will pick up speed. Harriman says, is Bashir in England's ODI plans? No, I don't think he's in anyone's white ball plans.
Oh, the spinner? No, I shouldn't think so.
People barely want him in our red ball plans.
Well, he's still a work in progress. He's learning the game still.
Yeah.
And no, I wonder if when Ben Stokes finally goes, whether or not he will even get in the side, because he seems to be his biggest supporter. And of course Ben Stokes isn't anywhere near the squad at the moment. Leah says England appear to be headed towards an unfortunate destiny.
Mahmood will continue, and this is down the leg side, and it's turned really nice off Shrezar's hit, and it will race to the boundary. India 193 for 2.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, 4 for Aya, but that last over that went for 2, did I mention century slowdown? I think I did.
Well, it's such a poor way to start the over.
That is, yes, down the leg side.
Especially with 2 just coming from Livingston's over, it just releases all the any bit of pressure that he may have built up, and Shrezar will face up on 36. This is back of a length, and he's pulled it hard in front of square, but it's fielded nicely by short mid-wicket. No run.
Ashley Punch says, I wish Will had a better spin option. Oh yes, it's a bit thin on the ground.
Well, yeah. If wishes were fishes.
That's what
I mean, I don't know if
what happens
if
when you
you
play
guys-
cricket in April.
I don't know if you guys think that Jacob Bethel is a slightly better white ball spinning option than Liam Livingston.
I think he is,
I'd certainly,
yeah.
I'd probably think he is, and I'd rather see Bethel with the bat as well, to be honest.
Well, when he gets back from his injury, we will probably get him straight
Yeah.
back in the side.
We got
No.
Mogg and Sagir hopefully coming in the end of over if they could join us, because neither has
Mahmood
just
balls,
yet.
and this is nearly chopped onto his stump by Shreyas. It came off the inside half of his bat and rattled into his pads. It was back of a length, a nice delivery from Mahmood. But Shreyas gets away with it. 96 on his back, Shreyas, which is the exact score that Shubman Gill is currently on. But he can't quite get his partner on strike at the moment.
Yes, so not many people who've got their own score on the back of their shirt. I mean, Chris Gale did have 333, didn't he?
Well, that was the score. The score came first, didn't it?
Yeah. Then he transferred his number.
So Shreyas will face up to Mahmood, and this is edged, and it will race away to the boundary. It was flashed at short and wide. He cut it really hard, and they do say if you're going to go at it, go hard, and that is why it's edged for 4 more. Shreyas moves on to 40.
Just four.
So you're going to be on, Jason. We can try and. But as I say,
could be on my lonesome for a
you
while.
could be doing a 10 over solo stint of all your best material. I'll see what we can work out.
Yeah.
Never fear, I'm here.
Hey.
Mogg is here, yeah. I can't see you on the. Oh well, that's my problem. I
Mahmood
think.
bowls, and this is turned into the leg side, and there will not be a single. So Gill being starved of the strike in this over.
Oh, are you?
8's come from
Alec
it so
isn't
far.
my
Are
real
you
one
Alec?
delivery.
Isn't my real name?
Yeah.
That would explain
Yeah,
it.
he is. There's
That is
one
indeed
delivery
not me.
to go to. So Mark Wood's only bowled 4 overs, 1 for 14 so far.
I would have expected to see him before between
I wonder if
25
he's
and
got a
30.
slight
Yes,
problem.
yeah.
I wonder if he's got a bit of a problem because
In
that's
that
he would have
case,
to bowl 6 overs of the last 20.
well,
which is quite a lot of workload for Wood.
we've seen a lot of
Field,
subs on in this innings. I think I don't recall Mark Wood fielding anything. Perhaps he's the player who's been wrapped in cotton wool.
Yeah, and you couldn't blame England at all for that with this being a dead rubber.
No.
Hidden down
I was
the fire
surprised he
for a
played
while.
at all actually. Shreyas faces, and this one will be a single, so once again he retains the strike as he moves on to 41. Well, India 198 for 2. England really struggling at the moment.
Maybe I can wake Hendo up and he might come in for you.
He's probably in a pastry coma. Anyway, whilst we're moving around, I will try and get Mogg to help read some tweets.
We do have a super chat, so
We do,
let's
yeah.
pretend the jingle was played. Jack Rover, for 5 of your English pounds, says, if you were to combine Curran's rabid hamster-like aggression with Overton's pace and build, I, for one, would proper brick it.
Right.
There's probably a pill you can have for that.
Sagir, where are you?
Is he not on?
No, he's not at the moment.
Stephen Kelk says, India, 193 for 2. I know what to do. Bring on Duckett. Duckett's not going to save you now. Or ever.
Livingston is going to continue. The first ball is nicely bowled just outside off stump, and Shreyas just lets it go by. Here comes the second ball. That's on the stumps and worked towards point. Smartly fielded. And yes, they have just took the foot off the gas very, very slightly whilst they both reached milestones, I think. That's on the leg stump. Shreyas goes back and plays it through square leg, in between the man in front of it and behind it for a single. That brings Gill up, who's one boundary away from his 100.
Trickling onto their milestones.
Quicker ball by Livingston. That's chopped away off the back foot by Gill. Out into the offside for a single. As we see them groundsman previously preparing or watering the wicket. Doesn't seem like a lot of water, but you've got to keep doing it. Full and floaty and driven by Shreyas, and fielded long on, and they amble a single. 5 balls gone. India got it through their 200 now. They're 201 for 2, and it's looking ominous for England at the Modi Dome.
Double the score at 30 overs.
Yeah. Again, just lent on very gently down to long on. That's the end of the over. 31 gone. 202 for 2. Nearly a Richie Benno. Mog.
Nearly. Ashley Partridge is on the ducket bowling trick as well. Also would like to know how many sixes Gill has today, and that Mark Wood is going to bowl the last 6 overs, hopefully in a row, from one end and then go to the other end and then come back to the first end.
Right, we have had our conflab in the over, and I will be joined by another person in the studio once he's finished his baguette.
Place your bets now. Who will it be?
I'm surprised he's having a baguette, actually. I would have thought he'd be having toast, because he does like toast.
Is it Nestler's? Is he there?
No, we haven't seen Nettles for some time. Anyway, Wood, we are going to get Wood. He's going to bowl his second spell. Let's give him the big up and hope that he takes a wicket.
Do you know Mark Wood? Yes, he is an England bowler, quite good and pretty quick. So just a normal guy.
Driven and back to the mid off for no run.
In response to that question before, Gill has hit 2 sixes today.
So it's been a very much a traditional work it along the floor innings.
Stick to the carpet, you can't get caught.
Yep, first rule I was taught.
I think mine was don't let the ball hit the stumps.
Wide and angling in, that's nicely played by Gill. This is going to be his 100. That's all the way along the floor to the boundary. Well done, Shrub and Gill. Fantastic innings.
Forward to the floor, I was sure. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100.
Congratulations, sir. You are a centurion.
A centurion today, in fact.
And he's a centurion 7 times over now to go with his 1550s. And that just 95 balls. As we take a pan out in Ahmedabad, looking at the river alongside them, the ground. It looks a very nice river with some fairly large concrete linings.
Looks cleaner than the Yarra.
That's wide and chopped down by Gill. To wide of the man on the short third, and he takes a single. Yes, well, I wouldn't have wanted to look at the Thames 40 or 50 years ago now. No.
Or possibly now. Don't you just pump sewage straight into it again? It's basically the Great Stink all over.
Yes, definitely not a time to live in London in the 1850s. Gill, we see him bowing. Here comes Wood again, and that's full and driven up and over. That's 1 bounce, 2 bounce, 3 bounces, and into the long off boundary. And Wood's going to get the treatment as well.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary, crossing a boundary.
So that's 9 off the first 4 balls of his comeback spell.
Going well.
Well, we're looking a bit bereft of ideas on what looks to be an absolute belter of a wicket.
Very devilish run rate too, I noticed.
6.6. And drags his length back a bit, traps Gill more towards his crease, who just chops down on it and is allowed an easy single as the ball rolls out into the offside. So 14 fours and 2 sixes in 103, that's what, 68 runs? So nearly 7% of his runs in boundaries.
And he still hasn't been going hugely fast.
No, just not been bogged down really, just kept going. And that's punched off the back foot, past the other side of the stumps from Wood, and they take a quick single. That's the end of the 32nd over. India are 2-1-3 for 2. And Gill has got his 100, and Tres is just about to get his boundary. And we welcome the mystery, the alternate Sagir.
Well, I'm the alternate Sagir. Alternate even. Yeah.
Ultimate even.
Ultimate? Well, I don't know about ultimate, but England are doing shite.
It's disappointing, isn't it? They don't seem to have any plans to combat a fairly good pitch and very good Indian batsman.
Well, yeah.
Do you know who else is doing a bit shite at the moment?
Australia.
5 for 84.
Lovely. Well, that I do enjoy.
And the USA were bowled out for 151 by Oman.
Wow.
Rashid, that's on leg stump, turning to hit the stumps, but just worked off the back foot into the leg side to the bare mid wicket.
Well, you've got to have a bare mid wicket, haven't you?
For a spinner, yes, you should really. Well, the Bears noted some tech thing that he's going to attack.
While he does that, Stephen Kelk asks, is Gus Action playing?
Yes, he is.
He might as well be. Yeah.
Yes, and there's a butler with 1 L's as well. I saw in that squad. There was a whole pile of. You can tell that was not their first language.
Baronard Cars.
Yeah.
Yeah, who the hell did that one? Was that just some muppet on social media?
Questionable AI, I would suspect.
Yeah.
Again, on his leg stump, trying to work through the offside, and that is just dropped into the leg side. You can't take a single. India 2-1-4 for 2.
I think you need to play a jingle, Jace.
I do, yes. Let me find them selected in play. Super chats, where are they?
Marketing 2. That's just worked out on the leg side behind square for a single.
Yep.
No, for no run, sorry.
YouTube Prime, Super Chat, no shipping unlike the bucket hat.
Bucket hats. Stephen Kelk for €2 says, Date Pete jingle please, original or cover. We can't have the cover because that hasn't been done.
Hitting the offside for a single.
Unfortunately, that jingle gets picked up by YouTube every time, so that can't be done, I'm afraid.
Have we mentioned the cover idea to you?
No, but you can quite happily go along with it.
I was just going to re-record it, but you can just do the vocals again.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And that's floated, and Gill uses his feet, comes down the wicket, places that beautifully towards the boundary. Great effort by, was that Banton trying to stop that?
I think so.
But he
Not
can't
entirely sure.
prevent a 6.
The only problem with that, of course, Morg, is that you got to put a vocoder on it.
Vocoder or auto-tune?
Auto-tune, yeah, that's right. Might have been a vocoder.
Vocoder would make it sound more sort of robot-y.
I can't remember.
Like
it was an effect that I found that I had never used
before. It'd be a plug-in for something.
And yeah, it was either auto-tune or vocode. It was one where you actually had to put in the keys to change the pitch.
Yeah, that'd be auto-tune.
Okay.
And in response to Stephen Kelk's, why hasn't the cover been done yet? Fuck you, that's why.
Well, I'm sure if you give Mog or GTC some money, Mog will oblige, but
I will get to it.
There's 32 overs. Are we due a drinks break at this point? Looks like it. It's a long break.
Yeah, it sounds about right, doesn't it?
I'll catch up on some of these things, shall I?
Yep.
The Harriman says, Gilman, basically unstoppable at the Modi Dome, except when it actually mattered.
Well,
Damar the Statsman says, it's my birthday on Friday. I'll be back here on Friday to say happy birthday to you then. Australia has apparently lost another wicket. 6 for 85.
well.
That's upsetting.
Well, the worry is that this is Australia's one bad game, and then they'll go to the Champions Trophy and just be unstoppable. But even with their attack bereft of all their pace bowlers, pretty much.
Well, yeah, but I mean, there'll be so little experience of Pakistan in that side as well, though, won't there? So, you know.
All their exciting new youngsters at the top of the order made 0, 2 and 3.
Yeah, that's a bit worrying.
So, not great for them. Nathan Ellis bowled well, though.
Yeah, he's a
he is the one guy who probably does have a little bit of experience, isn't he? I mean,
well, yeah, he's a T20 specialist in franchise cricket, so he's been playing in lots of tournaments around.
Won the BBL just last week or the week before.
Yeah, sorry. These mics are a bit fucking fiddly, you know. They don't.
What's happened to the handheld ones? What did you do?
They keep. I mean, I've bought so many of them now, and they just keep breaking. So I thought I'd try these, but I do prefer the handheld set. But the problem is,
the lip mics are a lot better in many respects.
Yeah, and the problem is with the.
Wow.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's also this desk is a bit cronky now. I might need to get a new desk, but the lip mics, they basically, when they go wrong, what happens is they just lose a little bit of
the signal.
The signal goes, and it becomes really annoying because it drops and then it comes back and then drops and then comes back and then it becomes really annoying. But Coles, who make them, charge 220 quid for a service and a fix, yeah, and you can get them second hand on eBay for 130 to 170 quid. So I keep buying them second hand. But then the last two I've bought have literally been up and down from the moment I've plugged them in, which is kind of annoying. Previously to that, I'd had a load of good ones. But
to be fair, the only way you can fix them is to unplug them and replug them and hope that the signal improves.
Basically, exactly. But then if it's intermittent, you know, it can last for 2 hours and it doesn't happen, and suddenly it'll go and it'll come and it'll go and it'll come for about 10 minutes, and it's just really irritating. So, but I found another place who says he fixes them, and he does it by the hour for a charge. So hopefully, if it's only an hour, it's only 60 quid plus VAT, 66 quid. If it takes 2 hours, it's still
right. Wood is going to continue. Boss is in wide of the wicket. That's got hit high up, but is there anybody there? No, it's just short of the man at deep square leg. And Shreyas will get his 50, but it was looking a bit dodgy for a minute. 50 or 43 balls, and we are now at the Richie score. It's 2-2-2 for 2.
2-2-2 for 2.
50 runs, your 50 runs. Well done, well done, well done, well done. 50 runs, your 50 runs. The job is only just begun.
No, the job is done.
Yeah. This game is already done, I'd say. But
short and just stood where he was and pulled the ball. No footwork, no nothing. Just let the ball come to him. Played it in front of his belly button. Did Shubman Gill.
It's
and out to mid wicket for a single.
I went over 388 and a half for India at 3-1. And I
you missed out on your Kohli thing, didn't you?
Yeah, he got over whatever it was. I went under 27 and a half. I was hoping he would.
So you were not even close then?
No.
Wood. That's a better ball. That's Fuller and angling into the stumps, and all Shreyas can do is chop that to point. And they've got their 100 partnership, this pair, of 87 balls, which has really seemed inevitable since the moment they came together.
Well, this is it. England, I mean, Billy was saying it, everyone's been saying it. England are absolutely fucking toothless, to be honest. They just don't seem to have any ideas. I think, I've got to say this, I mean, I've been saying it for a while, but Butler is not a captain. He's just not go-get enough. He's not in your face enough. He's not that kind of character. And I think in a white ball side, you need someone like that.
I liked... oh, is that a drop?
No, I don't think it carries.
It's been given a wide. I thought that might just have been a tiny little bottom edge on the bat there as it was shoveled down the leg side by Wood.
No, it looked like it because it was dying. I think he cut. It was a slower ball and it just cut into the pitch and just bobbled down the leg side. It bounced before it got to Salt as well. So yeah, I mean, yeah, Butler just is not proactive enough as a captain.
No.
At all. But
is Stokes likely to come back into one day? Is it something?
I doubt it very much.
I doubt it very much. He's got too many injury problems as it is.
Wood gathers. Bowls. Good ball. That was just chopped down by Shreyas. And it goes on the bounce to one time to Salt, who fields it.
Yeah. Partnership 102.
Who's the captain then?
Well, that's the problem. Who is
I think
the captain?
the long-term captain is going to be Brooke, but he's in such bad form at the moment.
Yeah, it's not in such bad form. He's got a 50 in one of the T20s, and he's got a couple of 30s in this. He's just not gone on and got that score, has he? But then hardly anyone in England has. I mean, what?
I mean, they've used Salt and they've used Livingston at the moment as replacement butlers. That's on his pads and whipped very nicely into the leg side, all on the floor.
I mean, they could have Rowan Ahmed play. I mean, he's a genuine spinner and he can hit a ball. But I mean, look, there's been a ton in this game. There's a ton in the last game. Gill got 80 odd in the first game, but England only got 260, so it's a small score to chase down. Those are the kind of scores that get you high scores in an ODI and win your games. England have got a couple of 60s, maybe an 80.
Yeah.
No one's gone on to get that big score. And that's the difference.
Lost that killer instinct to just keep going.
Exactly.
Or throw your wicket away.
I mean, you do have to hand it to India. They played it. They've been really on top of it, but they are at home as well.
And no one's got a plan for Chakravarti at the moment.
No.
And that's grubbed a little bit to Gill by Wood. Goes across on the offside to try and play that down to third man, and it goes under the bat. That's the end of the 34th over, and India are 225 for 2.
Yeah.
J Mother Statsman says of Australia, they need to play Maxwell for Marnus and open with Maxwell. In short, which Jay Grover says, I'm down for anything that makes Marnus miserable, the god-bothering weak prick that he is.
Well, I don't know. I don't mind having Marnus in a one-day side. I think he's, a bit of a one-dimensional player. He's not the man he started off at. Put it that way. I'm thankful for that.
South Africa is 1 for 115 after 18 overs. Bavuma is 55, and Britska is 31.
Britska was amazing in his first ODI.
Who?
The new opening batsman, Britska.
He
got 150 in his first opening.
150. Highest debut score for anyone ever in a one day up.
Rashid's going to continue. He's got 1 for 36 off 7. Once the person behind the bowler's arm has sat down. Here he is. That's a floaty ball. Attempted sweep. Hits him on the high up on the front pad or on the inside sort of
inside leg.
But it's pitched outside leg. There's no attempt at any appeal, and he just runs back to his mark and starts spinning the ball furiously again. It's a better ball. That's Fuller. Just worked very nicely to that hole between the man behind square and the man in front of square on the leg side.
I mean, if they don't lose another wicket by the time they get to 40 overs, that last 10 is going to be horrific.
Well, yes, because all the bangers will come in straight away rather than be left for until the 10 over mark.
Wow. 15,000 organs pledged.
Oh, he's bowled him.
Oh. That's a really stupid shot by Gill. He's played so well, but he's tried to sweep a Yorker basically.
Yeah.
With a without getting down on his front foot to play it, and that's just gone straight through and hit the top of off.
Yeah, he's tried to sweep one from standing up with basically just a cross-batted swipe. Gave it a little bit more air, I think, a little bit of loop. And it did. It was a googly as well, so it did come in a little bit. Beat him in a flight, bowled him, middle stump, sweet.
I'm going to give him this one.
You silly little boy, what on earth were you playing at? Oh!
No, if you do that when you've got 5 from 10, that's understandable. When you do that when you've got 112,
well,
102,
I guess he's trying to expand.
He's
isn't he?
trying to chance his arm a little bit.
Yeah,
but he's always scoring a runner ball without doing that.
Well, it's time to accelerate. Who's next in then?
I think it'll probably be Kale, Rahul or Hardik.
I'll be Hardik, won't it? Perfect time for Hardik. Come and give it some big banging. But it isn't. It's Kale Rahul.
Right.
Hombre Nuevo says hello.
Hombre, hello. Did you enter the GPL today? I could have a check, but you could just tell me. Please remember, smash the like button and subscribe and super chat. We've got a new studio we're going to be moving to, and
when do we get photos,
floor
plans and such?
Well, we only get photos for you on the elite tier Patreon level.
Yeah.
early.
When I've got it settled in there, I'll do some stuff.
He's got to work out how to put everything in place.
Yeah, I've got to figure out the best layout and stuff, but it's a good space. It's kind of L-shaped, which works, and the L is big enough to put the studio bit in, so it really does work.
So it is Rahul, and he's straight onto the back foot and pushing that to deep square. And he's straight way off the mark. Pretty much an agreed single from bowler to batsman.
I mean, what are we going to do when we lose Adil Rashid as he retires from international cricket? We're fucked.
What about that Jatha Chowan guy? Wasn't he the next big thing?
Oh, that's true.
He didn't play in that series either.
No, I've never seen
him.
him.
He was taken to West Indies.
Early, didn't it?
That's floated up into and just pushed wide of the extra cover, and that's an easy single for Shreyas.
That was a good ball by Adil Rashid, to be fair.
Yeah. But you would have thought playing properly.
Well, if he'd have played straight, he'd have driven it back past the bowler.
We've got a slip for Adil. That's fuller and flatter and faster. Tried to work it off the back foot through the covers and couldn't get a run. 2-8 for 3, and that's the end of the 35th over.
Jake Rover would like to know why Butler can't channel his aggression, his psychotic serial killing sprees into his capacity. Captaincy. I'm not sure how many killing sprees he's been on, so maybe that's the problem.
Not enough. It's clearly the answer, Mark.
Well, he's barely got a bigger body count.
Yeah.
Kieran Roseblade says, "What's the pitch like, lads? Too good for bowling for England to post a decent reply?"
Well,
no, but I mean, scoreboard pressure is going to come into this, isn't it? I mean, if we're chasing down virtually 400, you've got to go banging all out pretty much from the off.
I'm guessing that with 3 spinners in the Indian side, we're going to get assaulted by spin.
Yeah, but they're not the usual ones, are they? Oh, that's a good shot.
And that's very nicely glided, really, off the bat. Through where first slip would in, and Wood just has to watch ruefully as the ball goes down to the boundary at third man.
Just let it run off the face, didn't he? Just all the pace on the ball.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I mean, that's a lovely shot, right underneath his eyes, at the top of the bat.
Yep. And exactly that, just let it run off the face, down through first slip, and all the way down to the boundary for 4 runs. Shahzad clearly likes pace on the ball.
And England don't have any spinners, apart from Rashid, and that's pushing him back into the crease, but that's just dropped into the onside, and they scamper a quick single. As was that Butler came in to try and?
I'm not sure if it
field
was. Wasn't it Livingston? I don't know. Didn't see.
Butler's normally at mid-off.
Yeah. He doesn't really talk to his bowlers anyway.
So why is it mid-off?
Doesn't have a plan. Doesn't have a plan.
Quality leadership.
Well, exactly.
Well, no, he doesn't exude the right body language either. He doesn't look like he's in control. And he knows what he's doing, and he's got a plan, and it's all going to be all right in the end, boys.
Yeah.
We'll muddle through the old-fashioned English way.
Yes. Wood. A little bit of reverse there potentially, but full and whipped down to fine leg by Shreyas. Fielded there, and they take a single. Just a tiny little bit of wobble,
I thought it came in a little bit. Nice trophy. They have big trophies in India, I'll give them that. They don't like a small little trophy, they like it large.
They need two people to pick them up.
Exactly. A big two-handed, you can put it above your head properly.
Entire districts of Delhi where they're just making
it's like
giant-sized
trophies.
trophies.
I bought the Dan Lucas trophy. I bought the biggest one I could for the cheapest amount of money, even though it was plastic. It's it's a good 2 foot tall. It's out on my skybox at home.
Yes, we need to have another match.
Yeah, well,
but,
let's face it, the Guardian were pretty shit.
Well, they didn't have as many bingers as we expected.
No.
That was played slightly across off the back foot by Shreyas, so he's trying to work that to mid-wicket, and the ball went straight back to Wood. And there is no run. 2, 3, 4 for 3.
Well, you see, Butler's having a chat with Brooke, but Brooke doesn't bowl. Well, he does, but
he's the
not gonna be
vice
bowling
captain, I think.
Oh, is he?
Get that super chat jingle ready.
I've got it queued up. Do you want it now?
Entirely up to you. After this ball, maybe.
Yeah, okay. As we see a panorama, with the two men behind square on the offside, and the ball is dropped into the ground right by the stumps, and they run through a single. Okay, here you go.
Super chat cash, super chat cash, super chat cash.
Lovely gives 5 English pounds and says, "Woof, morning primates. I need to learn dates. I thought the game wasn't until tomorrow. Love and sausages. XX."
Well, you have to keep an eye on our homepage. It tells you when we're on air. Which reminds me, I need to put all the matches in for the
Champions
Trophy. Yeah.
You should really put them all in your phone, Marley, and giving yourself alerts and alarms.
That's what I do. Yes, there's definitely a little bit of tail in now, I think, for Wood. That one is again driven straight back, and Wood does his customary scrambling dive, gets a hand on that and deflects it to mid-on. Sorry.
Yeah, still 7 off that over, I think.
Yep. Well,
which is not good enough, really. It didn't look like there was a lot, but I guess 4. It was 4. Was it 4 off the first ball of the over, wasn't it? The first little guided 4, and then 3 singles, and suddenly you get 7 and over, and it looked like they really weren't going very far, but. They're managing it every over.
Yeah, there doesn't seem to be any way for England to affect the game with the resources they have at the moment.
I mean, that's a tough group, isn't it?
Well, they're both tough groups.
Yeah, well, yeah.
That's the whole point of the Champions Trophy.
Yeah.
You've got 2 groups of 4. There's no easy games in that.
No.
Australia's team's not the strongest, though, so that's a small mercy.
It's going to be Livingston, who bowls a pie, and that's walloped into the leg side off the back foot, but plugged. And they get 3.
3? I think it was only 2, wasn't it? 2.
Yeah, just 2. I thought they'd run quicker than that, and he'd gone wider than the field.
I think he thought it was going for 4 and ambled the first one. Then.
Anyway. Livingston again. And that's
Jesus.
Another pie. That's a waist-high full toss, and that's been deposited by Shreyas behind square leg on the leg side. That really was disappointing.
Well, That was shite, wasn't it?
With the super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, rocka, rocka, super shatter.
I mean, that's what, 3 feet away from where he's meant to bowl at least. And now it's too short, the overcorrection, and that's slashed off the back foot through the offside. But he gets away with a single because there's a man on the boundary.
That's what I was saying to Hendo. I think you could bowl Livingston for 4 overs in a T20 and get away with it. I think the possibility of him bowling 10 overs in an ODI is just too many.
So is he actually going to bowl the full 10?
Well, he's not, but he's into his 8th, so he might well do.
Maybe not after this over.
I think the worry is that Atkinson's gone for a few, and
yeah,
that's a good ball. That's better.
The first one out of in the 4th ball of the over.
Just dropped into the offside, and
he's already gone for 10. You know,
a quick single, but no, that was in the right line and the right length. That's what he's capable of. He just needs to.
Well, yeah, but he's not a bowler, so he's not that consistent, is he?
That's pushed down the leg side, and he's got away with that one because he just guided that Shreya straight to Adil Rashid as the man on the 45. Surprise, surprise.
Adil Rashid on the 45, of course.
And last ball of the over, floaty outside off stump, elegantly driven by Shreyas.
It's 11 off that over.
That's the end of the over. India are 246 for 3 after 37.
Yeah, my 388 is looking a little far away.
YouTube's just crashed in a heap, so one moment.
That's okay.
There was a
Pandy's
joke
in next.
Kelk about P45s, by the way.
What, our P45s? Is he giving us a P45s?
I'd have to read it because quite clearly I can't remember jack shit about what he actually wrote.
Okay, that's fair enough.
Cool story. Carry on.
Well, we're just looking at Hardik Pandya.
He's looking at the back of his bat thinking, can I hit it further with this?
I mean, look at that fucking edge on that thing. It's
look at the
enormous.
blade though, it's that thick.
I know,
it's huge.
Enormous. I bet it weighs hardly anything these days as well.
Well, he doesn't care. I mean, he'd get them for nothing, wouldn't he? Pretty much.
What does that mean?
It's Atkinson returning, 44 off his first 5 overs, and that's another poor start. It's down leg side. It's going to be a wide. Tis a wide.
Yeah, he's not cut out for ODI bowling or T20, to be honest.
No.
What happened to John Turner and those other people?
John Turner is
injured.
Yeah, he's one of these slightly frailer fast bowlers.
But he's not a spinner.
He's
Why
very
is he
young.
called Turner?
Well,
anyway,
we have another super chat, by the way.
Yep. That's dropped into the leg side. There's nobody there at the bare mid wicket, so it's an easy single. Let me just get to the super chat jingle. There you go.
YouTube Prime Super Chat. No shipping, unlike the bucket hat.
Omar Nuevo, £1.99. Sadly missed the GPL, so here's a super chat.
Thank you.
Stephen Kellogg's joke was, when Adil gets too old to play, will it be Adil Rashid on the P45?
Very good.
Very good.
He says, don't all applaud at once.
We
Atkinson on the batsman's hip again. Rahul works that down to fine leg. That's smartly cut off down there. And they take a single. Rahul's on 4. Just waiting to explode in the next couple of overs.
I presume that's not in international cricket, is it? That's in fucking ODI
Since
cricket.
2022.
Oh, since 2022. In all international cricket, presumably.
A lot of hundreds for Joe Root.
Another slower ball that's angled down the leg side. Is that going to be a wide? Yes, it is. Disappointed.
Yes.
Emoji.
I'm not angry, I'm just disappointed.
I mean, you could have 2 Indians get 100 here.
Yeah, the ultimate British insult. I'm not angry, I'm just disappointed.
And this is what England should have done on the second one on Sunday.
Short and pummeled to the leg side. That's a good chase from who is that?
That was Joe Root, I think.
Running round, sprawling dive to save it on the boundary, and a fast flat throw in, but the batsmen still get 3, I think.
I mean, by the time England got to 20 overs the other day, they won about 160 for 2, I think it was, on Sunday. You know, from there, you should really be closing in on 400.
Well, you should.
Or high 350, 350, 360, 370, something like that, even if you stutter a little bit. You got the platform.
Again, on the hip, and just worked off the back foot into the leg side, past the bare mid-wicket.
But instead, they, scrambled to 300, which never looked enough when India immediately started off pretty well. And that was that pretty much game done by 20 overs, really. I mean, they were, 180 for 2 or something at 20 overs.
As long as there's pace bowling, we look okay, but as soon as the pace bowling's gone and the myriad of Indian spinners, one of them is going to do some damage in whatever game they're playing at. And most it's been Chakravarti. Jadeja's had a couple of good games where he's taken 3 fers. And Axar can just dry the runs up.
Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? It's deciding how you're going to play them. And England like to take risks against the spinners, but they end up getting themselves out. Oh, that was a weird one.
That cutter into the pitch, I think, and that just foxed Shreyas a little bit. He, KL
Rahul, yeah.
And it ballooned off the pad. Salt comes round to gather that and fling at the other end. And they take a single.
So, I mean, they've got 8 off this over.
Oh, they got
with 1 ball left, haven't they? 2 wides, 3 singles, and a double.
You don't need a boundary.
No, not when bowling like this.
And that's another pull, taken pace off ball that's mistimed by Shreyas into the offside, into the onside, and there's no one there to stop it. It runs to the other end. That's the
9
end
off the over. The 1s, 2s, wides. Pathetic.
Leah says England look like they've come for them what came to Sarnath. So if any of you know what that's a reference to, feel free to speak up.
I have no idea.
Something came to Sarnath and it's come to England as well. Doom. Lockie asks, what's the highest score India's ever scored against England in an ODI? Jay reckons it's 387 and then did actually confirm it. So, sure, 387. Is that in danger today? And
what's your
bowls 2 hours of shite.
Above? 388.
388 and a half. So 12 overs to get 130.
Rashid. And
impossible.
Well, there's 6 of them.
A bit of filth from Rashid, and that's hoisted over fine leg. It wasn't a great ball by Rashid. Shreyas has taken full advantage of that, and that's gone for 6.
Let's talk about 6. Let's talk about 6. Let's talk about 6. Let's talk about 6.
Yeah, it's a bad day when even...
No, it's full. I thought it was 6, but no. It should have been 6 because it was a sharp ball.
And much again like the same.
Oh, I thought he missed that by a mile.
So did I. But apparently he's just got a tiny little tickle down the leg side. The umpire's giving it out. Shreyas is thinking about a review,
I don't think he is,
but he don't think he is because he's walking away. So he must know he got a tiny little touch on that.
Oh, that's a strange dismissal. I
That is
thought it was a wide. I thought he hadn't got anywhere near it. Oh, yeah, he did.
That is... He's way outside the line of his pads playing that shot. But yeah, it's a healthy edge.
That's a poor way to get out, considering. But 78 off 64. It's good innings. Send him off, Jace.
On your bike, mate.
Another super chat has arrived.
Yes, I am jigging him something up now.
YouTube Prime Super Chat.
JN Ariadne has given $7.99 Australian. Are we proud of the men going down 14-2 as opposed to 16-0? Australia are struggling in Colombo right now in a sandpit. They were still 6 for last time I saw.
We're going to have, in breaking news, this man come to the crease.
And in breaking news, Hardik Pandya,
who's straight into the work, pushing the ball off to long off.
Well, they've got 11 overs after this one.
It's perfect Hardik time.
Well, it is perfect Hardik time. And they would have preferred not to have lost those last 2 wickets in the last, what is it?
Well, they preferred it to be KL Rahul rather than Shreyas, I think. That's wide, and Hardik, Rahul throws his hands at that. That's all on the floor. That's a gorgeous shot in the end. Through extra cover for yet another boundary.
Do you think of KL? Do you think of KL Rahul as a finisher, really, though?
No,
I think Shreyas Iyer's more of a banger, isn't he? Really,
he is. I mean, KL Rahul has generally batted at the top of the order. He's a setter-upper.
Yeah, I mean, I have seen him get an IPL 100 at strike rate of 220, so he is capable. But
that's just angled the bat there by Hardik into the offside past cover for a single.
Yeah, where do we think they'll end up? It's still possible to get nearly 400 if they can really go for it in the last
Changing
10.
length, but the same result. That's short and punched off the back foot through the covers this time by Rahul.
They would need a couple of really large overs, which against this England side, let's be honest, is possible that you could get
That's
a couple
the
of
end
overs.
of 39 overs, and it's 266 for 4.
Mog.
Jagrover says, if Leah and Mog get going on ancient history, I tend to feel more than usually inadequate. That reference from Leah before wasn't a history thing, though, so I'll let her explain if she's around. Lockie says, bowling total shit is the only chance from here. Shit gets wickets, as they say.
It does.
It does indeed.
Farong is again invoking Duckett to bowl.
Because people are conditioned to play good bowling, because that's what they expect, and then they see something shit and they have to use extra brain cycles to work out what they're going to do with it.
Oh, Root's only bowled 2 overs and gone for 12 and over. Atkinson's the next worst. And he's got 4 left to bowl, and he's going to bowl another one now.
Yeah. And after the end of this, we will have a swappage. That lifts on Hardik a little bit, but he plays that safely enough to mid-off, scamper through. Bear will take over ball by ball.
Who else is coming in? I can't to read it from here.
I am staying on, and we'll be joined by Bennett. He's been in the green room for some time.
Yeah, I think
sorry, in the waiting room for some time.
He's been watching the cricket. Probably enjoying it. He's probably watching Sri Lanka as well. If you can, actually, I don't know. Can you find that in England? Is that on anywhere? Might be, might not be.
I think you'd be able to watch it off the Channel 7 website.
Of course.
Down the leg side, back concern, and well fielded in the end by the man on the 45, which is inevitably Adil Rashid to stop.
A little bit of VPNage probably allow you to do that one. Presumably you can't watch.
Shocking Australia versus Sri Lanka news, though.
They have lost a
Australia
wicket.
8 for 127.
Oh, 8.
They batting
Still
first?
90 odd
No,
runs
that's
behind.
second.
No, they're chasing 214.
Obviously not an easy
Bunch
pitch to
of
bat on
trucks.
then.
Short and played at the top of the bounce by Hardik.
I like those scoring ODIs though, with something in it for the bowlers. Makes it more fun. I mean, it's not here. I mean, England haven't bowled well, but there really is a lot here for the bowlers.
Well, the two teams have slowed up a little bit. I don't know how.
Well, it feels like that, but actually, I don't think they have that much. So still, I mean, if you look at the last few overs, they've gone sort of 8, 9. There might be 1 of 4 or 5, but generally, there's a fair few.
That's a good ball. It's floated up into the block hole, and
well, and England took the wickets at the right time, didn't they? Really, I mean, they've lost 2 wickets between 34 and 40, and if they hadn't, they'd been in a much better position. They're still in a very good position. You quite like your people who are in to be there at 40, to at least one of them to stay around, so that only one person has to get their iron, really.
Atkinson, wide, short, cut, lovely shot. Got complete control over that. Hit it on its head, and it's flown down to third man for boundary.
1, 2, 3, 4.
They keep saying close-ups of the crowd to make it look really busy, and then they pull out on a wide one. There's fucking vast areas of open space.
In the Modi Dome, there's a lot of open space.
Yeah, it holds 100,000.
Does look very empty.
Well, it's a dead rubber. It's a weekday.
Yeah. I'm sure it filled up if India were batting second.
Worked round the corner by Rahul, and Hardik calls him through, and they get 2 for that work. As it's fielded and thrown in by the man.
9 off that over again. So they are getting their scores. It just doesn't look like they're scoring a lot, but they're generally getting a boundary and over, which at this stage is kind of minimum. And if you can push that up to 2 boundaries and over, then yeah, big score is on. I still reckon 400 is possible. It's just a question of whether or not. Hello, Bennett.
Hello there.
How are you, mate?
Good morning.
Bye.
See you later, Mog. It's been a long while since I've seen you.
Yep.
It has been indeed, Bear. I'm sorry, I've been a little bit
You've been busy.
Yes, indeed.
Well, you know, life has a horrible habit of getting in the way of things. Cricket doesn't.
I've been really missing the cricket, though. I've been desperately trying to get some,
Yeah. I mean, there's not been a lot of international, has there, really? I mean, it's been a slow start to the year. It's all bitty ODI stuff. I guess everyone's warming up for the Champions Trophy.
Sometimes when you do too much, Bear, you just lose the you lose the sting, if you see what I mean.
Yeah.
I like to be
You like to be in there.
Yes, indeed.
That's angling in at leg stump, but it was outside leg stump. Hardik tries to fend it around the corner. It doesn't get anything on it, and there's no run.
You're doing ball by ball.
I'm doing ball by ball, yeah.
Right, no problem.
You're a summariser, but I guess have you got one eye on the Sri Lanka game? I take it.
Yes, indeed. 8 wickets down.
On the back foot, Hardik just pushes it out into the offside and gets himself a single. But of course, Sri Lanka not make it, have they? No Champions Trophy for Sri Lanka.
Yes, indeed. And lots of soul searching to do. They've not really done all that great. But this is an interesting game we've got here, Bear.
Well, yeah.
276 for 4. Do you think England can clog back?
No. That's cut by KL Rahul out to the man on the boundary, and there's no run. I went over 388 and a half, and I don't think England will chase that. I mean, look, England have got people capable of getting up to that score, but on this tour they've fallen over massively against India's spinners, which is
great starts and not being able to
and that's the problem. Well, that's gone all the way. Hardik has come down the track, smashed out of Rashid, back over, extra cover, inside out, lovely shot, 6 runs.
With the super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, rocka, super shatter.
Oh, that just beautiful. Everything was right about that. The chassé down the wicket, up and over.
Yeah, got right to the pitch, didn't he?
Just gets the elevation so beautiful, isn't it? The way, the posture of the body and back lift.
And he stayed down with his head as well.
He gets it right.
Wow, 98 metres.
That's a very long shot. He's done it again as well. It's come down the track. Has he got enough on that one? I'm not sure he has. Oh, just over the man. Yeah, it's Josh Butler, I think, down at long off. Had a leap in the air, salmon-like, but couldn't make it.
5 2 6s in a row. row. 2 6s in a row. 2 6s in a row.
Oh no, it's Banton down there. Looks a bit like Butler. Didn't really get all of that one, but just about enough to get it over the man down there. And,
Patton's a good comeback for him, isn't it? At least he's been recalled now. He did have a really good flourishing start to his international career. Suddenly dropped away.
Oh! And then next ball, he's bowled him. Hardik has tried to defend. Classic leg break from Adil Rashid. Pitched on about leg, turned across Hardik Pandya, beaten his outside edge, knocked over his off stump. But a good little cameo, 17 off 9 for Hardik. And suddenly England are putting themselves back here. Maybe they can keep them down to 330, 340. It's a big bonus. They'll feel a lot happier chasing that than the high 300s, 370, 380, which it looked like just 4 or 5 overs ago. I'd have put India on for 400, but
an absolute beautiful ball, wasn't it? Just ripped and drifted in, turned, and he has been bowling extremely well this series, in the T20s as well.
Well, he's class now, isn't he? He's like an elder statesman of white ball cricket now, Adil Rashid, both formats. Is that his 4th wicket? Has he got 4?
Third.
Yeah, his 4
Definitely
wickets,
third, but could be 4th.
I think it's his 4th.
He's got 4 wickets, 4 for 64.
Well, let me play that.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
Some love for Bennett in the YouTube. The Welsh Destroyer.
Yes.
Hooray Bennett, says Jay Grover. And
Hello.
Also the Sarnath is HP Lovecraft, so good luck anybody who wants to understand what that is all about.
No idea. Well, the next man is Axar Patel. Who's
He's
back?
had a lovely series as well, hasn't he?
He has
That
indeed.
50 he played was really a good knock, and he was batting at number 5 on the location. Where I have to leave at 11:30 to just let you know in advance, yes.
Okie dokie. Driven. Is that Joe Root back on? It is Joe Root back on.
Root's back on.
Bowling to KL Rahul. He drives him up to long off. That's a single.
I think Josh Butler doing well to try and bring in Root with the 2 batters not really being as explosive as Hardik Pandya, just getting a couple of overs through. They're missing that Craig Overton overs as well, isn't it? Because
Jamie Overton. Yeah, I think Jamie Overton's bowling is worthy, and certainly it was in the T20s.
But he's not a 7.
He's just not a 7.
And not an 7 in India either.
No. Driven by Axar, but can't be Root on a follow through.
Yeah, but he's had many opportunities, hasn't he?
But they keep trying to fit him in. Yeah, but they keep trying to fit him in as a genuine all-rounder, and he's just not. I mean, I think you have to have him as a sort of batting lower order, one of your fast bowlers, and just keep it at that.
But mind you, in that T20 series versus Australia here in the UK, he played as a specialist batter. Because
I know, which was even fucking more crazy, Bennett. That's played back to the bowler and there's no run. That was just madness. I just don't get it. I don't know who's thinking that is. I mean, yeah, sure, he can hit a long ball, but he's not a batsman. You know, he doesn't have the technique.
I feel for Sam Curran, though.
Well, we were discussing that earlier. That's flashed over the infield by Axar Patel. Is he going to get 4 runs? He is going to get 4 runs, you know. Splits the man at cover and the man at wide long off. Extra cover, 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I think what England fear here is they put pace back on the ball, it's just going to go. But
well, I also think Axar's left-handed, and that is part of the reason why Joe Root's come in.
Of course. But he's pitching it too full, and he's driven up to long on for the last ball of the over. 6 off of it. And,
yeah, but it's Washington Sundar who's supposed to be coming in.
He was also left-handed.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I think Axar Patel was anyway due to be at 7, but they played him at 5, didn't they, in the early games?
Well, he's in good form.
He's in good form.
Yep.
He's really in good form.
Harriman said, the Modi Dome has huge stands, but the park itself isn't that big. Reminds me of that one stand at St James's Park, where it dominates everything else.
Wasn't this one
bit like Leeds?
When they were doing the Test series last year, didn't someone get in touch and say there's no toilets on the upper tier or something at the moment?
Yes, I think you have to go all the way down to the ground floor.
And pee in the outside in the fucking car park or something. I mean, that's grim.
Enrique Mentor is off because his battery is down to 30% on his phone. So,
oh, sorry about that. Get yourself a battery charger thing, you know.
Stephen Cope says Adil Rashid not on the P45 just yet.
No, can't be that far out. He's what, 38 now? I mean, he's a spinner, so he could go on for another couple of years, and he still bats all right. Sakib Mahmood is back in the attack. He's got 3 overs left. He's got none for 46 so far. He's going to bowl to Aksar. And the last 24 balls, 40 runs, 2 wickets.
England clawing back a little bit.
Well, a little bit, yeah. I mean, that's hit hard and well by Aksar. Beats mid off, who's trying to cut it off, but he timed it too well. It's 4 runs off the first ball of the over. Run rate's now up over 7.
Just get the placement.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
I mean, that was muscled rather than timed.
Yeah.
He's placing the ball beautifully. I mean, level on timing it, but he's just getting it right in the right areas there. Akshar Patel looking dangerous. England will do well to try and see the back of him. Washington Sundar has not played too many games in the series, so he's probably looking to sort of try and get back into some kind of rhythm here. But England certainly, with the help of the nicely Adil Rashid, who went for a bit of runs, but he has bowled beautifully this series.
Yeah, he has indeed. Sakib, 4 off the first ball. Never a good start to an over. It's coming into bowl to Akshar Patel. Over pitches, bumps it into the ground, and it goes out to Duckett, who's at backward point. Didn't run through for a single, so that's a dot ball. 299 for 5.
So England making a forced change today. Tom Banton's first game, having flown in all the way to as cover. Apparently, Paul Collingwood and Marcus Trescothick were sort of geared up as substitutes in the previous games because they didn't have any reserves to come on field. Jacob Bethel was injured, Jamie Smith injured.
That's
so Tom
true,
Banton,
yeah.
SOS call.
Is Smith back in the side today?
No, he's not playing. But
okay. Of course, he'd be keeping if he was. Yeah. Driven by Akshar up to long on for a single, third ball of the over.
Brought in another keeper just to have the requisite 4 keepers in the side.
Everyone's a fucking keeper. We need some more bowlers who can bat.
Exactly, and that's where Sam Curran sort of.
Yeah, but he's not the right kind of bowler, is he, Bennett? I mean, they've gone through him a lot, and he's got a lot of tap recently when he's played for England. He's never quick enough.
But he's done well, though, isn't he?
Well, he did do well, but not recently. Let's be honest.
Recently, yeah, but he was
not since he was player of the series when we won the T20 World Cup. Really, it was just 2022. So I mean. That's clipped out to deep mid wicket and there's no run. I mean, he had a pretty average IPL after that, and he went downhill after that. You know.
That could be the lack of confidence because a new coach comes in and he knows that he's not in his plans. You know, like he's the stature, the kind of game he brings in, not hit the hard, not tall, lanky, extra space.
But I mean, the fact is,
slow, isn't it?
Yeah, but the fact is that he's never been quick enough at international level.
He's not going to be quick.
He's never going to be quick enough. No, and you know, I mean. There's not being quick enough and there's not being quick enough, and he's just the first of those two. That's cut out to cover boundary. I mean, at his fastest he bowls at about 83 miles an hour, and at this level, he got fine. His left arm, and he gets a little bit of swing with a new ball, with a white ball.
See, but on the other hand, Ben, when you look at the sort of seam attack here, we've got lots of bowlers who are quite similar. Pace, hit the deck. You know what I mean? Like Cars, Archer, Overton.
But the point is, they're fast enough. You can have a lot of similar bowlers if they're fast enough, because that's Baz's idea anyway, isn't it? I mean, that's cut by Rahul behind square out to backward point. There's no run. I mean, if you're high 80s going into 90s, and you've got Jofra and Woody who are well up into the 90s. I mean. That's different gravy, right?
But as a batter, when you got to face bowlers who are bowling in the 90s and 80s, and then you face somebody who's bowling all kinds of things, 70s, early 80s, and with a different angle, it can pose a bit of a problem.
It can do. I admit it can do, but it doesn't look like it has. When
the issue is that your slower ball ball becomes that much more effective when there's a greater difference between it and your
Yes,
fastest ball.
exactly.
But if you look at Archer, he was ineffective right throughout, wasn't he? And so was Wood to a lesser extent. Cast played quite well, but he didn't really sort of show much over the last few games he's been dropped. So it's not really working. And England have been losing. When Sam Curran was performing, England were winning. So
Well, yeah, but as I said, I mean, well, you say that, but he has been tried out in a couple of series in between and not done great. That was driven up to mid-off and there's no one, didn't he? Didn't he play in the West Indies series when we sent out a kind of B team before Christmas? Wasn't Sam Curran out there? And he actually did all right with a bat, I think, in one game or two games.
But he's doing extremely well in whatever the T20 circuit. At
Yeah, but that's the T20 circuit.
It's the international one in Dubai, I think.
Well,
The
fuck
UAE.
that, yeah, well, I mean, that's Mickey Mouse cricket as far as I'm concerned.
He was in the SA T20.
I mean, he is good. I just don't think he's in the plans anymore, and I don't think.
Yeah, but the thing is, England are not doing well now.
Yeah, that's true. There is something to be said for that, and maybe. I mean, he's there and he's in and about, isn't he? I don't know if does he got a contract with central contract? That's clipped out to deal with wicket.
Don't think so.
No run.
He may have been dropped off.
I think
The thing
he's
is,
dropped off
somebody
all
who's
of them.
touted as the next white ball captain, to sort of not even having a place in the squad. It's
Well, yeah. The world is evil, Bennett. Let's clip round the corner down to long leg and
but he's
get
young,
one.
yeah? He's very young, so he's still got time to
Oh, he
come
can't be that young anymore. He was very young when he started.
26, 27.
Yeah, he's still only 26, 27. Okay.
Well, he started playing for Surrey when he was, well...
He started playing for England when he was about 19, 20, didn't he?
He started playing for Surrey when he was 17.
Route around the wicket clipped, but not great timing by Rahul. Out to deep mid wicket. Duckett's out there. It'll be a single.
I think the question about a bowler who can bat, and looking at Jamie Overton, the likes who are not really, stayed up to that mark, I think Sam Curran should certainly come into the equation. But anyway.
I mean, he can bat. I'll give him that. That's down the leg side. Maybe a wide. I think it has been given as a wide, yeah. 307 for 5.
It was another dart.
Yeah. I mean, he doesn't get big enough scores either, consistently enough, really. I agree, he's a more talented batsman than a lot of genuine sort of pace bowlers.
Well, I think he's a batsman who bowls rather than the other way around.
Oh, that's gone up. Has it gone long enough? I don't think it has, It hasn't. It's been caught.
Straight into the hands, long off.
I think, is that Banton or Overton?
Banton.
It's Banton, yeah. I thought it said Overton on the back, but it's Banton down at long off.
Banton.
Joe Root's got a wicket. Axar Patel's gone for 13 off 12, trying to smash it over long off. Did straighten a little bit, he was stretching. Bat went in his hands and he really rather toe-ended it. Couldn't quite have enough. And Banton caught it about a yard inside the rope down at long off. So another wicket falls, and India are actually in danger of fucking this up, really. Should have got nearly 400 and could end up less than 350 here. That's 6 down for 307 in the 44th over.
The crowd says, you're out!
Yeah.
Interesting.
Well, it is. England have managed to drag this back, or India have rather given it away.
Yeah, 307 for 6, and now it's Washington Sundar.
What were they on? I mean, when they lost, when Thingy was out, what, 270 for 2 or something?
3.
3.
3.
I'm just wondering whether this is the pitch where
In
it
about,
gets
what,
slower and
35th
slower
over?
as he gets older and older the ball, and therefore it's harder to time it.
I mean, the run rate is still saying it's 7. Well, this is it. This is when things should slow down now. I mean, Washington can bat, but as Bennett says, hasn't played for a while, or at this level anyway. Driven out into mid-off, and there's no run.
What's the name of the road at the new studio?
Huh?
What's the name of the road at the new studio?
Oh, I'd have to have a look on a map because I can't remember.
End of.
It's the old Sainsbury's Depository in Lewisham. Yeah, well, that was the old building. If you look that up, it's behind the Fox and Firkin pub.
Oh, it's near a pub as well.
Oh God, yeah! Look, you can literally see the pub garden out the window. It's great, and the pub is around the corner. And the fact
social gorilla.
Well, yeah, well the brewery for the pub, because it's got its own microbrewery, is actually in the entrance to the building where we're going. So that's great.
Jay Grover says Bear just demands we watch him on YouTube to fuel his narcissus complex.
No.
And Lockie6 says, was it Roden who did Reclined Bear, talking about your laid-back posture?
Well, you know, that's why we have reclining chairs. That's played up to mid-on. There's no run. I mean, we could, when we were back in the studio, we could actually go back to actually having a proper sofa.
And there's various talks about Google, saying, Jago says, my brain has had its own strange and terrible Google. And Lockie says, I uninstalled Google years ago, hence I'm ignorant and safe.
Bear?
Yeah?
Do you mind if I just have a quick go at a little bit of ball-to-ball? And then I'll swap over with you when I'm leaving, if that's okay.
You're not coming back for any time during the day?
No, Tony put in me for some ball-to-ball and I couldn't really do the timing, so I have to switch. That's okay. This
is the only... I don't think I've only got one more.
Oh, that's okay. You go for it.
I'll go for it. That's driven back to the boulder and there is no run. What are you up to today? Work?
Yeah, I mean, I had given my availability, but then Tony put in the times where I was a little bit tight with some...
Tony's had to do quite a lot of rearranging.
Yeah, there's been a lot of people switching and swapping.
Yeah, it's not easy, is it?
No, it's not. That's driven nicely by Kara Rahul. Duckett is out patrolling the cover boundary and get back for 2. He's on 23 or 21 here. I mean, he's capable of giving it some Humpty in the last 5 overs.
Well, I mean, KL Rahul, he needs to repay the faith, isn't it, that he's been bestowed upon, because he's not really done that great with the bat in the series, and I think Rishabh Pant will be certainly breathing down his neck.
Well, that's true. I mean, if he's there as keeper, precisely, I think he rather... Well, I don't understand why Rishabh Pant... Or is it just they're resting him because of the tour to Australia and the Champions Trophy, or has he got himself injured again? Poor bit of fielding at backward point as it's cut by KL Rahul. Bubbled a little bit for a fielder.
I think they preferred him more to Rishabh Pant, Bear.
Really?
Yeah.
In this format? I don't know. And it was 2 runs. I mean, I'd say Rishabh Pant is a much more explosive batsman, and if they're all going to... If your keeper's going to be 6 or 7, I'd rather have Rishabh Pant at 6 or 7.
Well, in shorter format, it's another left-hander as well, which already got 1 million left-handed in the shortest format.
In the shortest format, I mean, those sorts of things I think come more into play with T20 than...
And KL hasn't kept all that well as well, has he?
Well, no. I mean, he isn't a great keeper, is he? I mean, he's your kind of Phil Salt, really. I mean, jack of all trades, kind of. Clipped up to long on, and there's no run. I mean, he has kept for the Test side occasionally, but I don't consider him to be a proper keeper. He probably does himself. Probably kept when he was younger, but I mean. He was in the side predominantly as a batsman for years, wasn't he?
But India have a great selection headache, haven't they? They've got Arshdeep Singh, Mohammad Shami now.
Oh, they've got a massive population and a lot of good players, and they've all come up young.
Chakravarti having an injury, giving...
Their biggest problem is shoving out the old dudes, really. It's just clipped out towards deep mid-wicket. And she gets a single. I mean, Rohit generally looks like a busted flush. Kohli even looks a bit like a busted flush these days when you look at their young guns and how dynamic they are in playing the game.
Get ready to celebrate Bennett, because Australia are going down in Colombo. Hardy is now out as well.
Nice.
Mark Holland says, I think, Bear, that India are in danger of making a score here that England will think they can chase down. The key word being think, as opposed to will.
I think under 350, they think they will. They will think they can chase it down. I think going up to 400, it's 380, 390, which is what it should have been from where they were.
Stephen
would have looked a big
says
strike.
Adil, Root, Livingston, they've all had a bowl, but there are more spinners in the side. Talking about
the eponymous Duckett, I'm presuming he's talking about. That's clipped into the leg side. And there's one. No, Banton's a keeper, isn't he?
Banton's the keeper.
He has bowled, I think, spin on a couple of occasions. He was also batted on one leg, which I did see last year.
Yeah, he got 40 odd, didn't he?
Yeah, number 11.
Yeah, number 11, yeah. Jay Shah's got a very strange head.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's oversized for his body.
That weave is too big for that head.
Yeah.
Can't believe the impact that he's had, hasn't he?
Oh,
Not on
mate.
Indian cricket, but on world cricket now.
Exactly.
Can't believe somebody's not played cricket.
Has he got
Has he got half of that? Yeah, he has. KL Rahul's cleared the front leg and smashed that back over the head of Root, who's bowling his 5th over. He's gone for 6. Oh, that's loud.
Yeah, I think you've turned that up a bit too much.
No, I think I turned it up a couple of days ago and I thought everyone had turned it down, but I think the connection was slightly loose on the computer. And so the signal was weak, and that's why I re-plugged it earlier today, and now it's really loud. Love it. That's what happens as you clipped down to deep mid-wicket for a single. Kara wanted to, but it's not there. Well, that's what happens when you have to de-rig the studio but then put it all back together again. You realise that everything's old and croaky, and it's best not to take it apart.
I think it just takes one of Livingston or Butler, or perhaps one of Salt and Duckett to really go big today.
Well, yes.
England will come in close.
Well, I think they might do. That's cut and mistimed by Washington Sundar, but they've got himself a single. I mean, that's the thing. No one in England has gone on, have they?
They've got 50 now.
There's been a lot of 50s and 60s, and they started to look good, and then they've gone out.
It's a great opportunity for Tom Banton as well to cement his place, isn't it? Or just show people what he's worthy of.
Oh, well, I don't know what happened there because we got a jolty screen, but it was bold and it looked like it'd been shoved wide to KL Rahul. Looks like he only got a single out to somewhere.
What I am interested in is the fact that they've carded Banton to bat at 3.
Yeah. Interesting.
And Livingston has been pushed down from 5 to 7.
I don't mind that. I see Livingston as a finisher. I mean, he occasionally has a good innings, and you see what he's capable of. He had a good series in the West Indies, didn't he?
When he captained, he was really looking good. He was batting at 4, isn't he?
Yeah.
I thought they might give him more of an opportunity there.
That's just turned around a corner, and they get a single. But to be fair, he's been coming in with enough time to generate an innings, and still been fucking it up from there. And that was 11 off that over actually. With that 6. 326 for 6, 4 overs left.
Nick Vicker says, nice, and a beer, and near a pub with a beer garden. Could be possible to do the odd outside broadcast during the summer tests. Oh, that'd be wishful thinking.
That'd be very wishful thinking.
Joe Gill says, I reiterate, England's ineptitude is overwhelmed by Australia's failure. Not if you're Australian, I don't think.
Well, England, since World Cups 2019, India have the most 300 plus scores. England the second though. Inside edge, very fine inside edge, tried to wake it over the leg side was Washington. Fortunately, Salt managed to half palm the tickle down to man short on 45 and they get a single.
Harriman said, Pant has a mediocre ODI record. Rahul averages 57 at scoring at 95 around 100 balls. At number 5, Pant averages 33 overall and barely 45 at number 5.
Well, there you go. That's why he's prepared then. I mean, I always thought KL Rahul was a pretty classy batsman. Not really done it at test level, but he looks quite classical. I think India will struggle in England this year, especially. Well, I suppose Rohit's now retired, but if Kohli comes along, he might struggle in England next year. That's clipped into the leg side by KL, and we'll get through for a single. I think India are at the peak of their powers when they last came here, and they were 2-1 up and then decided they weren't going to play the last test because they thought they'd won the series. And I think if they'd have played the third test then they might want to won the series, but then Bazball started by the time they come round the next time, and England put them away in the decider.
Once they eventually played that test about 18 months later, it was a
different ball.
They were a very different England side by that point.
Well, it wasn't actually very much a different England side, it was just a different attitude. With Stokes and Baz at the helm rather than Root, and who was manager with him?
Bayliss.
Bayliss.
No. Trevor Bayliss.
Not when Root was captain.
Beautiful shot.
That's driven wide of the man at point by KL Rahul, getting himself 40. He might run on pretty well here, 40 off 28.
KL Rahul Bear, and I think he is an absolute classic act. But the thing is, the moment he started keeping wickets just to get himself a little bit more credentials to get into the team,
Yeah, his
that's when he
batting's
got
gone down a
slotted
bit.
down
Mm.
at number 6 or 7. But I mean, when he used to bat at the top of the order, he was a classic act, wasn't he?
Yeah.
He was really great.
Was for a while. Oh, he still opens in the IPL, doesn't he? Just people. Doesn't keep in the IPL, I believe.
He keeps as well.
Oh, now there's an appeal for
Gotta
LBW.
be
It's
out,
been
yeah.
given. Yeah, it was very full. It was angling in towards leg stump. I'd review that.
The only thing that saves him here is a possible inside edge.
Possible inside edge, possibly going down leg.
If
But
it's not an edge, I think that's as plumb as you can get. It's
is
just,
it? I thought it was further down leg than the umpire thought, but maybe that was just my first view. I'll have a look on the replay, and I'll give you my thoughts then. 3-3-3, triple Richie, triple Richie could get a wicket.
It's a 1.5, Richie.
Yeah, it is. Okay. Let's see. Angling in. That could be going down. No, it's probably crashing into leg stump. Don't think he got an inside edge. Might be umpire's call on leg stump, but he's been given out.
Yeah, any sound, I think, is bat on ground.
Yeah, definitely that. The umpire gave it out, so he clearly thought there wasn't any bat on it, and there wasn't. Question is it going right minute, last minute, just down leg side? There's not a lot of distance for it to go to get to the stumps, to be fair. Only a couple of feet, and I think it's going to clip leg stump. Yeah, straight in fact. Hitting. India lose a review, don't think they'll care about that. KL Rahul goes, good innings, 40 off 27, I believe. But we have to say goodbye to KL Rahul, 40 off 29. Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust. And, well, England have pulled this back marginally well. India haven't managed to escape at the end.
Lockie 6 says, Virat has a future in Bollywood if his great acting in commercials is a guide. Well, yes, it's not about what you can do, it's about who you are in Bollywood to some extent.
Yes.
If you're a name. And Christopher Evans reminds us that, hey guys, the site is not working on, the feed is not working on the site.
Oh, there isn't anything going out, actually, you're right. Good of someone to let us know. Don't know why.
No, they've been telling us on various occasions throughout the innings.
No one had told me. Do you want to just talk and I'll see if I can fix that?
Yep. That is chipped up by Harshit, who's the new batsman. That is and takes a single, I think, first ball.
Sorry, Jason, I've got to.
You've got a drop, haven't you?
Drop, yeah. Sorry.
It's good to see you, and
good to see you too.
We'll see you again soon.
Thank you. Bye. Goodbye, everyone.
So last ball of Mahmood's over. He's got 1 for 67. Last ball of his spell, in fact. And again, very full, very York length, chopped down and hit into the offside. Takes a single. Washington goes to 7. 47 overs. India are 3-3-4 for 7, and I shall go and do some socials. While an outside B-Garden broadcast may not be possible, says Brian in Brisbane, we can organise a gathering to provide a live crowd noise and banter. That's definitely possible. We haven't had a guerrilla social for some time. Since we had one in East London, I do believe was the last one. As the bear desperately pushes buttons on the streaming machine. Wood's going to come back. He's had 1 for 36 off 7. Harshit's going to be facing his first ball. And Bears 388 looks a bit impossible almost. That's what And Harshit backs away, trying to slash out through the offside, but Wood bowls it down the offside, rises over the bat. Quick ball too, 148 k's, 92 miles an hour, and there is no run as the ball sails aimless, peacefully through to the keeper. And I don't know if this Modi Dome is going to fill up a little later, but at the moment it does look quite sparsely populated. Short and over the stumps by Wood. That's a good bouncer. Harshit again tries to back away and uppercut that down to third man, but he's too slow on the ball. That's another quick ball, 146, 91 miles an hour in old money. And India are kind of coming to a bit of a brick wall here. They're trying their best to keep the scoring rate up, but they are losing wickets, and that's hampering their work. Wood, full Yorker, gloriously driven by Harshit. That's a fantastic shot, all on the carpet. He just stepped away and just let his irons and hands do the work. Past, extra cover. Yeah. And Andy's going to come in and help me out. Do you want to go on to do ball by ball for the rest of it?
Sure, if you like. Have you lost? Got no one remote either at the moment.
No, Bennett has disappeared. In fact, I will remove him from the.
Well, we could have got your one-man show, Jason, for the rest of the innings.
Yeah, well,
keep your powder dry for the Champions Trophy. Keep all your best material. Well, England probably not too disappointed at this point. We were just saying in the green room, if this was England batting, we'd probably be a bit annoyed, or more to the point, Hendo would probably be a bit annoyed, because India were looking at more than this a few wickets ago. That one's pushed out into the covers to Brook. They'll get single. It's 339 for 7, and there are 14 balls remaining in the innings.
Yes, I mean, the last 20 overs they've lost 4 or 5 wickets, 4 wickets probably.
Yep. I think
it's always been the man that's been set, which is.
I think Hardik was a big wicket, and it was Adil Rashid's last ball, and if he'd just kept that one out, but it was another good ball, big turner. KL Rahul also was getting going on 40, and
that was the best ball that I think he's bowled. That pitched on leg hit off.
It was at least as good as the one that got Virat, yeah. So England hoping to keep this under 350. It's going to be Wood round the wicket. Washington Sundar clubs it up to long on. It'll just be a single. Does it look a little bit hazy out there in Ahmedabad, or am I imagining things?
Possibly. I did say that the ball might be getting softer. It's slightly harder to time now.
The balls, we should say. Yes.
Yeah. But I still think they've probably got enough already for England.
Yeah,
to be beyond their capabilities.
I did just check the odds. England at 9-2 at the moment, which is a chance, but not a big chance.
One game in 5, effectively.
1 in 5-ish, yeah. 2 games in 11, if you want to be technical. Ben Duckett is talking to an umpire for some reason. Harshit has a bit of a swish. It misses leg stump, but it went between him and the stump, so it's not going to be wide. 6 off the over.
Aside, 1 4 aside. That's been a really good over.
Yep. Bit easier to bowl against 8 and 9 than a set batsman.
Jago implores us to watch Kohli and Pants Spots Cream commercial. I think I've seen that one.
Can imagine. It's the poster was absolutely right. They just have to put Kohli in a Bollywood film and make plenty of money, whatever he did.
Stephen Coates says huge bear, shockers bear. Sort of encompasses the camera. And takes out everybody else.
Obscures it. Hasn't MS Dhoni's done some Bollywood? Surely.
I would have thought so.
I think he has.
He says that he's climbing out of the screen to get to us.
Oh, that would be scary. Like
yes, if you've got 3D goggles on, you'll feed.
Yeah.
Yes, you won't enjoy that.
We'll send some out for the summer.
Harriman
We're
says,
sending
why
out-
is Dubé batting right-handed? It's not Dubé. It's Harshit. Or Washington.
It's Washington now, left-handed, who gets a bat on that Yorker and it beats the fielder backward point. He might have done a bit better with that one because once it's past him, it's gone for 4. And if you're going to bowl those wide Yorkers, I don't know why both your third men are up.
The bear is he's puffing wildly on his
Well, yeah, I seem to have sorted it, which is good news.
That just didn't seem to be joined up. I mean, he's just if that's it's a almost perfectly delivered wide Yorker outside off stump, and then but both the men in that direction were up close, so it didn't make a lot of sense. Shovels that one round to short fine leg. Wood scampers across and keeps him to a single. 3:45 for 7, 10 balls to go. Looks like about 3:55.
Jay Glover says, the bear's arse has given me more jump scares than all of the Wrigley series combined.
I know, especially if it comes out of the TV at you. It adds a new meaning to the ring, really.
He's seen another technical issue, which I wasn't going to bring to his attention. But
innings is nearly over. Don't
it's
worry about it too
just
much.
a screensaver, I think.
Atkinson's in, and that's a lovely shot straight. Now, has it gone far enough? Maybe not. Oh, it has, you know. Straight 6 from Harshit, and this is the quality India have. They've got batsmen at 9 playing shots like that.
I believe in miracles. Since you came to bat, you sexy thing, you. I believe in miracles.
And Atkinson not doing himself a lot of favours trying to get into that Champions Trophy team, or maybe he's trying to get out of it, in which case plan is working perfectly.
Harriman says Dhoni has had a biopic whilst he was still active.
Yeah,
but he has produced a regional language film as well.
Oh, I want to see them acting. That's pushed out
Well,
to mid-wicket.
attempting to act.
Mid-wicket for a single by Harshit.
Yeah.
I mean, what do producers do exactly? I'm sure you can have an extra producer that doesn't do very much. He just attaches his name to the project.
They normally attach money, don't they, in
Yeah.
various forms that somebody else goes and spends. The executive producer spends money.
Yes. Here comes Atkinson again. He manages to dig that one into the pitch, and it's tennis batted up too long on by Washington for a single.
That looked very ugly, but that's the way of the world.
Yeah. And Atkinson just hoping he can get out without a boundary and keep this. This over has already gone for 13. He's on 0 for 74 in the 8th. I'm sorry, that's just he just doesn't have enough about him for me to be playing at this level of 50 overs. He's doing great in red ball cricket, but I think he needs some help from the surface, and he's not getting it much today. Nonetheless, here is complete the spell. He should get a wicket, actually. Yes, he gets a wicket with his last ball. Also, not as impressively as Adil Rashid, but stepped away. Harshit tried to get it somewhere over the offside, but only spooned it up towards Butler at cover for a simple catch.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
And the Indian crowd absolutely crestfallen by a wicket that makes no difference whatsoever.
Yes, the crowd is silent.
Any wicket will just bring a funereal pall to the ground. And we're going to see Arshdeep have a hack in the last over.
How's the tech doing, Bear? Think you sorted it all?
I'll sort that at the break. No one requires it, do they, currently?
No.
So. I don't know. Suddenly the USB, I had to restart that computer because for some reason the USB...
Turn it off and on again.
Well, yeah, for some reason it would start taking the audio from the sound card and then suddenly it would just stop. So presumably it was just a bug somewhere in the system because it seems to be working fine now. So, yeah. I don't know. Technology.
We could have a little test of Washington Sunder's ego here. Is he going to turn down a single because he fancies himself that much?
Well.
Yes, he is. He certainly is. Chips that one up towards long on.
You arrogant person.
I'm the man here. I'm number 8, so obviously I've got a much better chance of hitting a 6 than number 10.
Harriman, I think it was, yes, says, weirdly, he was a producer of a movie in Tamil, which is a language of the region which CSK represents, but not his native language, presumably.
Ah, well, who's counting?
Heavy dew during England innings forecast, according to Harriman as well.
Woods in again, and that one, Washington, shows why he kept the strike with an inside edge. It goes down to Phil Salt for no run.
Yeah, well, earlier everyone was saying what were they spraying on the ground because everyone thought it was water. I think they spray a chemical on the ground, don't they?
To retain water.
Yeah, something like that.
You think it's like that spray you can fry with?
Well, crisp and dry spray.
Yeah,
low cal spray.
Yes.
Maybe.
Colin Washington, you've kept the strike. Show us what you can do. We're baiting you here. Probably will hit 6 in a minute. He's deep in the crease. Wood, he's had a go, but it's not gone very far.
It's going to be...
And it's going to be out. Yeah, but good job you turned down that single.
Yeah, not good enough, mate. Not good enough.
Don't write checks that your arse can't cash.
Yep, I think we're going to get this one.
You flipping muppet!
It's a bit harsh because he's doing what his team needs him to do. But
well, apart from turning down a single because he thinks he's the boss.
Yeah, and he's only faced 12 balls and hasn't done particularly well, so you might as well just...
I saw only one run, but I think it was I saw it coming. I said it was going to be a test of his ego, and he failed it, IMO. So England might get the privilege of bowling India out. They're going to have 3 balls at Kuldeep and Arshdeep. And then everyone can excoriate India for not batting out their overs.
Yeah, having got to 353.
Got to 353, it does happen quite a lot. I would argue it's actually a perfect use of their resources. Kuldeep, yeah, much better. Actually clips it down to deep fine leg, deep square for a single.
There we go. Just get off strike. Let the number 10 take the heavy load.
Well, just play the balls that comes down.
I think he thinks they've got enough already anyway.
Well, he's number 11. It is, to be fair, his job just get a bat on it.
Always my argument when they get to me and I get chirped by somebody when I'm batting at number 11. Well, you've done the hard work. You've got all the others out.
Exactly. Get me out, you fuckers.
Yeah.
I'm not going to make it easy for you.
No reason why you should. 2 balls left from Wood. He's going to bowl to Arshdeep. Plays it into the leg side. They're going to go for. Are they going to go for 2? They should do. Brook with the fielding, and
that's well run.
He's going to get there. Yep. It is well run.
He's deceptively quick because I thought he was going to struggle for the second one.
Yeah,
he's strike rate at 200. Should vote with him.
Exactly. 356 for 9. Last ball to come. And India were looking like they were going to push 400 at one point, so England have pulled it back to some degree. But it is a total that's going to take a lot of chasing, and we've seen not consistent turn, but we've seen a few balls turn big from Adil Rashid. A swish from Kuldeep, and he does the worst of both worlds because they don't go for a run and he gets run out anyway. Because Arshdeep, naturally enough, off the last ball of the innings, decided to have a run. Kuldeep said, "Nah, I can't be bothered, mate. My average is more important than that." And you get run out without attempting a run anyway.
And as you were saying, perfect use of resources to get the last wicket gone out on the last ball.
So Wood takes 2 for 3 in the last over to massage his figure.
He doesn't get 2.
He only gets 1, yes, correct. To massage his figures a bit, he has been a bit better than Atkinson, which isn't saying a lot. And fair play to Salt as well, who played the 10-pin bowling and got a strike.
Oh.
Or at least a spare. Good enough. And India post 356, which is probably going to be enough.
You would have thought so, wouldn't you? I might have a little tinkle on England if they're 9-2 then. That's good enough for a 5er.
Yep.
Adds a little bit of spice until we lose, 50 for 3.
Well, England can have one more run out for their batsmen before the Champions Trophy. In the meantime, if you catch us up with socials, and then we'll take a bit more of a break than we're used to in T20s.
Jay Gover said to Harriman, "Time for preempting asking my next question. I was wondering why they produced a Tamil film when that's the only language not spoken in Jharkhand."
This is all above my pay grade.
Yeah, indeed.
And that is up to date on YouTube. And What are we going to have in the interval whilst you do
lunch.
work?
Just put on the latest Bishop and Bear, I guess.
Okay.
Should be on the podcasts.
Yeah, I will. Podcast Bishop and Bear.
Is that the one with Stephen?
Stephen Brinkley,
Yeah.
I do believe. Yeah. So we'll be back in about 30 odd minutes.
Yeah, I reckon so. See you in a bit.
Help you start, run, and grow your business with easy customizable themes that let you build your brand, marketing tools that get your products out there, integrated shipping solutions that actually save you time, from startups to scale-ups, online, in person, and on the go. Shopify is made for entrepreneurs like you.
Sign up for your $1 a month trial at shopify.com/setup.
The Bishop and the Bear, the Bishop and the Bear, and to the delight of everyone, they are here to share jokes and rants and guests and things. Who knows what any fun they'll bring? Not affiliated with the Mad Bishop and Bear pub at Paddington Station. The Bishop and the Bear, bats beyond compare, buckets of savoir-faire. The Bishop and the Bear.
Well, hello and welcome back. It seems a while actually, but welcome back to the Bishop and Bear. We're mid white ball series against India. We've just finished the Women's Ashes, but we're going to start in a different place today. Our guest in the Bishop and Bear is the president of Barnard Castle Cricket Club. He's the former cricket correspondent of the Independent and Independent on Sunday, and allegedly he once commented that our predecessor Test Match so far were not as funny as they think they are. To be fair, he may have had a point. He's here today though to chat about his book, A Striking Summer, How Cricket United a Divided Nation. A very warm welcome to the Bishop and Bear, Stephen Brinkley. Hello, Stephen.
Lovely to be here. No alleged about it. That's what I wrote about.
That is what
you match spoke for all those years ago. When I said you weren't as funny as you thought you were, it did not mean you weren't funny. You were terribly amusing.
Just not as funny as we thought. Well, that's fair enough. We must have thought you were hilarious. Stephen, can we get you a drink? What would you like? We've got anything, literally anything.
Well, I think G&T, don't you?
Oh, G&T. I'm not a G&T man, but
I'm a bloke of a certain age, and that's
well
a
done,
drink of a certain vintage.
Allegedly, it's declining in popularity these days. It's a bit like marmalade.
Well, I thought they all had a run. Didn't all the young people's bars have a run on speciality gins a while ago?
Yeah, they might have. During COVID, there were a lot of people making speciality gins, I seem to remember.
Yeah,
there was a few articles on the telly, yes.
Anyway, we've already bowled a wide and sort of wandered off towards third slip.
Indeed.
1926. A post-war Britain riven by a general strike and by class divide. Anything but the land fit for heroes that Lloyd George had promised. England's cricket team had lost three consecutive Ashes series and won just one test in all of them. An Ashes series took place, though, that transfixed and united the strike-riven and divided nation. Stephen, you've just written this fascinating book. I finished reading it last night, quite late, I have to say. I was a bit late with my homework. What first drew you to write about that series and that year? The year my mum was born, by the way. It's been one of interest to me.
After I'd got kicked out of the Independent, having had a really nice time for 20-odd years, my first task was to write a history of my cricket club, which I did. Took 4 years, and I was very happy with that. But you need to keep going. And I wrestled in my mind, what do I want? And I alighted on the 26 series. It had always fascinated me because I knew that it had been important to the country because England hadn't held the Ashes for so long. And without issuing a spoiler here, to win them back as they did in 1926 was terribly important. It lifted the nation, and it was the first time, and we've had a few since, when we had one of those series that captivated the nation throughout and went down to the final match in the rubber.
A bit of help from weather, as I don't recall. But
I thought, we'll tackle 1926. In the back of my mind, I had it also to then do 53 and 2005, but we'll come to that perhaps. Anyway, I thought let's start with 1926, but I didn't know the half of it. I knew, as I think everybody is taught in the crib, that Hobbs and Sutcliffe had this great defining first wicket stand in the 5th test, but that's about all I knew. And boy, when I started to delve into it, I hadn't, and therefore nobody else really knew the half of it. This series gripped the nation. It was important in several ways. One, the cricket itself. England, as you said, Tony, hadn't held the Ashes since 1912, when we won in the triangular series, and in a legitimate series we hadn't held them since that great series in Australia in 1910-11, and then having lost in 21 and then 24-25, winning our only test when the rubber was already over, it assumed, the cricket assumed a huge importance in people's minds. Let's not forget, chaps, that cricket at that time was still, although football was huge and thousands went to matches on Saturday, cricket was still the national game. And when I say that, what I mean is that it was played and watched by absolutely all classes in a way, but that by then perhaps footy wasn't. So that was important. But then when I got to grips with it, it was quite clear that the country, as I say in the very first sentence of the book, was in turmoil. There were still fears of a Bolshevik revolution. Don't forget the Russian Revolution had taken place 9 years earlier. That had led to all sorts of scaremongering that the communist threat was at our door. That in turn had led to the setting up among mainly the middle and upper classes of fascist groups, because they were worried about the Red Scare. And then there was the industrial unrest caused primarily but not exclusively by the miners. The price of coal had gone down. The mine owners wanted to not only increase hours but decrease wages. It led to industrial turbulence.
Not an hour on the day, not a penny off the pay.
It was a great, it all came together, and I thought, my word, this is a great story. And in the middle of this, then, the cricket actually provided a balm. It healed wounds as the summer, as the spring turned to summer and the summer turned to autumn. The cricket somehow kept people together, unified people.
I mean, it was. Yeah, I was going to ask you whether somehow the cricket would have captured the public imagination anyway, given, as you rightly say, cricket had such a centre stage, not compared to football, but relative to football, way more than it does now.
I think
I mean, at Victoria Station, weren't there nearly 50,000 people turned up just to catch a glimpse of the Aussie?
Depending on which account you read, boys, there were between 30 and 50,000 people when the Aussies arrived in mid-April, led by their estimable captain Herbie Collins and their long-time manager Sidney Smith. They couldn't believe what was happening. They'd been warned. They got on the train at Dover, having taken a ferry across. They'd taken the continental route. In the end, they'd actually stopped off in Paris and laid something on the tune of The Unknown Soldier. And Collins had, and they'd been warned at Herne Hill that they were likely to be greeted by a huge crowd. And there were autograph hunters on the train as well. But when they actually got there, they were absolutely overwhelmed by the reception.
Well, I'm not surprised. I mean, do you think, after a run of defeats, there's a sense of that comes across in the book of hope and optimism because of the distraction of the challenges the country was facing? Did the public just want to be optimistic but fear the worst, or did they genuinely believe England could do it?
The country was in... The United Kingdom and Great Britain still ruled most of the known world. It still had an empire. It still had a swagger about itself, which was perhaps more justified then in view of what had gone before than it has been in subsequent years when it's still got an artificial swagger, which it's got no right to have. But then, it sensed that things were in decline, and the inequality in the country, which had always been there, of course, was no longer going to be put up with by the working classes, if you like. The Independent Labour Party, as you may remember, had been formed in 1893, and they'd been making great inroads in the previous 30 years. They'd gathered parliamentary seats, but by the early 20s, they were truly organised, not quite unified, but ready to go in terms of, look, we want some of this country's plenty for ourselves. People were still living in horrendous conditions, and the employers still ruled the roost. So yes, cricket did serve as a bond, but without all of those extraneous issues, the series would still have been much watched.
Of course.
Well, it's interesting. What is really interesting, and it's a theme that you revisit and explore in the book really smartly, I think, is yes, you have the divided nation, absolutely. The miners offer any job where you're asked to work for more money, well, for less money, but to do more hours. Smacks of that. But the sport that gripped the country and was watched by those miners. Well, there's this lovely story of two miners who I think cycled down to Lords to watch the game.
Yeah, I think it was to Headingley, wasn't it?
Headingley
cycled down from Newcastle, yeah.
Which is still a long old journey.
Absolutely.
Slept in a doorway.
Especially on a bike
but the
made
irony,
in those days, yeah.
Yeah, but the irony is to watch a sport which actually absolutely kind of magnified that class divide. It wasn't until 1962 that they stopped amateurs. To be captain of England, you had to be an amateur. The professionals, which included the likes of Jack Hobbs and Herbert Sutcliffe, don't forget. But you had to be a captain to captain England. You had to be an amateur. The amateurs would travel different class on the train. They'd stay in different hotels. They'd walk down different steps at Lords. The healing of a divided nation riven by issues of class zoomed in on a game that absolutely exemplified the class divide.
It did. Cricket exemplified the class difference, but it also, boys, exemplified the deference that by and large still existed, certainly in cricket. The cricket professional, by and large, expected and almost desired to be led by an amateur, assuming that the amateur was a good enough player. And in Arthur Carr, they had one who was just about good enough to bat in the middle order.
Can someone explain, did you have to be upper class to be a professional? Or was it just you were good enough to be paid?
Good point, Bear. Increasingly by then, and that had been the case for 20 odd years, it was more difficult to be an amateur because amateurs were having to work. We talk about the Edwardian Golden Age. There was still a crux of amateurs who were, in a way, rentiers then, who had their own money and lived off property that had been left by their parents or whatever. But by the 1920s, that stock had declined. So the proper amateur was certainly in decline. Arthur Carr, who was captain of England in the first 4 tests of 1926, was only able to play because his dad was a rich stockbroker, and they'd come to an accommodation that Arthur, who was darn good at cricket, Arthur could play cricket as long as he became captain of England, which he did.
Percy Chapman as well was
well, I do have a soft spot for Carr. I'm not saying he gave the world Harold Lower, but my word, he had much to do with honing him to be ready for Test match cricket. Larwood made his debut in 1926. So there was still a deference among, as I said, among professional cricketers towards the amateurs. Even among Hobbs, who was, I guess, by then, and I try to make this point in the book, the most revered man in England, bar none. Even, you know, I suppose the king might have been an exception. I know not. But because he played cricket, because of the way he disported himself, but even he didn't expect to be captain of England, though he did captain England during a
It was
couple
one
of
day at
days
Old Trafford,
during
wasn't it? And he was the first. He was the first non-amateur to ever be a captain of England, I think.
Well, Arthur
But it was
Shrewsbury
for one day, wasn't it?
was the first professional captain, but they weren't really England or MCC then. They were tours gotten up by pros. So, in a way, because Jack Hobbs during the fourth test had to captain England when Carr fell ill with tonsillitis. There was uproar. It was not a scandal quite, but it was a genuine surprising thing, because there had been one amateur in the side, one other amateur in the side, Greville Stevens, who's a 25-year-old university college boy,
Middlesex man, and a stockbroker at the time, I think.
Yeah, but they didn't ask him. They asked Hobbs, but there was no question that Hobbs would then keep the job.
I mean, it is. Should we talk a little bit about some of the cricket? One of the things that I hadn't appreciated until I read the book, and I like to think I know a bit about cricket, was all the tests up until the last test were effectively 3-day games, or 4 in total, with a rest day.
That was the way then.
So here we are, bemoaning the fact that games finish early in sort of 2025.
Yeah, I mean, there was hell on as well. After the Lord's test, the first test at Nottingham was rained off after 40 minutes. They didn't play on the second and third days at all. The Lord's test was just a runs feast, and it was after that agitation started, boys, to make tests longer. But what we forget in all that, and there was a case for making tests longer than 3 days, but what we forget in all that is that they were bowling 23 overs an hour. Now, the Lord's test finished in a draw, and forgive me, it's several months.
I hear Gary in my ears at the moment.
But in the number of overs bowled in that Lord's test, something like 40 other Lord's tests have been finishing in fewer overs. It wasn't the days, it wasn't the overs, it was the fact that the bowling wasn't that good. The pitches were probably too good, and the batting lacked ambition. Whereas today, some of the batting may have too much ambition. It had none. So they were tootling along at about 2 and over.
Weren't the Australians slightly more guilty of that than England in playing for a draw all the way through? Well, discount the first one.
Were they 8-ball overs in those days as well?
Sorry, Bear?
Were they 8-ball overs in those days? Or was
no, they were 6-ball overs.
Oh, they were 6-ball overs.
Yeah. The 5-ball overs have been stopped a few years earlier, so there were 6-ball overs by then. The 8-ball contests were in Australia.
Okay.
Yeah, they were. I mean, there's some things in the book which I think, to me, do a fantastic job of putting you in the period, as it were, as well as
That's what I set out to do. I'm very interested in cricket, as you boys are, but I'm interested also in the society in which cricket is played. I find today fascinating.
Well, the one thing I find interesting about that is it seems to be that Winston Churchill's fault that everything went tits up in the country.
Because I come from the northeast, people still haven't forgotten Winston Churchill's part in the general strike and in the miners' dispute. He did not cover himself in glory, and that is still mentioned. And of course, he is truly a great man who England, the United Kingdom, wouldn't have got through the Second World War without him. But nonetheless, I was keen to point out that he did have a feat of clay as well.
Yeah, well, he was the one who said that we got to go back on the gold standard, isn't he? And basically screwed up the economy. Yeah, screwed up the economy.
Standard. And that caused all sorts of problems, because the sterling just couldn't carry it then. It went back to First World War levels. Well, it just wasn't worth that.
Yeah.
But the Conservative Party were very keen, because it delineated Great Britain as a world power. It was very keen to demonstrate that by returning to the gold standard, which had been judged on up until the First World War.
I don't think Stanley Baldwin comes out of it. I mean, I've always thought of him as mildly ineffectual, but when reading the book, whether you agree with the politics or not, he seems to come across as quite decisive. At least
he was a conservative man of his times, and he certainly didn't get everything right. But he went up in my estimation with everything that I read about him. Really, look, he was eager to make sure that there was no crowing after the general strike collapsed, which is just on the cusp of when the Australians arrived and just before the Test series started. The general strike lasted 9 days, and the workers were broken. And Baldwin was keen to try to ensure that victory, while the government was not crowed about, as I said. I think he lost that battle a bit because, like many Tory leaders since, he had a right-wing cabal in his cabinet with which to deal. He didn't quite...
Well, there straight away is a parallel to very recent times.
Baldwin was a decent man, and there is a bit in the book where I mention the fact that he did give away, I think 20% of his personal fortune he gave back to the government to try and alleviate poverty, asking other millionaires to do the same, which sadly few.
And he was a very keen cricket fan, so there's a tradition.
He was a huge.
I'm thinking John Major and Theresa May for a start.
Yeah, huge cricket fan.
And his missus, wasn't his missus? Lucy.
She played for the famous cricket. White Rose Ladies team, and I refer in the book to a luncheon that was held for the Australians days after their arrival, which, with the country in absolute turbulence, with the general strike round the corner, the Prime Minister found time to attend with his wife, and his wife sat next to Sidney Smith, the Australian manager, and he was absolutely flabbergasted to find that this woman knew so much about cricket. That was a representative of the Times too. But she
there's one
more of a cricket expert than Stanley.
Well, there's somewhere there. I think it's during the Oval Test. You reference a correspondent who was either shocked or horrified. I can't remember the words used. That there's so many women here. It's a and I think he describes it as something like it's a characteristic of the new feminism.
Yes.
Hopefully they could catch back in those days.
I did think of Private Eye Suits Corner when I replicated that. But yes, it was astonishing. Women were, because of the suffragette movement, which of course had started in about 1905, I think, the first public protest. Then they'd eventually, after years and years of protest, managed to get something of a vote for women. Recognised anyway. So women were only beginning to come into their own. But believe me, there was not a willingness on the part of the male sex to permit that.
Well, you still had the sort of Harris and Hawke's presence looming a little bit. Either a sense that it wasn't, the norm would not be to have them in a lot of places, and that was still the sort of the way things were. So, as I say, I think what you've done is sort of capture the surprise. I've
tried to capture society. I've tried to capture a moment in time of which cricket was a fundamental part, because I still probably naively believe that cricket is a fundamental part of the way we live our lives. I think it is important.
Certainly is for us.
To remember, yes, to remember, boys, that the number of great cricketers who appeared in that series is utterly astonishing. Go down the England team for the final test. Hobbs, Jack Hobbs, Herbert Sutcliffe, Frank Woolley at number 3, Percy Hendren at number 4, 3 of the highest 4-run scorers of all time in that.
Wilfred Rhodes, you've got
number 5, Percy Chapman, a blonde god. Number 6, Greville Stevens, an amateur who didn't achieve all he could have done, but nevertheless an accomplished cricketer. Number 7, Wilfred Rhodes. Number 8, Maurice Tate. What a bowler he was then. Number 9, George Geary. Boy, I wish we had 10 seamers like him today who could hit the top of off, at the top of. Number 10, Harold Larwood. Well,
can I stop you on that one? Because
number
that
11, Herbert Strudwick with a wicket-keeper.
Larwood is fascinating in this story because, you know, in you're talking about a strike which was a general strike and supported by the dockers and the train drivers, and it became that to the general strike. But it was fundamentally about the mines. You had a miner who'd been pulled out the mines to play cricket. So what surprised me a little bit is that he didn't become more of a central focus of the series, perhaps because it was earlier in his career.
Well, it was,
but you had the ultimate kind of poster child for the working man playing.
Yeah, he only
in the
played 2 test matches. He was picked for the Lord's match and acquitted himself pretty well.
He did.
And then Pelham Warner, the chairman of selectors, decided that the series could better be won with other types of bowling. He was wrong, but by the time of the Oval Test, England were desperate and they needed Larwood. He was clearly the quickest bowler in the world at that time, and they needed him. I looking back, and obviously I've done a lot of research into this particular summer now, I think that they got it wrong, and Larwood should certainly have played throughout.
Well, I think it was in this series that Percy Fender spotted Larwood's potential with a future thought on bodyline and how much it might have discovered. Oh no, it was when Bradman's first tour, wasn't it? But
yeah. We did all this. We did all this in a past podcast, Tony.
Well, we did. we did. But the other thing that I love in the book is, and you know, the sort of ways that you recall the past. There's a couple of techniques which I think are great fun. One is you use cigarette cards as the illustration of the players, which to me just feels so 20s. You've got literally the players' cigarette cards as the portrait.
Yeah, I must admit, I gave myself a little pat on the back when I thought of that idea. Actually,
well, I'm giving you another
having thought about it, I then got lucky because it turned out there was one particular collection issued in 1926, which of the 30 players that played in the series, I think this collection of 50 had 24 of them, and I was able to get singles of the other 6 from other collections.
Are they worth lots of money these days?
Well, I bet they are. They should be.
Yeah.
I just a question. It's like you know, baseball cards and all that kind of stuff.
That's why I'm talking to you from a mansion in Barnard Castle.
Yes, I went played from mansion, but yeah. Look, I managed to get. Look, boys, I'll let you into a secret. I was lucky. I managed to get a facsimile set of cards, which are absolutely like the originals. So that was a real boon, because while there are some of the originals still knocking about, they're into 4 figures now, and I really want to. So anyway, yes, I was fortunate, really, and Tony, I think you're right. I do think they add some atmosphere to the book. I really do, and it's a trick that I might play again if I've got another book that I'm toying with at the moment. I might use that again, actually.
Well, the other one is use of nicknames and the names of the day, which I think again seems to work. I mean, Plum of course is one that always comes to mind with Warner, but there's other players who you constantly use their nickname, so the names they were really
known and I refuse to put them in inverted commas. I do explain that in the brief introduction at the start of the book. This is what they were known as, so why put them in inverted commas? Pelham Warner was Plum Warner to everybody. Henry Lawson Gore was Shrimp to everybody. Nicknames were not an exclusive preserve of the upper classes, but they seemed to like them more than the boys. Jack Hobbs was just Jack, I think. Herbert Sutcliffe was never anything other than Herbert. Patsy Hendren, well, that was his nickname, in fact. Frank Woolley was Frank. And that was I think Frank was known as Stork, maybe something like that.
He was Stork. I think it was Stork, and you do refer to him Stork Hendry, wasn't it?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. So you've talked about some of the characters on the England side. I mean, the one that, apart from Harold Larwood, leaps out at me was obviously Jack Hobbs for my Surrey friends, and the Hobbs and Sutcliffe partnership. didn't strike its highest chords in 26, but obviously it went on to do.
Oh yes, it did. They averaged.
Well, the oval. They did. They batted magnificently, didn't they?
Yeah, they never put on. They never put on less than 50 after Nottingham, where they were interrupted. So. Yeah, they were at their peak then. They really were. It's because the matches were actually unalluring matches because of the
weather and the Australia desire for draws.
The nature of the fear that with which Australia played. Australia played almost as though they wanted to get to the final match when they knew it was likely to be timeless, and that they put all their eggs in.
I was going to say, because when I was looking at the scorecards, exactly that. All the previous tests are 4 days, and
they were 3 days plus a rest day,
and then the last test, obviously, on the scorecard. It's a day longer. So was the last test a timeless test?
Yes, it was a time. It only took 4 days, but there were jokes going around at the time because of the nature of the way the cricket had been played, that the match would still be going on in February, and 1,015 would play 1,023. In fact, it only needed 4 days. Matches in that summer started on a Saturday, so you had 1 day's play, rest day on a Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. But this was going to go on.
Well, I'm not sure if I should cut off someone so posh. Is it my station? Should I check with him first? But apparently I have, because we're going to start the second innings of this ODI. It's going to be Arshdeep opening the bowling. It's going to be Phil Salt opening the batting. So we'll jingle you up for some of these geezers.
Get up on there. So Salt, yeah, Phil is here. Want you to push it good into the offside.
Which is what he does. Pushes it good into the offside up to mid-off. There'll be no run. His partner, England being cowards, is not Michael Pepper yet. One day. It's going to be, for today, it's going to be Ben Duckett.
Ben Duckett. He is not very tall. Ben Duckett. But sometimes he hits the ball hard. Ben Duckett.
In the meantime, Arshdeep's going to bowl the second ball of the innings, and Salt is underway, clips that down to long leg. Will be a single. One thing with these new headphones, they make a tremendous noise when you're putting them on. Well, Hendo wrestles with that. Fourthie, how are you doing?
Very good, thank you, Andy. How are you?
Good. And the opening bowler for England, India, I should say. As we've already mentioned, it's going to be this man.
And then this guy called Arshdeep Singh. The obvious jokes will be entertained here.
Right, how do you rate England's chances of chasing this down?
I would say they're around about 12%.
Slim to none, yeah. But Slim is still in town at the moment.
Yeah.
Ooh. Arshdeep's going to start. Left arm over to the left-handed Duckett, and he plays it up to mid-on. Be no run. Lots of
I guess there's going to come
breathing and slurping here for all you ASMR fans.
Sorry about that.
I guess there's going to come an occasion, and perhaps one in 10 of these sorts of matches where all the top 3 or 4 click and they all get big scores. Maybe it'll be today. It's just unlikely.
No, I would tend to agree. How about you, Hendo?
Well, I was saying that actually. I think I was saying to you, wasn't I, in the green room? I'll come back to that in a minute.
As Arshdeep comes in, it's a good ball. Duckett defends.
Yeah, I mean, looking at today, yes, it's 7 and over. For England to have the consistency and the stroke play to match that, I don't think it's going to need something special from the likes of Butler and Brooke, I would say.
Yeah.
But longer term, looking ahead to the Champions Trophy, we were talking about the fact that England looked likely.
Yeah, we'll come on to this. Arshdeep comes in. This again, nice little shape away from Duckett, plays it back to the bowler for no run.
They're either going to go in a bowler short or a batsman short.
Well, this is the lack of an all-rounders. We were looking at the squad. I don't know if you looked at the squad, Forthy, trying to figure out the 11. But without Bethel, they've got 7 batsmen to choose for 6 spots. and only Joe Root turns his arm over.
Yep.
All right, so either you put Livingston in the top 6, or you literally have to go with 5 bowlers who barely bat. I mean, Livingston is the closest they've got to an all-rounder. Duckett plays it down the wicket for no run, but if you put him in, Livingston and Root are your 5th bowler, which looks very light to me.
Well, it's what we've had today, isn't it?
Well, it's shades of 1979 when we went to a World Cup final with Gooch and Boycott as our bowler.
Well, yeah, but at least Boycott was wearing his cap when he bowled.
Boycott and Brearley as our openers. It was a different time.
Yes. Admittedly back to front. Sorry, Hendo, I think you're on socials, aren't you, end of the
Oh, what a bummer. Yes, I am.
You do have to be sorry about that.
That means I have to lean forward. I don't know where we got up to be honest.
Well, just while you're just having a look at the screen, it doesn't seem to be any, as far as we can tell, Ben Duckett doesn't seem to be struggling with that nagging groin that he limped off with at
kind
the
of
end.
groin.
Has his groin been nagging him?
Nagging him, yes. You always feel a bit Partridge-esque when you say it.
I tell you, I've told this one on air before, but I will come on to it after I jingle up this bowler who probably has a rude jingle. No, I can't find him actually. Harshit. No, I don't think he's there. It's Harshit Rana. Salt plays an ugly... Oh, that's just ugly cricket all round. It's quite a poor ball. Yeah. Salt has a one-handed swish. KL Rahul falls over it, clearly hit him right on the point of the knee. It got in just... you know when the pad flap goes forward and it hits you right... I think that's what's happened. I think he's going to be okay, but it's going to be a sore one.
You could search for Harshit under
I
cards.
could. No, I can't be bothered.
You know, can't be bothered? Okay.
No.
Fair
I'll
enough.
tell you my story instead.
Okay.
We were like 17, 18 years old at a cricket club dinner, all having far too much to drink, and some guy comes on to give a speech, and he was about 100 years old, or he seemed to us. Kept low a bit, that one, went onto the bat.
Wow.
Very low.
Yeah.
And he's giving this interminable speech. He is talking about the club captain, who is himself about 50 years old, coming into the team as a newcomer. So if this is probably in the 40s or something, and he goes, and the bowler pinned him down with his nagging length. And we all were in absolute fits of laughter. One table of us in absolute fits of laughter, and other tables sort of looking at us disapprovingly while also trying not to laugh. There's tremendous innuendo. A tremenuendo, if you will.
Tremenuendo. Yeah, we're back live now, I think.
We are indeed, yes. There's something, even I remember I was attending a wedding and it was in Leicestershire, and my friend said, "Did you come up the Vale of Beaver?" Just as the bride was coming up the aisle, I just could not stop laughing. It was terrible.
Another ugly shot from Duckett, who went for the pull. Must have hit him on the thigh pad, I think. Everybody's in the wars at the moment, limping up and down.
Has he now got a nagging hip injury or something? Yeah. He's certainly limping a little bit, isn't he?
He's obviously on the same leg, or if they cancel each other out, you wouldn't be limping anymore.
Fourthie, are you not going to mention Coventry's wonderful late win over Andy's team last night?
I said on Twitter, I wasn't so much annoyed that we lost as I was annoyed that Coventry won, because they never did. I don't suppose you saw it.
Well, I've seen the extended highlights twice.
Well, that doesn't count. Only twice. Doesn't account for very much. It's just annoying because Frank Lampard, obviously, as harsh it comes to Duckett, whips it into the leg side, into the gap, and it's beaten the fielder as well. Now, is that it's going to be a test of the outfield? Yes, it slides away for 4.
Very welcome. Very welcome.
It slides away for 4.
1 2 ka 4 4 2 ka 1. My name is Lakhan. My name is Lakhan.
I can understand why Kuldeep kept chasing that, because it actually seemed to actually gain pace the longer he was chasing it.
Whatever they've sprayed the outfield with at half time, it hasn't slowed it down very much.
Is dew a factor, do we think?
Well, apparently they spray it with some special dew repelling stuff. I don't know about that.
Right.
Probably makes it more dewy.
You would have thought so. Anyway, Harshit's going to come in again. I haven't finished complaining about football yet. Duckett whips that one in deep into the leg side. You always want to have a little look just to make sure he hasn't hit it straight down a fielder's throat. Not that time. It's 4.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
We ought to explain to listeners, I'm a Coventry supporter, and is a QPR supporter. Last night, Coventry beat QPR in time added on to added on time.
95th minute, yes. It was our own fault. We only had ourselves to blame. We had 4 corners in injury time and hit the ball at the man on the near post. Then Coventry went up the other end and had 1 corner and actually put it in the right place and scored, so shit happens. Duckett is down the track again, but slaps it into the ground. But yeah, just a bit annoying seeing Frank Lampard punching the air at the end of the game, as it always is.
Yes, I mean, if there's any number of reasons why Frank Lampard might be annoying. Is there any particular reason why QPR supporters don't like him?
Well, never the greatest admirers of Chelsea ourselves at Loftus Road.
Understand.
Right, let's do some tweets. Bad finishing by India in the last 10 overs. Only 60 to 70 runs with 6 wickets in hand. Stephen Brantley saying, I'm from the northeast in that accent is comedy gold, says Jay Grover. And aren't all speeches interminable, says Pirate Badger.
Yes, mostly.
I was just reading a P.G. Woodhouse short story last night in which the young lads from the Drones Club are running a book on who's going to give the longest sermon amongst the vicars from
isn't that... Isn't that... I mean, he did struggle with his plots a bit, Woodhouse. I'm sure that's in one of his novels as well.
It could well be. Yeah, he did struggle with this. You're absolutely right.
He used to say all the banter and the dialogue is fantastic, but he basically recycled 3 or 4 plots in all his books. That was down the arse. I'm a bit surprised that wasn't a wide.
Yeah, I think poor old Phil Salt was as well.
That's a wide. That's definitely a wide.
Unless it's caught his sleeve, because if it's caught his glove, he's out.
Yeah. I may have just flicked the helmet, maybe something like that.
He's salty.
He is. He's got a pad on that one, and that'll be 4 leg buys. I'm quite sure Arshdeep not really getting his line right there. Do we do a jingle for leg buys?
Well, you can do if you want to, but it's good use of the pad. Good use of the pad.
Well, not particularly good bowling by Arshdeep. It's swinging a little bit too much there. But
Arshdeep will be a fixture in the Indian Champions Trophy side, along with Kuldeep, Jadeja, Shami, I suppose, will be the bowling attack.
In the absence of Bumrah, someone's got to step up there. Yeah.
No Jaiswal either, I was hearing just now.
It's a bit of a surprise. Well, you can't drop Rohit as he's captain. Arshdeep that time sends it quite clever, sends it across the batsman who's maybe expecting the swing. Didn't transpire, and it goes through to KL Rahul.
I presume, looking at the England team, that Banton's got a chance to make a claim here today, hasn't he? But I would have thought it'd have been back up to Jamie Smith if Jamie Smith is fit.
It looks like Banton or Smith for that last batting role.
The trouble is that, as I say, if Smith was coming in and you felt he was an all-rounder, I mean, I know sometimes all-rounder is used for a wicket-keeper batsman, but I don't like it.
Surely
really.
Smith is a better wicket-keeper than Salt.
No.
He was playing in the tests.
That's true.
Must be better than Salt. Yeah, played out to cover for no run.
I was going to say, well, yes, but actually Salt has kept well in this series. He's taken 3 very good catches today. One off Wood to start with, getting rid of Rohit,
yes.
And then another edge from Kohli off Rashid, and another one down the leg side off Rashid. So I think I have to say and he took Kohli the other day as well. He's done quite well standing up to Rashid anyway, because Rashid is the only one who's actually beaten the bat or found the edge, really.
So Arshdeep again. Oh, a bit of movement there. He's moved that one the other way, and it also seemed to... It was a slower ball, seemed to slow down as it went through, bounced in front of KL Rahul, and Salt had a bit of a fish at it.
I know I feel a bit like a maiden aunt or something who doesn't watch much cricket. It's a tiny bit confusing when they both play in the same colours in one-day internationals. I think, oh, hang on, that's not England in the field.
Well, funnily enough, if you were listening to Count Binface on Sunday, who was guest with her, he was making that very point.
Oh, me and Count Binface.
They should have away kits, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
I don't see what... I mean, I'm surprised they don't. It's more money. That's a decent shot from Salt. He was on 1 off 8 and something had to give. Picked up the ball slightly back of a length over mid-wicket for 4.
4.
Does Camp Binface, does he get confused in test matches? Because I don't get confused then. Maybe I've just got more time to adjust or something.
No, I think it's just that if you're going to have coloured clothing, you kind of think, well, why can't they have different coloured clothing?
There's a lot of colours available after all.
Indeed so.
Put it in his next manifesto.
I think he might. Hopefully he'll be back for the Champions Trophy as well.
That'd be nice.
Because he was good fun, and I think he enjoyed himself.
Okay, cool. No problem with that. England 18 for no wicket. The sun dips behind the stand. Looks quite pretty.
It does actually. Yeah, it's very nice. 3-5-6. It's a funny sort of score, the 3-5-6, because after 30 overs, England were rather looking at 4-5-6
They
at one
were
point.
4 something. Oh, he's gone for the sweep, the ramp ducket, and he's got it absolutely perfect.
Oh,
well,
yeah.
he got 4 but not 6, which you might argue is perfect, but he certainly scooped it right over first slip for 4.
I kind of expected him to do that after he'd hit the first 2 fours in the previous over, that he might go for that shot as to try and hit 3 in a row, but it wasn't going to be long before he tried it.
As long as you connect with that shot, then in some ways, even if you don't, it's one of the less risky shots in cricket, would you say? Because how are you going to get out, apart from being bowled?
Well, you can get that toe end right up in the air. He's got an inside edge on that one, the Chinese cut, the Surrey cut, whatever you want to call it. It's 4 runs.
We call it the Vatican.
It's a 4 for a boundary where there's a rope. The bowler won't like it, but it has to go.
Oh, I haven't heard that one before. I like that one.
I'm trying some random ones at the moment.
We were calling it the Vatican Slice a couple of years ago.
Oh yeah, I quite like the Vatican Slice. Yes, I do remember that.
Does it ever get called the Harrow cut these days?
Is that what that was?
I remember it
Same
from.
thing? Yeah.
I remember John Arlott and Jim Laker referring to it as the Harrow cut.
Well, they were probably Eton lads or something, and it was great bounce.
I don't think Jim Laker was. No,
you're probably right there.
Oh!
Cut
We've
down
got a
to
super chat.
Third man for a single.
We've got a super chat.
Go for it.
What, you don't want to play us another super chat jingle? You've got to play the super chat jingle.
Blankety blank super chat
the
jingle.
protocols must be observed.
Absolutely.
Where does that live?
Under marketing.
Yeah.
There you go. Take your pick.
Okay, I still have to have this ball now. I was so slow off the draw there. Not quite full, the Modi Dome, but it is incredibly enormous, so we'll probably allow that one. Bottom edge from Salt goes through to the wicket keeper, and we have a super chat game.
YouTube bribe, super chat, no shipping unlike the bucket hat.
That's from Jay Grover. 10 lovely pounds sterling, asking us all for money whilst making your distaste for social media interaction with us plebeians explicit.
Oh, you love it.
Is
dearly.
a bold strategy. Who am I kidding? I'm already balls deep in this sunk cost fallacy.
Yes.
Sunk cost fallacy. Wow.
Quicker ball from Harshit, but it's bounced a bit too high and it's gone through for a wide.
Lucky Six says, I spent the break productively watching Virat's acting.
Oh, please do tell.
Can but say Jesus. Ashley Partridge says, England fancy this, or fancy thus. Fancy thus.
Well, they've got us to a good start, 28 for naught in the 4th over.
Yeah, the starts have not been the problem recently. It's the
middle and
and
the
end
finish,
been
yes.
more
Well,
problematic.
not even that. It's kind of the end of the power play when they suddenly lose 3 quick wickets.
Harshit's in again, and it's clubbed away by Salt. It wasn't the prettiest of shots, but it beats mid-on for 4. Let's try another random 4 jingle.
2, 3, 4.
Excellent.
Pretty random. But yeah, bat's twisted in his hand. It's really just a bit of a slog.
It might be one of those shots where it's a good thing it did twist in his hand. It might have gone straight to mid-on otherwise.
Yeah, one of those innings where you're slogging and edging. Suddenly you hit one clean and it goes straight down someone's throat.
Yep. Fourthly, I don't know how you feel about this, but based on England's struggles with the bat, I've been making the case for the recall of Ginger Johnny Bairstow.
Oh.
Slower ball from Harshit. That's how what most people think, yeah. Slower ball from Harshit. It's drilled up to road at mid-on, but straight at him, and there's no run.
More comebacks than Frank Sinatra, that guy.
Well, but do you not think that... Do you not feel that perhaps, if you look at his record, it's kind of more impressive than Phil Salt's as an opening batsman?
Yeah, but that's counting the time he was good.
Well, I think he's still good. I mean, I watched him...
How old's Bairstow now?
He's about 34, isn't he?
Next ODI World Cup's in 2 years.
Depends
well, I mean, I
Champions
wouldn't...
Trophy it counts as something we're serious about, or whether it's just a stopping off point on the route to the World Cup.
Well, I think it probably is in most ways, yeah.
But I think, I was having this argument with Billy today and on Sunday.
Yeah, but isn't go on, yeah.
I was just going to say that I don't think anyone's really made a solid case for their inclusion over him, really. That's part of my, if someone was coming on and actually looking the part, but I'm not sure that Phil Salt is.
No, aren't they just a bit sick of his shenanigans?
I don't know.
That was more the impression. Is my impression that was a factor. Played up to mid-off for no run.
Well, I'm not really sure what his shenanigans were, because he was the man who was
dropping because he couldn't keep wicket and this kind of thing.
But I mean, at the same time, he did get injured by his captain on the golf course and put out of action for about 8 months.
How do you mean by his captain?
Well, allegedly, his captain slid into him on the tee, didn't he?
Well, why the fuck would he do that? I'm not having a go at you.
No, I know. I don't worry, I'm not taking it personally at all.
Well, Duckett clubs that one over mid-on. The mid-on's up in the circle, so that's going to go for 4.
4. F-O-R.
So are you saying Bairstow's like lining up his shot and concentrating, and Stokes goes, I know what'll be great bants. I'll slide tackle him when he's not looking.
That has been suggested. Perhaps there was less to it than that. There might have been some sort of shenanigans, and they might have slipped down the bank of a tee, if that makes sense.
God, it might well have done. That's a nice shot from Duckett, who's well above this kind of thing, apart from pouring a pint over James Anderson's head, who probably deserved it, I reckon. And that's 4.
Never got to the bottom of that either.
No.
Buckle my shoe. 3, 4. Shut the door.
I never really understood the sort of history behind that thing. I can understand how someone could sprain an ankle on a golf course. I get that, but how you can break your leg in 7 places or whatever Johnny Bairstow did, it was beyond me.
I just assumed he had a swing and slipped and fell down a bank or something.
Well, maybe he did. I've heard various tales relating to that. Who knows what the truth is?
Expect it'll come out in someone's book in the end. Duckett, he's in really good form, and he's picking up these short balls. He's flayed that one over square leg, and that's another 4.
Who knows?
But this is kind of where Duckett has to be a little bit careful. Playing some great shots. In fact, that was probably his best shot. It's a genuine hook shot, that really, because it's up above his eye line.
But isn't thinking to yourself, I've got to be a little bit careful, what takes you out of the zone?
This is a really interesting point. I was listening to KP for my sins wittering on in the break, and he said, these guys have got to get onto hundreds, 50s, 60s and 70s aren't good enough. Sure, but you need a strategy for saying, well, how are you actually going to make that difference? You can't just say, get a big 100. That's an objective, it's not a strategy.
Well, Arshdeep put a man at deep square leg, bowled it short again, and Duckett's too good for him, just played it to deep mid-wicket for 4.
Sorry. So, look, I'm very open to suggestions here, but is the suggestion really that at some point they should rein it in and have a little sort of fallow period while they reassess? Maybe that's right.
Not so, but I mean, I think it's more about shot selection.
Right.
I think when he got 65 on Sunday, Duckett was batting really well, and then he sort of underhits a lofted drive straight down the throat of long on, and you just think, well, maybe he was trying to get it squarer. I don't know. It just seems to give it away too often, and that's why he doesn't go on and get the big scores in this form of the game.
Arshdeep's finally wised up, pitched one up, slower ball, probably a kind of goodness me, left arm leg spinner.
Yeah,
cutter of some sort, wasn't it?
Turn away from Duckett, but
knuckleball.
Knuckleball, wow, yeah. But 4 consecutive fours in that over, and England are racing away and miles ahead of India at this stage, for what that's worth.
You've got to have massive hands to be able to bowl a knuckleball.
Yeah,
I wouldn't be able to fit a ball on the end of my knuckles. Yeah.
Apparently, it's a big advantage in a lot of sports to have large hands. I could see it.
Absolutely.
Or in music, I suppose, as well. Piano and the guitar.
Oh,
piano,
totally,
yeah.
That's exactly why I'm not a concert pianist.
That's the main reason, actually. It's often been said.
Jay Grover, it is time to scoop your brain out and flush it down the shitter. That seems a bit... I think
unless that's a super chat, we might have ignored that one.
I think you meant he is risen. I'll come back to that. Oh, change of bowling, and this is brave.
It is. The spinner's going to come on. I'll give Jingle in a second. He bowls to Salt, plays it back to him. Where is he? Here he is.
His name for his granddad or something with like that. So it turns out that you are looking at Washington Sundar.
A jingle that... Salt could be in trouble. He's just got it wide of mid-off, just enough. Rana reached out, couldn't get there, stopped it, and get back for 2. But it was a false shot, and his heart will have been in his mouth, Phil Salt, but he did get it just wide enough of the man.
One of the reasons I was going to go back to Johnny Bairstow was that I think that I just saw the stat from Salt. 29 innings in one-day internationals, 5 50s and 100. So he's going at about... 1 every 7 innings he's getting a 50.
Yeah, it's not enough.
No, it's not enough.
He'll play that one up to...
Not enough, but they will do whatever they can, I think, not to go back to Bairstow for various reasons.
Yeah,
it's just
I think so.
Well, if that's right, then they really need to be looking at... I don't understand why they've dispensed with the Will Jacks.
No.
He had a couple of really good innings towards the end of the summer. It wasn't a great summer for him in general. But a couple of the one-dayers against Australia, he played really well.
Yeah.
And he gives you that option as a bowler as well. That said, he got absolutely slaughtered, didn't he, in the T20 in that first over against Australia. And then it's almost like McCullum has a... Well, that wasn't McCullum, was it, at that point?
Well,
but I was going to say, some strange decisions made by the hierarchy, I have to say.
He's round the wicket to Duckett, who steps away. He misses it. KL Rahul, who isn't the best wicket-keeper, misses it as well, and it's 4 byes. And India with some problems to address. Well, at least England are giving India, although some of India's problems they are giving themselves. KL Rahul's nowhere near that.
I mean, you can do what you want with stats, but I think India were 52 after 10 overs, weren't they?
Yes.
Look at England.
Well, that's what a batsman like Duckett can do. He's making them bowl strange lines and getting in their heads. We'll see if he can keep it going. That's down leg side as well, but Duckett taps it down to deep square. He'll get a single.
Is he still limping a little bit? I think
he does look.
I think so. Yeah.
A little bit ginger, not in the Johnny Bairstow sense.
A little bit, if only he was a little bit ginger.
But it'd be interesting to say, look at Johnny's. I haven't done it, but have a look at Johnny's stats and see, how he relates in terms of 50s and 100s per innings.
I'm not one to talk after this ball. Crashes that into the offside, and all the fielders are up, and 2 of them just watch that ball go between them for another 4.
Now my innings going, great guns, I hit the ball, 4 runs, I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
Going back to the classics there, I've just had a little chuckle because you said, well, I haven't looked at the stats, and it's. I was looking at a conversation on Twitter in the green room which says, well, Nietzsche said this, and someone replies, well, have you read Nietzsche?
Oh, yes.
And the guy says, no, have you? And the other one says, no.
Farong says he will need to keep scoring at this rate to bring up his double 100 and give England a chance of victory. Pirate Badshah said it's saving up trouble for the future, failing to put older players out to pasture.
Yeah.
Ultimately, the new generation has to bed in somehow. Well, that's true, but you've got to be... I mean, yes, but if they're not...
We just don't think Phil Salt is the...
I certainly don't think Phil Salt is the answer in ODIs. I'd love him to prove me wrong and go on and score a big 100 here, and then maybe that will be the making of him. But definitely in T20s.
Arshdeep, tight and off stump for once. Amazing what that can do for you, and Duckett plays it back to him for no run.
He's a slightly odd fellow, isn't he, Johnny Bairstow? Quite apart from the golf against it.
Remember that thing where...
A friend of mine was on a stag do, and Johnny Bairstow was staying at the same hotel. And they said, "Oh, Johnny, do you want to come over and join us?" And he stayed with them all day. And then at the end of the day, he said, "Where are we meeting up tomorrow, lads?"
Yeah.
He just himself to
That's quite nice, isn't it?
Do you remember that thing
Yeah,
where he
it's quite
got...
nice. It's quite nice. Unusual, but it's quite nice.
Yeah.
Oh,
Duckett, that could be the moment. It's gone up in the air. Is it going to land safe? No, it's not. Even Rohit Sharma can take that catch, and it's a shame for Duckett. And
he's been done by a slower ball.
Yeah, well ball by Arshdeep, and Duckett is gone for 34. It's another knuckleball, yeah.
It was another knuckleball.
Yeah, he's just deceived Duckett with that one, unfortunately for him.
Also,
you would have thought, actually, that a knuckleball, relatively speaking, was one of the easier ones to spot out of the hand.
Yeah, I mean, you could normally. I certainly think, as a batsman, you could kind of see where the fingers of the bowler were on the ball.
Any time I tried to do that, I just couldn't see the ball when it came out. If I start trying to, what's his hand doing? Oh shit, the ball.
Really?
Yes. Because I used to just try to look at the area where it was going to come from, not the ball in his hand.
To be fair, Andy, you're not a professional cricketer, so
that was a long way from being a professional cricketer.
Let me do some more tweets. Lockie, Jay Grover and Lockie are having a little bit of a
to and fro.
Yep. Mudley's with us. Brains is a decent pint. I don't know where that came from. Jay Grover says, never has a community been more united than rejecting Hendo's call for Bairstow.
Well, I was going to add to that. You remember the time he got into trouble for headbutting?
Yes.
Bancroft?
Yes.
And it turned out that's just how he greets people?
Yeah.
Maybe it does. I mean, I think he had a bit of a sort of background in rugby league as well, didn't he? I mean, that might explain a few things.
He just sounds like a sort of, really good oafish but not very intelligent jock.
Yeah, that's pretty well what he is, I think.
I remember people were calling for him to be captain at one point. There was just no.
Tom Banton's in.
He is. We haven't got a jingle for him, so we'll have to do that for the.
Well, we probably have if you go looking for it.
Oh, go on then.
Well, we haven't played him. If we have got him, well, it's not like he gets a regular outing.
All right, Tom Banton.
We got him.
I double-clicked it. Nothing happened.
Oh, go back to carts.
Yeah.
Click on it again.
Yeah.
Now, when you've got it, move it, hold it, click and hold, and move it into one of those spaces.
Oh, there we
go.
You
go.
Oh, wow, stuff works sometimes.
Even I can do it.
Well, now so can I. So take that, Apple Mac. Arshdeep is in again. To Banton. Unfortunately, he's not out before I can play his new jingle. Had a bit of a flash, though.
Tom Banton is a pure T20 player, and he'll go all the way. He's gonna do better than anyone you see before. This is the only way that he knows how to play.
And if they don't call him Bants in the team, then I will retire from cricket commentary. Because I'm sure
he's given one of those honest interviews where he said he fell out of love with the game. Banton, didn't he? But surely everyone does at some point when you've just scored a goal.
Yeah, and it's your contract's on the line, and you think you're going to have to go back to the office.
Some of us fell out of love with it daily, if not weekly, probably weekly.
Only if we had to play it every day, then we would have thought. Yes, that one's played into the leg side for no run.
I'm imagining you might have fallen out of love with football for the last 24 hours, Andy, maybe.
No, actually, you take the L's. I mean, you might remember both our clubs in the bottom three in end of October.
I absolutely do remember.
Both done really well to turn the seasons around, and so it could be a lot worse. Banton plays that one down the wicket, almost runs into Phil Salt. They need to sort that one out, but they get through for a single.
Well, I've got a very good friend who's a QPR supporter, and as we say to each other, we'll always have Roy Wegerle in common.
We'll always have Roy Wegerle. He probably did more for us than he did for you, I would think.
Oh, definitely, yes,
Yeah.
yes. But I used to love watching him play.
Oh, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant, yes.
But Johnny is better than the average Bairstow, says the Harriman. Yorkshire, says Jay Grover. Yorkshire. I thought the house sitting thing came unstuck a couple of years ago after the... I don't know what that's about. Urine incident? I don't know what that's all about. Brains comes from Cardiff, Wales, Hendo.
Was it?
Yeah, I just wondered why you were talking about beer. I hadn't seen... Had we been talking about beer earlier? I mean, maybe we had.
Talking about brains, we've been talking
about brains. Or lack of them. At last, says an Enrique Mentor. At last, England 60 for no wicket. That lasted well.
No, yes, you jinxed that one. Banton plays that one back to the bowler. I can see someone giving Sam Kerr a shout out in the comments there.
He then goes on to say, England will have to focus now. 2-1 is much better than 0-3 whitewash.
Well, it is. So always going for the reverse. Banton had played
beautiful.
very well. Over third.
Wow.
He got 6 for that.
That's a great shot.
Yes,
Terrific.
he has. Well done, him.
Absolutely effortless. That was fabulous.
2, 4, 6.
I just thought with the Sam Kerr thing, sometimes people say women footballers don't really represent their clubs, but throwing up in a taxi and racially abusing a police officer is pure Chelsea, to be fair. Dennis Wise...
but she was cleared. She was cleared.
Yes, which anyone else would have been cleared if it would definitely have been cleared the other way around. Eye roll. Back to the bowler.
The back window of the taxi and saying, "Do you know who I am?"
It's almost like Dennis Wise was there in the cab.
Almost.
And thus his spirit lives on, even though he's not dead. Oh, very fortunate from Banton. I'm not sure if he got anything on that at all. He went down the track, and KL Rahul has missed either a catch or a stumping, neither of which were very difficult. And it's gone for... Has he got... Did he get something on that? I think he did, yeah. Came down the track.
I got the impression it deflected off Rahul. But
that's what I thought initially. No, it's an edge. Yes. And Rahul has moved his gloves well after the ball has gone.
When I say a big edge, it wasn't so big that Rahul shouldn't really have caught it, though.
I mean, surely Sampson is actually going to keep in the Champions Trophy. That one down to deep square for a single.
I'm not... If you're not going to play Rahul as a batsman, surely you play Rishabh, don't you?
Or Rishabh, yeah.
I don't quite understand why Rishabh hasn't played in any of these games.
He's in the squad.
He certainly is.
Anyway, Banton very fortunate there. See if you can make the most of it. That turns into Phil Salt. He plays it into the leg side for a single.
Do you usually refer to him as Rishabh rather than Pant? That threw me for a moment.
It's
it's
always a bit of a stylistic choice with these things.
It certainly is with Indian and Pakistani players, isn't it? But, often you'll be calling someone Ahmed and he'll have Mushtaq on his back instead, won't he?
I just always think of him as Pant, I suppose, but maybe he's Rishabh.
Thanks, Fourthly. That was the basis of my feeble attempt at humour, says Muttley.
No problem.
I fell out of love with life ages ago and I still keep going, says Jay Grover.
Oh, come on, Jay. It's not that bad.
Come on, mate. We're playing Sheffield Wednesday on Saturday. Maybe you'll beat us and that'll cheer you up, Jay.
Yeah, but Sheffield Wednesday are a one-man team and he is injured. Barry Bannon.
Oh, Barry Bannon, he is a good player.
Yes. Yeah.
And who put the corner over for us last night, Tendo? Jack Rodoni.
He did indeed.
He's a good player.
Another assist for the boy.
He is a good player. Salt with a bit of a shovelly pull and fine leg gets down, gets a hand on it. Did okay there. They're going to go through for 2. It's going to be tight, but they do get there.
Well, a better throw, and
possibly
a lot.
I think he had to. I mean, he's short, fine leg, which is obviously where you put your lesser fielders.
Yeah.
I think they wouldn't have run the second if he'd picked it up clean. So there's a lot of ifs and buts. They didn't really run that first one very quick. Salt wasn't
Banton is saying no, and he's got his hand up. But to be fair, it's Salt's call, and he just keeps coming.
Well, nonetheless, England have got the runs on the board, 75 for 1.
Yeah, they've just got to keep the wickets intact, as India
Someone's
did.
got to go big, yeah. Someone's got to go big like Shubman Gill did. We shall see. Arshdeep's in again. That's a good shot.
Oh,
he certainly gave that one plenty salt. He did move his feet a bit better that time. Got across and then clubbed it past mid-off, even though it was a bit of a shorter ball for 4.
With the super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, rocka, super shatter.
That's another knuckleball.
I was wondering whether he's maybe just overusing that.
That
That said, it was quite wide, wasn't
stock
it?
ball now.
He gave him room to free the arms. Really, that was the thing.
I think you get a greater sense of security, funnily enough, with Salt and Banton. Duckett seems to have just come back to that after this ball.
Well, it's not easy to score at a strike rate of 200 and be totally secure. That one is going to be a wide. Looked a bit harsh.
Yes, it is. I think the thing about Duckett is he just feels like he could go at any moment. Now, is that a deliberate strategy? Have they just said to him, it's a shot to nothing. If you get 5 or 10, okay. If you get 50 or 60, that's fine. It's very hard to see how he can get more than 50 or 60 playing that way, because there's always going to be a wicket fairly early on with his name on it. But maybe he's been told to play that way.
I think he has,
and if he has, you can't really criticise him if for doing what you've told him to do. Arshdeep's in again. England didn't bowl many slower balls and cutters. Arshdeep seems to be mostly bowling slower balls and cutters, and that one's played out to point and there's no run.
Yeah, it's incredible, isn't it, really? I mean, we've had at least 3 slower balls in this over. No, we can't have done. We've only had 3 balls.
And a wide.
Oh, and a wide. Okay, so maybe we have had 3.
I must admit, I don't know about you fellas, but as a bowler, if your sort of surprise ball gets a wicket from there, you're very tempted to bowl an awful lot more of them.
Oh, always a problem with younger players. They'll take one wicket with some weird ball, and then they will just bowl it the rest of the season. And you can just calm it down, mate.
I had one. I'll come back to it.
Oh, yes. Oh, no, he's out.
Oh.
I thought that was sailing. I think we both thought that was sailing over third man, but it was another slower ball. Slower ball from Arshdeep. Salt tried to play it as if it was quicker, and he's really just, I think, got the under half of the bat, if that makes any sense, and it is lobbed up to backward point, and he is out for 23. And you're chasing 350, 20 and 30 from your openers is not enough.
You silly little boy, what on earth were you playing at? Oh!
I think, a point I was going to make a couple of overs ago, actually, with regards to Duckett, but it possibly is true of Salt as well, is that because England have this attitude, whether it's, Baz-inspired or it's worked out between them, I feel that England, when they're playing attacking shots, they're almost trying to hit the ball too hard sometimes. So I think it makes them more susceptible to the slower ball, because they're tensed up in a sense, thinking I want to absolutely smash the cover off this. So they don't pick up, or they don't adjust, I don't think, particularly well. I mean, that was incredibly short. When you saw that from side on, it really was incredibly short. And actually, looking at it, maybe he shouldn't have played it at all.
Well, who have we got now? It's introducing Joe Root. I'm pretty sure we have a jingle for Joe Root. Yes, there he is.
His voice is high-pitched and ginger hair like a pick, but massive runs he has hit, so there's that. Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root, actually.
Well, England ahead on the runs, but behind on the wickets.
I mean, look at Joe Root. Okay, we'd say he's one of the best players, or if not the best player England's had in all formats, really, over all those formats. And he's averaging a 50 or 100 every 3 innings.
Yeah.
And also, interesting stat there from Arshdeep. 28 balls that he's bowled today. 9 of them have been slower balls. And he's taken 2 wickets from them for just the cost of 6 runs, whereas his 19 seam up have gone for 22 runs.
Yep. Well, he's certainly mixing up. He's going to come round the wicket to Root. That was not a slower ball, but he guides it past point. We've seen Joe Root play that shot a million times, it feels like, and he's beaten the fielder Kuldeep as well. So
lovely
Root is
shot.
underway with a 4. But isn't that the shot we've seen so often from Root in red ball cricket?
It does feel like feast or famine a bit with England, doesn't it? You can imagine the pendulum swinging at some point and saying, well, we've overcorrected, we've become far too aggressive, and then we'll sort of become overly defensive.
I don't think
other countries seem to strike the balance.
I don't think under McCullum that's happened, really.
No, it hasn't under McCullum, but I can imagine it happening after McCullum.
Tended to do that in other forms of cricket. Root has tried to back cut that one as well, but hasn't really got hold of it, gone to backward point. That'll be the end of the over. It's 84 for 2 off 9, chasing 356.
Ooh, we'll have to lean forward again to see who's been talking. Muttley, I have fond memories of many a midweek night at the Legion, sinking pints of brains with my friend's dad and his World War II buddies, and then complaining about the women's darts team.
Oh, happy memories.
Stephen Kelk is with us, says someone's got to go big, someone's got to go harder. I would argue, don't necessarily go harder. I mean, look at that shot from Joe Root. First ball he faced, beautiful. Timing, placement, all the above. You don't necessarily have to try and hit the cover off it.
No, well, Banton's had a life, certainly. He's going to have to face up to Axar now, which should be interesting. We'll jingle him in a second. He comes in, left arm around, and driven nicely by Banton, but he goes to backward point for no run.
I missed my opportunity when Washington Sunder was on, but I always imagined the jingle for him be rather nice to Buffalo Soldiers.
Yeah.
Washington Sunder.
Yeah. Tosses that one up a bit more, Axar. Again, it goes to backward point, and this is his jingle. I got any more on there? Oh no, Axar's in again. He's a bit like Jadeja. He doesn't hang around in his overs. That one's out to cover, and there's no run.
Another wicket for the Poms, says Enrique. Muttley says, Jager, prior to that, I wasn't much of a drinker and had never heard of things called rounds.
Out to cover again, and Axar is rattling through this over and hoping to complete a maiden against Tom Banton. He's got through 4 balls for no runs. Here he is to bowl another one, just a couple of steps up to the wicket. Driven again, straight to cover again, although he almost misfields it.
I'd be so tempted, though, between each of these balls to take 3 steps back, adjust my gloves, have a good look round. Don't get hurried. Oh, he's finally doing it.
Yes. Going to have a change. It's going to be Jason Bear +1. Who's the +1?
You.
Oh, okay.
Is that? Oh, well, hang on. Oh no, I'm not on again till.
No, you should do it, Hendo. I think I'm on it.
All right then.
Yeah. Ooh. And he does get that maiden in Axar. Maiden in the last over of the power play. India have pulled this back. England are 84 for 2, needing 357 to win and reduce the deficit to 2-1 in this 3-game series.
I'll see you in 10 overs.
Yeah, I think England are just sort of lacking. I'll go back to it. A little bit of brain power. Hardik Pandya is coming into the attack.
Hardik Pandya.
And in breaking news, Hardik Pandya.
Well, yeah. I mean, I get what I was just listening to you as I arose from my little doze that I needed.
Arose from your doze?
Yeah, arose from my little doze. Pandya is going to come in and he's going to bowl Rooty, who clipped him nicely around the corner. He's going to get himself not 4 runs, probably 1. Think about 2. We complain about it now, but I mean, this was all started under Morgan, wasn't it? Really, I mean, the fact is that we're just not good at it anymore.
Well,
and we happen to have. When we had Roy and Bairstow in prime form, we got away with it more often than not, and now we just don't.
But then again, I will come back to this over and over again, that I don't think some of our players play enough cricket. Even these guys like Livingston, how many games do they play in a year? How many days of cricket do they actually play?
I don't know. Probably less than we broadcast.
So in match situations, how many tricky situations are they put in?
Not that many would be my bet. Especially as they don't play red ball cricket anymore, and that's beautifully pulled by Banton. Though, put high and square, get himself 4 runs. We're out of the power play now. Second part of the game, is it power play 2? It is called power play 2.
It's power play 2, where they have 4 men.
4 men out, and then 5 in the last 10, isn't it? Nice shot. Rolled his wrists on it.
I think the other difference between the golden era of ODI cricket for England and the current era is that when people got in, they got big scores. Roy got big scores. Morgan got big scores.
Yeah, well, exactly. That's my point. It was a golden era. They were right on it, and I think it was a bit down to leadership as well from the captain. That one's driven out and missed by Banton. I think it was a slower ball with a bit of cut, and ended up going through the keeper, and there's no run.
I do think there's a bit of nonsense. Well, it's more than a lot. Bit of nonsense talked about in cricket, because all the time that Joss was being talked up as successor to Owen Morgan, we were being told what a great cricket brain he has.
Well, clearly he doesn't.
I mean, that said, I think that T20, it's in particular, is hard to captain.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. But ODI is not so much so. Driven up by Banton, back to the keeper. And it's no one. I mean, as we noted over the years, England in Test matches sometimes rarely get over sort of 55 overs that have managed to score 400. So, I mean, it's totally capable.
Well, I think the thing is, in Test matches, obviously you've got much more room for a longer time, haven't you? I mean, okay, you risk getting out because you've got slips, and you risk being got out by the new ball.
There are catchers close up for longer, generally.
Yeah.
True.
Which means there's space somewhere else.
Exactly. That's why Crawley, I think, is good in Test cricket when he is good, but not so much in the one-day game.
Well, yeah, they've not really tried him in the one-day game, have they?
Well, they have a little bit.
They have a little bit, but not much. Generally, when the B team's out, driven up
former
to
England ODI captain Zach Crawley.
Yeah, well, that was only really during the
COVID, wasn't it?
COVID, wasn't it? When they had to put out a completely new team against Pakistan.
Yeah. Driven up to mid-off, no run by Banton.
But I mean, if you look at his record in the last year,
he's blind.
It was awful. And you would think,
and it didn't improve when he went to Australia and South Africa either.
No.
Are we talking Crawley here?
Yeah.
Well, Hardick's in. Banton just guides it to backward point, and there is no run. What are we going on at the moment? We're going on 8.9, so we're up with the rate, aren't we?
Oh, we're up with the rate, but
again, we're losing wickets.
And we have got a slightly longer batting lineup today. But if you think about it, India went past 100 with only 1 wicket down. I think they went to about 130 with only 1 wicket down.
Well, it's going to be how we end this, to be fair. I mean, they should have got closer to 400 than the 350 they got.
It partly is, but if you lose wickets, you don't have that,
And they were the set batsmen. They weren't people who were just starting their innings either.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So all that hard work of getting in and gauging the pace had all gone and had to be redone by the new person.
Indeed.
We had the messages on beer and rounds.
We have a super chat.
Oh, we have done the beer and rounds. Yes.
Okay. We have a super chat. It is from Jay Grover. He says, just putting on the record, I am not a Wednesday fan. He's a Blade, presumably.
Okay. Fair enough. Axar is in, driven by Rooty up to long on. He'll get himself a single.
Let me play this.
YouTube comments were not getting a mention. Too many lonely folks needing some attention. You post your super chat and then you pay the price.
Nicely driven by Banton up to wide long off, and there is just the one run. Banton has scored 2 tons, hasn't he, in the ILT20? I don't know how much that means anything, really.
Well, the ILT20 seemed to basically be a sort of...
B League.
An England league. English league.
Inside edge onto bat as a half appeal, but a massive inside edge. So there's no run.
That's why I quite enjoyed it, because it had actually had some players that I knew.
Oh, well, that one skidded on.
Sam Curran, of course, was named player of the tournament.
Was he?
Yeah.
What did he have? Runs, wickets?
Both.
Okay.
Certainly runs.
Ruti plays that up to long on. And he gets himself a thing. Well, I mean, Ruti did really well bowling, didn't he, in the SAT20?
Yeah, he took some wickets as well. He batted really well, and he also picked up some wickets. Yes.
Oh God, indigestion.
Stephen Cowell asked the person an analytical question of the day is, why is Bear sitting in a central chair today? What has he done wrong?
I haven't done anything wrong. It's just nice not to be pressing buttons every once in a while. That one is played up to mid-on, and there's a single. And
I did say that a thing saying Jason is invisible.
Yep. I often am.
Just got to press the buttons, Hendo. Press the buttons.
Flicked away by Banton for another single out to deep square leg. The Bear is back in town. 4 runs from the over.
And in other news, in the other games, Enrique Mentor says Bavuma 83, Bretsky 87, Klaassen 88, Varane 44. It seems like a flat pitch in wherever the South Africa are playing.
See, flat pitches in Pakistan, as I was saying earlier, might actually suit England.
Yeah.
And it's spinning slow nonsense. It doesn't seem to be as dewy, does it, in Pakistan, or is it? I don't know.
Well, if India are playing all their games in the UAE, Dubai, I guess they are slower pitches, aren't they?
Yeah.
Much slower.
Slower, lower.
Well, we had a whole 10 years of doing test matches over there for Pakistan, didn't we?
Yeah, and that wasn't the worst pitch in that area. Sharjah was worse.
Yeah. It's into the pitch from Hardick, who's into the attack. Second over. Defended by Banton. 18 off 24. No run. Ooh, jeez.
Thank you, Steve Bruce. He says, hi, just on a lunch break at work. Just want to say, got 3 of my favourite gorillas on. Hopefully that's us 3.
How's the training going? Where's he at now?
What's for lunch or been had for lunch? Lunch has been consumed. It tended to be a sandwich for me. It was toast for somebody else.
And I had one of those lovely bacon baguettes that was sent by Brian in Brisbane.
So did I.
Which is now repeating on me. Washed down by a lovely lost brewdog, also sent by Brian, our man who sends us good things. That's a really well timed band and clips it off his legs down towards long leg. They'll get back for 2. England has got to keep going now, haven't they? Really? Up until these 2 bat for another 20 overs. At least 25, really. I'd like to see Ruti get a ton. No England player has scored a ton in this series, all the T20s, have they? And 5 or 6 Indians have, pretty much one in each game.
And in talk of lunch, Muttley von Eyck says to Steve Bruce, surprise, surprise, I've ordered sausages.
Ah, well, no surprise there.
Woof.
What would happen to Muttley if there was a world sausage? It's hard to say.
He'd get
sausage shortage.
He would get raw meat and make sausages.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
As I'm sure he has done in the past.
I'm sure you can make sausages out of anything, can't you? Really? Banton tries to pull that, misses it.
Well, famously, they used to put. There's lots of stuff that used to go into it as filler.
Well, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Sawdust.
You jest, but that's not.
No,
it's
true.
true.
Yeah, it was true. That's why I said it.
And that's why they were called bangers, because the other stuff would cause them to explode.
The really cheap ones, yeah. But you can make chicken sausages. That's just what you put them in, I suppose. I mean, it's because it's pig skin is the outer layer, isn't it? But you can probably make fake ones of those out of cellulose now or something.
Yes, otherwise it wouldn't be. Had vegan sausages. They could have
exactly.
Something that's.
As long as you can mince something, and you can pretty much mince anything, you can make a sausage. That is played up to mid-on by Banton, and there is no run.
Yeah. Talking of the vegan sausages, Jacob says, My brain's in a shit pan. Andy had a vegan sausage.
Oh, well, there you go.
Well, he is a vegan.
He is a vegan. He had a vegan sausage roll. So is Banton actually going in the ICC squad as well now?
Yeah.
Oh, right. So he's replaced.
He's an injury replacement, I think, for
Bethel. Who's got a hamstring, I believe, isn't it?
That's correct.
Yeah.
Well, had a hamstring. Doesn't have one at the moment currently.
Yeah. It's pinged. Hardick gesticulating furiously for someone to move somewhere. And Banton gives himself some room, carves that sweetly.
That's nice.
Over mid-wicket, out towards the boundary. No one out there. 4 runs. Gave himself some room.
And if you kids can't listen, and you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary, crossing a boundary.
Now, I want to say something good about Banton, but I daren't.
Yeah, in case you jinx him as a commentator.
He gets out.
Yeah. So I'm just going to keep stum.
Yep.
Well, I mean, he's been pulled out of nowhere. Well, not nowhere, ILT20, and, you know.
Had a good summer.
Had a reasonably good summer, exactly. Was Flavour of the Month 2 years ago, wasn't he?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
So, still knocking about in those areas. Just drops that into the offside.
It's all gone horribly wrong.
Oh, he's got away with it. Fuck me. Banton has chopped that down in the inside. Then there's a bit of yes, no after you, Claude, in the middle of the pitch. Root eventually turns around, turns Banton back. Who's that who missed the stump?
It was Patel.
Axar Patel thought he could come in. He'd had enough time. He thought he could come in and just take the boundaries off. The bails off. Realised he didn't. So then he shied at the stumps from about 10 yards and managed to miss them.
4.
Maybe 4 or 5. But he managed to miss them. Yeah, I mean, Banton had committed. Oh, that's a terrible effort by Axar.
It wasn't even close, was it?
No.
And it's a good save by the man back
and he literally was about 4 yards away. And he missed, and Banton would have been stuffed. Good job you didn't mention it. If you'd have mentioned something, that ball would have hit the stumps. You know.
It probably would have.
Yeah.
I now know when to keep quiet.
Yes. Well.
Change your bowling.
Yep. Oh, and the end of the over.
This is where everything falls apart.
Yeah.
Muttley does actually have a sausage maker and has posted pics in the efforts on the Discord. Join Patreon, peeps, if you want to see. And what was the other one I wanted to see? That's just up here somewhere.
Oh, Sri Lanka.
Oh yes, Steve Bruce. He's missing nothing, he says. What's happened to Hendo's
what?
Bandage?
Oh, I took it off.
Oh, because
this is the latest in a long list of dubious injuries. Yeah. Also, Hendo doesn't appear to have brought his security comforter with him today.
Is your back all right now, I suppose? Your ribs
no, it's not at all, but I've just kind of given up bringing it in here.
First ball was defended. Oh, reverse swept by Rooty, but straight to Arshdeep, who's at short third man.
But at least it does prove that Steve Bruce...
was science fiction until I saw him today. Now that your death is my addiction, I've thrown all that rat junk away.
That kept a bit low, but Rooty managed to clip it into the open spaces at mid-wicket. They think about 2, but after the nearly calamitous run out a couple of balls ago, they say no. And what was Axel thinking? I think for a minute there he thought he could just wander in and go like that. Collingwood's having a good old giggle. Axel can't believe it.
Why do we always shoot ourselves in the foot?
Well, you know, Collie can giggle, but, you know, to be honest, it's
poor.
It's poor, yeah.
Banton works that into the same space out towards deep mid-wicket, and he will get one more run.
I should imagine he's giggling now, but by the time comes for the debrief after the match, in the analysis, he won't be giggling at that point.
Rohit's not seeing the funny side of it. Everyone else did, but not Rohit.
Well, as a batsman, when that happens, you've got to see the funny side of it, because you've got to think to yourself, could it be my day? He's been dropped as well, hasn't he, once?
Yeah, I was asleep when that happened, but I heard it. Was it an easy drop? Clipped down to long on, for 1 run.
Well, he came down the wicket and got a little edge, and in terms of how long Rahul had to see it, you would think he possibly could have moved his hands a bit further than he did.
Well, he'll be reasonably happy. 25 or 30. He's slowed down a bit. He's facing up now, though. Gets an edge.
Googly.
Short third man. And there is no run. He won't have seen a lot of Kuldeep.
Well, this is the thing, isn't it? A lot of these English quite a lot of these English batsmen won't have seen some of these bowlers. Because, I mean, has Salt got an IPL contract? I don't think so.
He's had one, though, hasn't he? Did he have one last year or the year
He's
before?
had one in the past, but I think he's not got one this time.
He doesn't really get a lot of games when he's
Well,
doing
yeah,
that.
there's quite a lot of English players who get a selection, but they don't actually get in the team very often. Yeah. That's right.
Yep. Jay Grover says, talking about dubious things. As dubious as a new studio being coincidentally next to a pub and Bear's house.
Yeah, well, you know. Who said that?
Jay Grover.
Oh, well.
And we've got news from the other match. Aussies are all bowled out for 165. They have lost. Sri Lanka win by 49 runs.
That must have happened a long time ago. They were 9 down sometime in the first innings. So we assume that had happened a long time ago. Hardik is in, driven nicely by Root. Ooh, who then the ball throws back at. It was a good pick up and return throw by Hardik.
And he's absolutely nailed him on the ankle.
Has he nailed him on the ankle or the toe or maybe the pad?
I thought it was the toe of the bat, actually. I'm not sure. A shame it didn't run away for 4, but Allah.
Out of the World Cup
Stokes.
final. Nicely timed drive, good throw.
Oh, I think it was the sort of the top of the foot, actually.
Yeah.
If it hit on the ankle bone, that would have been
painful.
Very painful.
Ruti facing up, Hardik bowling. And that's pulled nicely, but straight to the fielder. That long leg. Just clipped off his pads. Bad line by Hardik, but got away with it. It's just be the 1 run. And Ruti knows it.
I mean, I think Root, he has been picked for the IPL, but again, when he didn't get many games, and I think if
Root, I don't think Root's ever had.
No, he has, yeah. But he didn't get. He got very, very few games, and in fact, I think he ended up being used more as a bowler than a batsman.
That must have been way back when.
No, it's not that. I don't think it is that long ago, actually. No.
2018, 2020.
Well, that's what I'm
I think it's later than that. Actually.
I don't think so. I think it's more around about that time. That's pulled by Banton from above his head out to the man at deep mid wicket. He'll get himself a single. It's 1 for the over. 104 for 2 England. Coming up for 15th over.
Well, not.
It's the ring of fire, isn't it, the Moby Dome?
Yeah. 3 commentators there, who've only one of whom has been on Guerrilla Cricket.
Swanee?
No.
Deep. Oh, no, that's right. Yeah, we did Deep. That was in COVID, wasn't it?
That's right.
I've met Sonny.
Have you?
He was at the World Cup final.
He's shorter than Ben Duckett.
Did you have him in the back of your cab?
No, I didn't have him in the back of my cab, but he was more interested in the Wimbledon final on the same day as the World Cup final, funnily enough, which we had on my computer at the back of the school box. That's clipped to square leg for a single.
Well, I guess, there was no Indian involvement, was there? In the
no, I think it was Djokovic Federer, wasn't it? It was a classic, it was a 5-setter.
Yeah, well, they always are when they were at that peak.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that didn't happen very often. Obviously, one of them was more dominant than the other, and therefore they would tend up to being a bit one-sided in the finals.
Yeah.
I remember when we started first doing Test Match Sofa back in the day, wasn't it? When we first went to the Harrow campus of Thingamajiggy.
University of Westminster.
Yeah, that's a beautiful shot from Banton.
Wow.
Extra cover drive, sweetly all along the deck, out to the boundary, 4 runs. Great shot.
Now my innings going, great guns. I hit the ball, 4 runs. I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
I seem to remember the first day we went there, we met Bill. Who was the other? Well, Bill, and who was the other producer-y type?
Luke.
Luke and Bill. And they had a little control room there, didn't they? And
yeah,
that was the Australian final was on, wasn't it? It was wasn't it?
What, the Australian Open final?
Yeah.
Oh, was it? I don't remember.
Djokovic versus our guy.
Murray.
Murray,
Our
that's
guy.
the one. The Scotsman. Not really well timed by Banton. Uprider sticker. Comes back to the bowler Hardick. And that ends the 15th over 109 for 2.
There was some talk about Brains lager earlier, and then Jago has come back and said that. Sorry, and Turfmore said that in the UK there's actually a thing called Brains boil in the bag. I think it was back in the 70s. There's certainly Brains faggots, which I've had, which are very nice. And Lockie 6 says, my mum reckoned that crumbed fried brains were super. Well, I've not had that version.
I've had no sleep, and my brains feel as if they haven't been fried now. I've got a very, very sore throat as well.
Have you? Oh dear.
Yep.
Poor lamb.
Woe is me.
Woe is you, indeed.
So yeah, lots of people talking up their favourite offal in the chat between Lockie, Jay Grover, Alan Turfmore.
I like deviled kidneys.
Kidneys are good.
I used to make great deviled kidneys.
I do like liver.
Liver can be good if it's cooked right. Driven up to mid-off and there's no run. The things I don't like is intestines.
Oh.
Sweetbreads and things like that.
Oh, mate. When we used to go to Kenya, I used to cook sort of cow intestine. Tripe, basically. Nasty shit. Coldy bowls, tempted sweet by root, then there's an appeal. Fuck off, it picks outside legs.
Pitched outside leg. It was a googly, but it did pitch outside leg.
Yeah, it pitched outside leg. I don't know if it hit the glove, but it certainly pitched
outside. Oh, no, they're not
leg.
going to review it.
No,
That's
they're not.
right.
Rohit's not interested.
Rohit thinks
he's told him to
glove as well.
Get on with it.
And the bowler was really interested, I think.
That's left-arm spinners for you.
Wow, you know. I know when it's out.
Isn't there a stick there you can prod the bear with?
Yeah. Coldy in, too short, wide. Root steps back. Cuts in front of cover. Should get two. They do get two.
They walk two almost.
Yeah.
I don't get the feeling that, I mean, apart from that first ball he received.
He was appealing for that.
He was appealing for it when it hit the gloves. And that's what Rohit was saying, it's hit the glove.
Well, I mean, just look where it is on the stump. So it's pitched outside leg, and it's not even a googly. It's just a normal left-handed off, leggy, which is turning to even further down leg side. That's full. And Root just clips it round to square leg.
He's got so far over the... He's bowling in front of the stumps, in front of the umpire. It's almost a no ball. There's that very weird rule that if you're bowled over, you can't bowl more than half of the way across the wicket.
Oh, right. I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's a very odd, very unusual rule.
Root facing up. Ooh, reverse sweep snap from right in front of middle stump, but he's going to get 4 runs. Wow. That's a great shot. That's Rooty. Gets himself 4.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I think it's the first shot he's really timed since the one that he played when he first came in.
Yeah, that was lovely. I mean, it was dangerous. He did pick that off middle stump.
I'm always
but you
get heart in my mouth when I see England players playing reverse
sweeps. But it's not a bad shot to play against Kuldeep because he does bowl a fairly full length.
And if you pick the googly, then you're playing with the spin as well.
I don't think that was a googly.
I'm not saying it was, but if you do pick the googly,
I think it was just very full. So it's 16th over. Is there drinks at the end of the 16th?
I think so.
Looks like
at the end of the 16th over.
Certainly looks like it. They're all piling up on the
16 or 17 and 34.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, sorry. I'm thinking of T20s, aren't I?
They shouldn't need a fucking drink in a T20, let's be honest. Clipped out to square leg again by Root, last ball of the over. 6 off of it. No run off the last ball. 115 for 2 after 16.
Yep. The tripe has brought about some further awful comments. Liver and Islands, yuck. Sweetbreads are balls. Devil's kidneys are great. So there's someone for a particular type of offal and someone against in almost all the
so I can imagine.
Also hearts.
Mm.
Pirate Badshaw, can't stand kidneys. Do you like hearts though? I've never had heart. I had lived in at university, I lived in a house with a guy who used to eat loads and loads of offal because it was cheap.
Yeah, well, it is cheap. If you cook it right, I'm sure
it does require generally long, slow cooking.
Long, slow cooking to tenderise it. And it's got lots of flavour, and lots of, especially liver and kidneys and shit. It's got lots of good shit in it.
Can I play...
you can play a begging jingle.
A begging jingle, yeah.
The best things in life are free. Just like Gorilla Commentary, we need money. That's what I want. .com/Gorilla Cricket. We need money. I don't like the BBC. I prefer Gorilla Commentary. I want money. $20 for the archive. That's what I want.
Yeah, you can buy a t-shirt by going to GorillaCricket.com. Merchandise. Don't forget the t-shirts.
Yeah.
And the bucket hats, although that will cost you a bit in postage.
More than the bucket hat.
Shower curtains. I think Jay Grover will attest to how glorious
Marvellous
they are.
I think they're enormous as well.
They are enormous. I think you probably could use it as a duvet.
Yeah.
So there are many ways you can help Gorilla Cricket, and the best one is Patreon, patreon.com/Gorilla Cricket. Pledge us a monthly amount, and we will keep you in cricket for evermore.
Perpetuity. Yeah, I mean, that's the one thing that does allow us to plan, basically, is Patreon, because we know how much we've got coming in a month. Hence the requirement we're moving to a new studio, and it becomes ever more relevant how much we get in patronage every month. So if you can cut out one Starbucks a month and Patreon us, we'll be happy. You'll be happy. We'll survive.
Well, actually, I was going to say, why don't you cut out one Starbucks a week?
Ooh.
Oh, yeah.
Well, it depends how many you have. You might only have one a month. You only have one a week.
Well, I tend to have about 4 or 5 a week.
Yes.
But I'm not cutting them out.
The days I go into the office, I
but everyone else
have
should.
one.
Everyone else should.
But I have the cheapy Greg's one rather than the expensive Starbucks one.
Yeah. Yeah, but I've got a nice little a new Starbucks opened recently, or fairly recently, right by South Wimbledon Station. So it's you get your little.
And I do actually, to be fair, I do go for the artisan coffee maker rather than the change by preference.
Well, I did. I was going around the corner to the little Polish woman, and she was charging me £2.80, but she didn't really make a very good cappuccino. I have to say. I'm not saying that Starbucks are the best ever, but I quite like them. Change of bowling.
The same for all these things. It's what change give you our consistency.
Well, I get frappuccinos now. I like a caramel frappuccino. That one is defended back by Banton to the bowler, and
this is
no run.
This is a very food-based section at the moment.
Yeah, I'm getting a bit bored with it actually. I don't want any offal. It's Axar Patel.
Oh no, that's got all the way, surely. Oh my word. That's a reverse swept 6 from Tom Banton. You've heard both me and Mendo went, ooh, because it looked like he kind of top-edged it. But if he did top-edge it, it's a very thick top-edge because it's flown over third man for 6 runs. That's extraordinary.
I think that's his second,
second
reverse sweep 6.
That was an extraordinary shot.
6.
I mean, it went quite vertical, but it's gone a long way horizontal.
65 metres.
He's a tall boy with long levers, so if he does get hold of it, it's going to go a long way.
And I think actually he does look to hit it over the top of the infield, doesn't he, rather than trying to keep it on the ground anyway.
That one over. Well, that one he's just defended out into the covers, and there's no run.
It is an extraordinary shot. I mean, you kind of almost have to be ambidextrous to play that, don't you? The very few times that I try to play the reverse sweep, it's just ended up being a pathetic paddle.
Well, nowadays they practice it all, though, don't they? So often. It must become called second nature.
Yeah.
That's clipped out to deep square leg. Archdeep comes in and they get a single.
Possibly to the detriment of their other shots that they should practice.
Yeah. That's just beautiful timing, isn't it?
Yeah.
I remember seeing, actually, some of these guys are tremendous. Even Ian O'Brien, I remember seeing I think it was in a double wicket competition at Wormsley, hitting a glorious reverse sweep for 6. There on one occasion that we were, we were there. I don't know whether we were commentating. I'm not sure whether we were or not.
That one is driven back to the bowler by Root. No run. But that 6 requires, this means that there's only 1 run off the rest of this over so far, 1 ball to go, but keeps them up with a rate, eh? And Root is going to steal the strike by punching the last ball up to long on. Gets himself a single, retains the strike, 8 off the over, 123 for 2 after 17.
It's moved off the offal, apart from one last comment from Muttley saying Polish blood sausage is far better than black pudding. It's not dry and horrible. That's because you probably cooked it slightly wrong. If we do it properly, it's very moist. And the pearl barley gives it creaminess. And then they're talking about fish and chips. And somehow snook has come into the equation, which I've had in Cape Town, which is very nice. As a
most fish is fish, isn't it? I mean, tastes good.
And Lockie 6 says, we should all go on offal diets and send the savings to the obviously very skinny, starving gorillas. Yeah, we are the poster boys for skinny and starving.
Well, driven up to long on. First ball of Kuldeep's next over. Gets himself a single.
Are we expecting Tony today? I know he's down, but has he pulled out?
Tony Remote.
He's Tony Remote, I think.
He's definitely. I thought I saw something on.
He said he was in meetings this morning when I talked.
Oh, that was just this morning, was it? Okay.
So,
with his Malaysians or wherever they are, Kuldeep comes in the bowl. Bantam pulls out. Looks like he's got an insect in his eye or something.
Or does he have contacts? Could be contact issue.
Could be.
There's no problem with the contact on the bat.
That's true.
Well, goes back, punches it up to mid-off. Might feel like he missed out a little bit.
Yeah, I think he did.
Dropped a bit short from Kuldeep. But it turned back into him, so probably allowed him to hit it, made him hit it straighter than he wanted to. Third ball of the over. Kuldeep, down the track comes Bantam. I think Kuldeep saw him coming, pushed it through a little bit faster and fuller, and it's too close to the bat. He could only bunt it down the ground to long on for a single. Extraordinary shot.
I mean, I could never get the ball that high with a normal shot, even trying to hit it over long on or something. But to play a reverse and get it that well.
Root misses out there. Reverse sweeps again, but straight up the short third man on the edge of the circle. And there is no run.
Yeah, a little bit frustrated there, isn't he?
Yeah. Just needs to miss the player and it would have been 4 runs.
Ugh.
The ground's starting to fill up now, isn't it?
It's very much a day-nighter, I think. People are coming for the Indian innings.
Well, that's probably why they wanted them to bat second, and they'd like to watch them bat in India. Root works the 5th ball down to a long leg for a single. 3 runs off this over so far. And Bantam is facing up to the last ball of Kuldeep's over.
Oh my word!
Got him.
Has he got him? I don't think that touched the bat.
I think he bowled him.
Did he bowl him?
I think so.
Might have bowled him. Yeah.
Well, I thought it might have bowled him. I didn't think it
might have flicked the very top of the off stump.
Oh, hello. Now they're talking about.
No, I thought it was caught, but I thought he missed it. I kind of reviewed that.
Yeah, but I mean, if he, I mean, he doesn't seem sure, does he? I mean,
no, I thought it was a googly, and I thought it zipped past the outside edge of his bat. Well, it looks like he's reviewed it.
Yeah, I thought the only way it could have been out was if it had bowled him.
I thought it zipped past the outside edge, but India.
And it wasn't clearly caught.
It was the googly. It's just gone straight on. Ooh, that's close to the bat. Maybe it did.
May have just touched that.
Because KL Rahul punched it up in the air and then caught it running around.
He's hit the ground as well, and his boot all at the same time. Maybe
if it's missing by the. I mean, it's very close to the edge, isn't it? Very close.
It is very close to the edge. There looks to be a little bit of a gap there.
Let's try this.
I was definitely in.
Yeah, there is a little noise. There is a little sound, and he is going to be
bat
off.
is above the ground at that point.
Yeah,
So
could be his toe, but hey, no, I don't think it is either. And he will have to go.
good decision by the umpire.
Very good decision by the umpire.
Well, there you go. I'm afraid to say that England have lost their third.
The crowd says, the crowd says, the crowd says you're out.
That's not really fair because Raul has been keeping so poorly to grab hold of that one.
Well, he did enough to take all the pace off it and knock it straight up in the air. So, but yeah, Enrique Mentor asked the question: can England win here? Well, 2 minutes ago we said maybe. Now we say maybe not.
Still could. Someone's got to go big, and no one in England in an England shirt has gone really big in this series.
Well, I mean, the thing is, I don't think.
Or the
I mean,
previous T20 series.
if Root goes big, it's going to be 110. It's not going to be enough to get us over the line.
130 at most.
Yeah, and I think that it's really Brooke. It's going to be Brooke, Butler, and Livingston that have got to do it. And well, Brooke is struggling with form, especially against spin. Livingston, you don't quite know what you're going to get. Joss Butler seems to have the cares of the world on his shoulders. Anyway.
Kieran Roseblade asked a quiz question. Says, a few years ago, Bear and Hendo did a slot on the Islamic channel promoting guerrilla cricket. What sport was shown after guerrillas had done their promotion?
Ooh.
No idea.
No idea.
Kabaddi? No.
Driven up to long off for a single.
Harry Brook is the future. Unless he bats away Simon Carrigan bowls.
And to answer that question, Jay Grover says, I think it was wrestling on Babe Station. No, that was when we were at the
that was there.
Studios.
I do remember that we were on the Islamic channel with.
Weirdly, that turned up in some social feed of mine the other day.
We were. We had some sort of rocket scientist on with us, didn't we? Do you remember?
God, I can't remember. No, that's played back to the bowler.
Was this a person trying to apply statistics and common sense to your impassioned arguments?
No, I think we were separately. I don't think we were. We just happened to be guests on the same programme, but I don't think the segments were connected in any way.
Driven back to the bowler once more by Brooke. And there is no run.
Yeah, Rahula's got a bit lucky there, hasn't he? It's just bounced off his body and up in nicely for him. That's possibly what I thought. He was leaping around because it had taken the bails. But there you go.
Inside edge by Brooke. Out towards backward square leg. Harsh it is filled in there, and it's one run.
Stephen Coker saying, I'm grading assignments while eyeing Bear's can of beer jealously.
Beer is good. Obviously. Ooh, that's the old one's keeping low, isn't it? And Root's gone back thinking that's short and he's going to pull it. It does keep low, but he manages to keep his shape and make it go out to backward square leg. No real timing, but enough. Gets himself a single.
And Kieran Roseblade says to Joe Grover, oh, come on, mate. It was yak polo.
Yak polo?
Really?
I'm not sure if that's a true answer or he's just baiting Jay Grover.
Cut by Brooke, last ball of the over, but straight to fielder. Hardick fields it, and there is no run. 129 for 3 after 19 overs.
Enrique Mentor says 2-3-2 runs still to chase. It's still a long way off for England, but Alan Turfmore responds with, Brooke will sort this.
Well,
it'd be nice if he did.
And Jago says to Steve Kemp, to paraphrase Hemingway, Mark drunk, a sign sober, which I would kind of agree with.
Ah, yeah. I think and then you overmark them, or do you get vicious when you mark drunk and actually undermark them? I don't know.
I think it's very difficult for players, even someone as good as Harry Brook, to come in against such little pace. and especially when you're struggling for form, and therefore probably not waiting for the ball as you should, and trying to overhit it a little bit, you can get yourself into trouble.
Well, yeah, Root has just nurdled that round the corner. Probably wanted better contact. I think it might have been
need to be
glove and a bit
finer.
of pad as well. Yeah, and they could only get one run.
I mean, they've got to. If they're not going to get the big shots, then they have got to get a run of ball pretty much, haven't they? They've got to find ways of manoeuvring the ball around.
We need 210 off 30 overs, pretty much.
Yeah, so it's still doable.
So
runway
sorry,
wise.
220 off 30 overs. So it's
Nearly 230.
6.5.
Yeah.
About halfway there, aren't they? No. Well, it's not. They're about a third of the way there.
Nice drive by Brook, but too straight, and Coldeep fields off his own bowling.
You want to let somebody into the green room?
It's the Bishop.
The Bishop.
He'll be coming on at the end of this over.
Admit one Bishop.
Down the track comes Brook, who drives it hard. There is a short cover, but it looks like it's hurting. It's Kohli.
King Kohli, yeah. Kohli Cam has been absent again.
Yeah, well, Kohli Cam's lost his lustre, hasn't it, really?
And now he's going to be off, I think. Let's go and look at his paw.
Right, hit him on the arm. Bounced off him. I think it's time for Kohli and Rohit to move on.
Well, yeah.
Or be moved on, i.e. thrown down a set of stairs.
Maybe not in Test cricket, but well, Rohit's retired from that anyway, hasn't he? That's clipped round the corner by Rooty. Get himself a single. You kind of think that Rohit will probably retire from ODI cricket at the end of this Champions Trophy, won't he? Or is he going to try and captain on until... Really?
I don't know. I mean, how old is Rohit? He's not... Is he 33? He's not...
I don't know how
I
old
don't think
Rohit
he's
is.
massively old.
Cody's like 35, isn't he?
Something like that, yeah.
Kuldeep bowls that quite flat, and Brook just defends, and there's no run. I mean, England have got to work out a way to get more runs off these spinners. I mean, they've really slowed England down every fucking time.
Yeah, to be fair, Kuldeep's bowled really well.
He has. Well, that's the thing, you've got to take risks, haven't you? That's a risky sweep. Bit top edgy, but it's down towards Shubman Gill, who's long leg, gets himself a single. That's the end of our spell. All right, Tone.
I'm
and
very
40.
right. I'm here.
Yeah, there you go. You two,
Hello.
yap away whilst we change everything up in here.
Well, we can do that. 133 for 3. Remember, 357 the target. Interesting thing, Forthy.
Okay.
England are sort of... Well, they're just behind... Hello, first of all, obviously.
Hello.
Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Well,
Yes. Hearing Tony loud and clear. I hope you all are at home.
Yeah, marvellous. That's good to know. The interesting thing, I think, is England are just marginally... I'll just wait. Was Axar comes around the wicket and is defended into the offside by Harry Brook.
Hang on, who's doing what here?
I'm doing ball by ball.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry. No problem.
So England are just ever so slightly on the, measure for measure, as it were, marginally ahead of where India were.
Mm-hmm.
And that's clearly going to set them back because Root has been bowled
Oh,
by
what?
Axar
Oh,
Patel
dear.
through the gate, and the fourth wicket has gone down for England, which rather negates my next point. But it was to say that although India they lost their third wicket, they were on 226, and England are now 130 odd for 4.
Yeah, I
And
don't know if you can.
is your problem.
Don't think if you can see that, but that was a wide full ball, and Root's kind of got an inside bottom edge onto the
Yeah,
stumps.
he has. Well,
another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
So, 134 for 4. Remember, India were 226 with that fantastic knock from Shubman Gill, wasn't it? And again, they've had someone who can go on, post a big score. We saw it again with Duckett and Salt, didn't we?
Well, there are a lot of
promising finish.
I tell you what, though, Tony, I'm just getting a little bit miffed in the mildest of ways, with people continually saying we need to get bigger scores.
There's a million ways of saying we need to score more runs and not get out.
Well, this is very true.
That's what we keep saying. People keep saying we've got to go big. And
okay.
how?
Shall I rephrase
no,
that?
It's fine.
We
it's
need
fine.
to convert promising starts by the batsmen who have made those promising starts. I give you Shubman Gill now twice in this series.
Right.
I think
So
as a prime example of that very thing.
Just to drill down a bit. Just to drill down a bit, what do we actually mean? Do we mean that it's perfectly okay to do what Duckett does and go hell for leather and take lots of chances and then pull your head in and play normal cricket? Is that the strategy we should be adopting?
I think if you're crashing along with the rate, now I've got some interesting thoughts on the run rate here as well, which I think Andy might be interested in. Well, I'm sure hopefully everyone will.
Ideally,
I know,
yes.
I know Andy with his stats head on. Well, let's wait for Joss Buttler to face his first ball as Axar comes around the wicket. Butler defends out to cover.
I'll give him a quick jingle, Butler.
And there's no run.
Prior ain't no loss, 'cause we found someone Sutler. Okay, he can't spell Joss, but he also can't spell Butler.
Yep.
In 2022, the average first inning score, as Axar is in, Butler again drives to short extra, and again there's no run, was 226. Okay, that was 3 tests against the West Indies for India. The World Cup, the average first inning score was 249. And I think overall, admittedly, don't forget the whole stadium got entirely rebuilt from sort of 2015 onwards, but in about 30 odd ODIs, the average has been about 246. So India are easily about 100 runs by any average first inning score measure here ahead of that first inning score.
You're actually quoting test matches against the West Indies.
No, not test matches. I'm quoting ODIs.
You said test matches.
Oh, Indies, ODIs. I'm not quoting test matches. No, that one's defended back to pass the bowler. Will get Butler off the mark.
Sorry, I've got a tiny bit lost there, Tony. Is the point? What is the point?
The point is that India are probably 100 runs ahead of the average first inning score by any set of reasonable.
Right.
On any reasonable set of measures.
I'm sure. I'll tell you something.
Ahmedabad form.
I'll tell you something else, which is pretty obvious point, but I'll make it anyway after.
Well, we're going to wait for Harry Brook, right-hander, who's going to face Axar, who's got just 2 runs, but crucially a wicket, and a very crucial wicket too of Joe Root off this over. It's worked away to leg. They jog a quick single, and at the end of the over, it's a wicket for Axar Patel, and just 3 runs from it, and the game is moving, I sense, in the direction of India. Who's on socials?
Yes, lots of people. I think Lockie has it nailed. He says we need to not be shit. Jay and Stephen are talking about the Buddhist hot dog joke, which I assume is make me one with everything. The Harriman tells us Rohit is 38, Kohli 37. I thought Rohit was getting on a bit. Lockie says Kohli has 50 years in Bollywood ahead of him. I'm sure he does.
We may do, yeah.
Yeah.
Then the camera will have to follow him all the time.
Yeah, exactly. Farong says doomed, but we knew that before a ball was bowled.
Kuldeep over the wicket, very outside edgy, flummoxed Brook completely, and got an outside edge into the offside. There was no run. Do you want to finish? Any thoughts you've got going there?
Yeah, I mean the point when I had a look at the bowling analysis, Rashid and Wood were by far the most effective bowlers, and they're the 2 bowlers who England fielded in the last World Cup final. No one else has really kicked on since
slow
then.
Left arm. That one really just goes on with that slow left arm. Brook rocks back, punches towards cover, where it's fielded by Jadeja, who must be on as a sub because he wasn't in the starting 11, was he, Jadeja?
Not sure.
There's no run.
So the point being that was 6 years ago, and how has our bowling progressed in the meantime?
Well,
in ODIs,
not very well. If we keep thinking pace is the solution, as that one is driven to long off, and they take a single. The other interesting thing is if you look at what works well at Ahmedabad, guess what? It's leg spin and, funnily enough, medium pace.
Well, medium pace like Atkinson.
Yeah, well, medium pace. Oh, he's on the quicker end of medium pace. I think the medium pace you can transfer. You can kind of interpret that more as pace off.
Do we mean
over the
Pandia?
wicket again? Kuldeep tickled round the corner by Joss Butler down to fine leg, and he takes a single.
Okay, who is your suggestion for an English medium pace bowler of that ilk?
That is a very good question. I suppose you could look at the likes of Sam Cooke, maybe people like that.
Mm-hmm.
There's a number of the criticism of England that there's any number, as we'll wait for Kuldeep to rock in. And that's defended. I don't know particularly, but it's defended, but down to long off, and again it's a single. I'm trying to think who does particularly well in limited overs or white ball cricket. I would know Sam Cooke. I think he's definitely worth a look for the Test team. Unfortunately, they think not enough pace and not enough bounce for Australia, which of course is the holy grail for just about everything England ever does.
Even though we never win there anyway.
Kuldeep. Oh, and that went on with the arm. Now, KL Rahul has whipped the bails off. They're going to have a look, because I think KL Rahul is suggesting Butler had lifted his back leg.
You say whipped the bails off. He really just sort of lunged into off stump.
He did.
And I think he may well have gone on an Imran Tahir run because he took one cleanly and hit the stumps. I don't think that was out, is what I'm saying.
You may well be right. It's 139 for 4. 357 the target. That's seeming a long way away at the moment. Butler and Harry Brook having a chat. The TV umpire.
Oh, hang on, he's way out. What's he doing?
Oh, he's a mile out of his crease. Does he get back in time?
Yes.
I think he gets back.
He does.
KL Rahul wasn't quick enough. By the time his blue gloves and white ball had illuminated, it's not just the bails now, it's the stumps of the bail. Everything lights up. But I'm pretty sure Joss Butler had got his foot back. I'm sure the expert decision will be the same. It is. We will move on, but it's another highly frustrating and economical over, just 3 runs from it from Kuldeep. Well bowled him, 139 for 4.
Jay says he had to liquidate his cellar, I'm guessing his wine cellar, to expedite guerrilla shower curtain purchases. Well, these are the trade-offs you have to make in life. Regarding that shot, it was a very odd shot because there's no need to leave your crease to play that shot.
That's a very good point, yeah.
So, but Butler did get Inspector Gadget stretch his foot back in plenty of time. A proper wicket keeper might have been a different story.
Right, what's the current worst? This one is met. Axar Patel around the wicket. Brook bumps it, but Axar has time to skip over and field off his own bowling and again prevent a run.
Tony, are you suggesting with Sam Cooke the change is going to come?
Very good, and any other appropriate musical references, but yes. But he just sprung to mind as being the sort of bowler who might do pretty well. That one is driven sweetly by Harry Brook through long off, all the way for 4. He moves on to 11. England 43 for 4.
That was probably exactly the same ball that got Joe Root out. It's just that Harry Brook was three yards down the pitch. Not saying that.
In comes Axar again, solidly defended back to him by Yorkshire's Harry Brook. Again, there is no run. The other interesting thing, possibly, depending on how you stand on what counts as interesting, round the wicket comes Axar, driven it towards short extra, and again there is no run. Sharp throw 2. We all know that Ahmedabad is very definitely a bat second and win wicket overall. I think since 2014, 63% won by the team batting second. 4 out of 5 defended by Brook. 4 out of 5 games in the World Cup here, 2023, were won by the team batting second. Obviously, who was the team to bat second and not win?
Oh, let me think.
As this one was defended back to Axar again by Harry Brook. Your chuttlesome chortle suggests you actually do know the answer.
I'm assuming it's England, and since England, lost everything in that competition, it's a fairly safe bet.
Yeah, it wasn't our best. Motley says, where is it? Isn't Has he deleted that? No, isn't a wine cellar mostly liquid to begin with? And Jay says yes, before, during and after. Ashley's positive. England, let's pressure them now, guys. Jay suggests Ben Code, not to be totally Yorkshire, but he's Ben Code, he says.
Yeah.
Enrique, India just going through the gears. Is there any spin as an Indian team? Yes. I mean, is there never not? Lockie, Brook and Butler are good enough to do this. They just need to have a good day, which equals doomed.
Well, isn't it Ahmedabad that has the restaurant in a graveyard that goes by the name of Lucky's? England are going to need a fair bit of luck from here on in, I think, as this one's pushed out towards square leg. They're going to come back for 2 good sharp running.
I'll tell you on a brighter note, my team won the trivia at our pub this evening, so that's good news.
Well done.
Thanks very much.
What was the question you got then that you think tipped the scales in your favour?
Well, one good one I'll come to in one moment.
Well, in the meantime, we'll wait for Kuldeep Yadav, who's bowled very nicely, just 21 off his 5. Over the wicket comes the left armour. It's hoiked really past square leg by Jos Buttler. It's a very ugly shot. He's going to get a single. But in no way in the world did he connect with that. Or did you have a sense that he was really that much in control of the shot, 40?
Agreed. It's just a smear, wasn't it?
It was a smear.
You had to pick the odd band out. I can't remember them all now, but it was Kings of Leon, Ramones, the Kinks, and a couple of other bands. Anyway.
Kuldeep. Push to the onside. No run. Ooh, that's an interesting one.
Are they all 4 pieces except one of them?
No, it's not that. It would help if I could remember the...
Probably, yes. What are the odd ones out?
Make up your own question.
Kings of Leon, the Kinks, or 6 others?
There's a slip-in for the right-hander, not surprisingly. That's launched, though, by Harry Brook. Has he got enough of it? It's certainly high. It's certainly long. I think it was taken by a gentleman in the crowd. No, they've gone looking for it. Up go. Is that our friend Mr. Shafadullah? But anyway, 2 arms are up, 6 runs, and a fantastic shot by Harry Brook.
2, 4, 6.
I'm
Here it is. Here's the question.
Oh, right.
Oasis, Jackson 5, Ramones, the Kinks, Kings of Leon. Name the odd band out.
Based on Andy's stuff, the one called the Jackson 5 would probably be according to Andy's initial thought. That's not the answer. That one is met on the walk by Harry Brook, but he's really just pushed it down to long on, and we'll get a single, 152 for 4.
I wouldn't know where to start with that one.
The Ramones, Oasis, Kings of Leon,
and the Jackson 5.
And the Jackson 5. Well,
it's gettable.
To a certain extent.
The Jackson 5.
There are things that would distinguish a few of them. Jackson 5, yeah, possibly. That one is away towards cover. Again, they take a single, just an angling of the bat by Jos Butler.
It's actually not a question I particularly liked in one way, because...
Well, I don't like it because an obvious answer is the Jackson 5 are all brothers and the rest of them aren't. But the Oasis have brothers and the Kinks have brothers. Am I on it?
Oh!
Yes, you're on it.
Yeah.
Yes, you're on it. So what's the answer?
Well, I don't know if the Kings of Leon were brothers
or not.
The Ramones
aren't actually... None of the Ramones are actually related, therefore they're not brothers.
Tony, yes.
Oh, yes.
Well, it was a team effort, because I wouldn't have got there without Andy.
Between the two of you, you landed it. Well done.
Okay, that wasn't so bad.
Isn't that a bit like the, what is it, the NASA space test? The collective minds are always going to be more successful than single minds.
Well, surely that's a given.
As opposed to simple minds who could have been, but would have also been an odd one.
Actually,
154 for 4. And
sorry, Andy, you go.
Yes.
Oh, yes. Sorry, right. What do we got here? Okay, some tasteless Jackson 5 remarks is about it, really.
Tiptoe your way past it. And he comes, it's played on. Jos Butler has played on a massive inside edge. His off and middle stump have gone smacked backwards. Harshit has come on and immediately taken a wicket. It's Jos Butler, and, well, we've been down this road before. It's deja vu all over again.
All over again, yep.
And England are in a pickle.
In a whole barrel of pickles in pickle juice.
After you've gone.
That was, well, goodness me.
Very much a question of our shit.
Oh shit. Yeah, again. Oh shit all over again. All over, oh shit all over England.
Funny how
Which India certainly are.
Funny how deja vu is now almost exclusively used. Oh, it's deja vu all over again. No, but I very rarely hear deja vu used in the correct terminology of that very specific psychological thing when, you know...
You're convinced you've experienced something before.
Yeah, that's right.
It is possibly one of the most frustrating things you can have, because you feel tantalizingly like, I know what it is, and then it dissolves and you never do. It is a phenomenon, without a doubt. Right. Liam Livingstone, it is. Our friend Binface had a saying for Livingstone. What was the thing? It was more to do with his bowling. Oh, I know. Dots to Livingstone, we presume. Oh. Every time he bowled a ball that didn't actually go for any runs.
You see, for us, we can
shit, and he comes. What's he going to do? Livingstone! Oh, my word. Well, that climbed massively on Livingstone, who... I think he was well beaten, but it went through to KL Rahul, but it took him on the top of the glove and he immediately dropped it.
KL Rahul's been awful behind stumps today.
No, he has been terrible. He's been
not having a good day. Can't have been as bad as Watford last night. It was genuinely...
I wasn't going to bring it up. I was going to leave it to you.
The wheels coming off the clown car last night.
Were you there?
Yes, I was there.
Well, Leeds are a good side, to be fair. Championship chat here on Guerrilla Cricket.
Right, that's draw a veil, or indeed a shower curtain over that particular point of discussion. Well, Livingstone survived, notable A for the amount of bounce and lift that Harshit got, and also for the terrible wicket keeping. And Livingstone has come 2 or 3 paces down. It just sped through him. I'm not quite sure what Livingstone was trying to do. He possibly was thinking about working it to leg. In the end, he just seemed to jump up, twiddle his bat, and the ball went past him. And he actually tried to head it. It was almost like he was dumping up to head it. It was a ludicrous shot.
Talking about championship football.
I think that
talking
was,
about
that
Watford being terrible. That would have been like our defence.
Yeah.
That was. That wasn't even Sunday League an attempt to head the ball, I'm afraid. It was. He just got in literally
bizarre.
If you talk about someone being in 2 minds, I reckon he was in about 22 minds there.
Oh dear, oh dear.
That one was defended into the offside, out towards cover, and again there's no run.
It would have been a
wicket
terrible...
and 3 dots to Livingstone, we presume.
It would have been a terrible attempt to header in football, but he's not playing football.
No. Header is not even something you're supposed to do. No.
Well.
Funny though, we could do with a few laughs in this game.
Some graveyard humour, and if you're interested in graveyards, there is a restaurant in Ahmedabad. Oh no, I've already said that, haven't I?
Yeah.
154 for 5.
Are you on commission?
Crikey Moses. No, what? They want me as a permanent guest or just as a paying customer? Harsh it in, and that was again has beaten the outside edge of Livingstone, and it was a swing, a miss. I'm not even sure it was a swing. It was more of a sort of a wafty swish. It's another dot. I won't say it this time.
Estate agents say that graveyards are the number 1 drawback to trying to sell a property if there's one next door.
Are they?
Apparently.
You can always go. It's well located, dead centre of town.
Yeah. There are a lot of things that would actually put me off more than a graveyard, because ghosts aren't real.
That was always my dad's joke. Well, as of course so many of my jokes are. As people
Indeed.
will often tell me. 154 for 5.
Become our dad, certainly in terms of jokes.
154 for 5. And this is going to be a wicket maiden. Yes, it is. It's defended by Livingstone. Rohit fields. He didn't get to his 11,000 runs today, but he fielded competently enough there. He's probably looking quite optimistically at how this game is going to end. It's a wicket maiden for our friend Harshit. 1 for 22 overall for him. 154 for 5 England.
I'll give you one YouTube message worth reading out, and it's Jay saying, "Now my answer just seems in bad taste." Now that really is deja vu all over again, Jay.
And it's not often that's not often conceded.
No. Well, it was on the topic of Michael Jackson, so.
Yeah, I'm sure it was. We just had a look on the England bench there, or whatever you call it, and Jofra Archer was asleep.
Yeah, why not?
He is supposed to be resting. ahead of the Champions Trophy. Remember, Ben Duckett said it doesn't matter what happens in this game.
He's literally resting, yes.
He may well have been maybe he's resting his eyes in sort of contemplative thought.
Maybe.
What am I going to do with the bat? Because I'm almost certainly going to have to.
Well, nothing because he's not playing. But
oh, is he? Oh, well, there we go. Well, that could explain. He's entitled to have a doze then. Right, Kuldeep continues. The slip is still there. That's actually on the full, and Brook steps forward, pushes to long on, and they take a single. I would hope.
One of the funniest things I remember from old football matches in Australia, they go off and get subbed on, and they put a dressing gown on in Aussie rules matches.
Ooh, get you.
Do they?
Very odd. They used to, yeah.
That's classy. I quite like that thought. Kuldeep's going to continue. He's going to continue to left armour to right hander. The Swiss Army knife for bowlers is Livingston, but he's got a bat in his hand at the moment. And he's forward, defends a little bit outside edgely. Ren Rohit, in quite a sprightly manner for a big fella, is fielding, and he prevents a run. The score stays on 155 for 5, 357. That target looking a long way away.
Yes, we had a complaint from a Mr. Henderson in Western Australia who said we hadn't mentioned the target often enough. So
I've mentioned it. Well, I normally
might
do.
as well be a million. That's why.
But I did read that. So although I like to think I would normally do it,
disgusted of Fremantle.
Oh my! What? So that was an attempted sweep from Livingston to the left armour. He missed it and caught the top of the pad, but it.
This is England. This is England strengthening their batting and putting in supposedly a better number 7, and he looks absolutely dreadful.
Well, he's
none off 8 so far.
Boxed by. I don't think that ball from Kuldeep did a lot. He's worked it right
Off
this
the
time,
mark.
but only by tickling it down to fine leg and jogging a single. He is at least having faced 9 balls off the mark. Meanwhile, that run rate, which England were marginally on top of, is starting to look a lot less attractive in their favour. They need overrate. They're going at 6.
I'll throw a question to which I don't really know the answer out. It's how did England manage to assemble such a good team in the late?
It's a good question. Well, if everyone knew the answer, they would do it, wouldn't they?
I think
they would. And why have we not been able to replicate that?
That's defended nicely down towards Gully.
I think
it's the end of the over.
I think like a lot of these things,
for 5.
It's just a confluence. It's an alignment of the stars.
It might be that.
Good players coming in like Jason Roy at the same time, like the top 5: Roy, Bairstow,
Moeen Ali and Rashid were
very
useful
Wokes,
in a
Plunkett.
Well, that might be the answer.
Plunkett, that's your pace-off stock bowler who was always better than people gave him credit for.
I wouldn't
describe the genuine pace.
I would not describe Plunkett as pace-off.
Well, yes, but he okay. A quick bowler who could bowl the heavy ball that became slower than you expected it to be, because that was often his stock in trade delivery. So I agree. A pace bowler with a very good slower ball, as harsh it in, beats the outside edge of Livingston, who has another swing and a miss. Harsh it in that with that immaculately coiffured top of his comes trotting down. A little word, not quite in Livingston's ear, but
your answers, chaps, are sort of confluence and serendipity rather than anything deeper and structural.
They were a fantastic folk duo in the 60s, weren't they? Often seen in the various clubs like the Gaslight in Greenwich Village. Confluence and serendipity. I can see them as a boy-girl act, can't you?
I can actually.
Peter, Paul and Mary, supported by confluence and serendipity.
Not actually true, Tony is gaslighting you.
Oh, shit.
Which one's serendipity?
Livingston's got a boundary. Finally, he's connected with one. Actually, funny enough, having said how better that sort of the slower ball bouncer was, that was slightly shorter, pushed bashed into the track really by Harshit, and Livingston swiveled and pulled and got himself 4 runs.
Surely serendipity was the girl. I mean, that makes more sense.
Yeah,
1, 2,
I think so.
3, 4.
And Confluence was sort of a hairy guy in a big, thick cable knit jumper.
Yeah.
160 for 5, England. They're going to need more of those from their number 7 if they're going to come
Fairport
close.
Convention covers. Fairport Convention covers, I think.
And he comes, driven straight to cover though, where it is fielded by, is that Axar? Either way, it was a sharp bit of fielding, and there will be yet another dot ball. The situation returns to normal as far as our friend Dots to Livingston is concerned.
Matthew.
Goodness me, it is frustrating. So I'll just go back to where I started. You know, is you feel again a fantastic start that is just frittered away.
You see,
that's a swing and a miss by Livingston.
I'm just not sure I see it that way, Tony. Because we say a fantastic start, but Ben Duckett didn't change his style at all between being in and getting those runs and getting out. So something's wrong, because he never gets past 30 or 40 or 50 in these matches, because he just carries on playing the same way. So it's not the fact that we have a fantastic start, because we kind of do. Risking in the power play, we manage to pierce the inner field and we get a lot of boundaries. But don't we need then a different strategy?
Well, you're batting route at 3 to try and play the Shubman Gill role. Okay, India opened with Shubman Gill, but you're batting route at 3 to try and do
and
that.
Root batted,
Certainly
and
didn't
Root
come
batted
off for
4
Root
today, but apart from that.
Oh, right, okay. Who came in at 3 then today?
Banton came in 3 today.
Who did?
Banton.
Oh, Tom Banton. Well, there you can see a logic, because you want to get match practice in this format ahead of the Champions Trophy. So there's more at stake, you can argue, than just this game as this is slapped.
Yeah, I think
Livingston out towards
he
cover.
may have
They
got
take a
himself
single.
in contention for the 11. We reckoned it was him and Smith for that last batting place.
Yeah,
well, Smith's a fitness start with his hamstring, isn't he? So
is that right?
I think, yeah. So there's. And what's the situation with Bumrah? Because he's out the Champions Trophy team.
Well, 150. They bowled him 150 overs in a Test series, and now he can't play for a couple of months. It happens. Don't over bowl your best bowlers.
I thought it only happened to England bowlers.
No, it seems not.
Mind you, look at Australia. Look at Australia.
Yes,
I mean,
all their 3 main bowlers are
decimated.
out now. Although there's still some doubt about the reason for Stark. The other 2 are injured. We don't know exactly
Harshit
why.
over the wicket.
Bowled him.
He's bowled. He's bowled Harry Brook. It was through him. Brook was in 2 minds probably between a drive and defence. He ended up just dangling the bat with soft hands, inside edge, onto off stump. 6 down for England. We've been here before. Start the car, as somebody once used to say.
Yeah.
Start the car.
I'm a loser. Yeah, I'm a loser, babe. I'm just a loser.
Actually, that didn't go straight onto the stumps at all.
No.
It was played down onto his next to his feet, and it spun back.
He actually played it perfectly.
It actually went up.
Yes, it went down vertically, like you're supposed to do it. Hit him on the elbow.
And he elbowed it back onto the stumps.
Held it back onto stumps. I'll catch you up with some social.
I might argue that that's not playing a ball perfect. If you get bowled by a ball you played perfectly, then I'm not sure it's been perfect. But I take your point.
I do take your point on that. Yes. Jay says he read Mike Tyson's autobiography on my recommendation. Very good, but traumatically distressing. Yes, it's not an easy read. It's interesting, but it's not an easy read. Cosmic Seer Peterson said England had just 1 net session in this series, and in another one just Root did net practice. Well, Peterson says a lot of things.
He does.
Cosmic Seer, all the fast bowlers who are in the BGT Border Gavaskar Trophy are out of the Champions Trophy. Didn't Shami bowl in the BGT? Surely he did.
Well, we're going to see a bit of Washington Sundar. He's bowled 2 for 20, so he's been quite expensive. But before that, there is a fantastic full moon illuminating the large dome that is the Modi Dome at
England
Ahmedabad.
have
quite striking. It's Gus Atkinson.
Yes,
is the
indeed
new man.
he does. Here's his jingle.
Gus Atkinson, he's not one to complain. He hopes he's not like.
So in comes Washington Sundar. Had a pretty good T20 series and defended into the onside. There is no run. Fielded by Axar Patel. He's a rangy fellow, isn't he, Axar Patel?
Yes. It's a good description.
But he's also, he's what we'd like Leon Livingston to be, in a way, as that one is defended. Well, not necessarily rangier, as that one is pushed out towards mid-on. They take a single.
I remember when...
But he's reliable with the bat. He's not necessarily spectacular, but can be.
I remember when
whatever the format.
When Devon White made his debut for QPR, I don't know if you remember him. Very
he played
tall.
for Watford for a while as well.
Oh yeah, played for a lot of clubs. He was. I was at the game. We played my debut with a friend of mine, and we read the program. The program described Devon White as a rangy striker, and my friend said that means he's shit. And as much as we love Devon, I don't think he was wrong.
Striker.
Yes,
as in played for a lot of clubs.
Yes,
162 for 6. Yeah. I remember him scoring a couple of goals for.
We loved him.
He had a slight stoop to him. He was very tall and had a bit of a stoop.
He did. We loved him, but he wasn't top level.
In comes Washington. That spins into the right-handed Atkinson. There's a good off break by Washington Sundar. They'll get a single down to Lonok, fielded by Hardik Pandya.
I sort of think of Ravi Shastri as being fairly rangy, I suppose, in his playing.
If you deconstruct it, does
as
it
opposed
really
to Ravi
just
Shankar, who had a good range?
Does it mean tall and thin, or is it there's a bit more to it than that?
Yeah, a little bit more to it than that. Maybe it's hard to be.
Sundar in under the full moon. In comes Sundar, and it's pushed along.
Under the killing moon, as far as England are concerned, I'm afraid.
Well, there is what comes to mind of the film, doesn't it? Which I've totally forgotten. What was the John Landis film? An American Werewolf
in London,
where all the music is basically the full catalogue of any song ever that had moon in it.
Yeah,
as the background music, but it was so cleverly done. Pushed into the onside, no run.
There's 2 Creedence Clearwater Revival songs, aren't there? It's Bad Moon on the Rise.
Well, Bad Moon Rising is the obvious one.
Yeah, I thought there was another. Maybe there isn't.
Over the wicket comes Washington Sundar. Ristily. Oh, he's beaten cover. That might make it, all the way to the cover boundary. It's 4 runs for Gus Atkinson, and he played that quite beautifully.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Possibly the best of all the Moon songs, of course, is Marquee Moon by Television.
Very good. Yes, I mean, there's just so many, aren't there?
So many, yeah.
189 runs needed of 22 overs, but crucially for England, they are 6 wickets down. A lot rests on the shoulders, the considerably broad shoulders of Liam Livingston. You never know.
I think
I think we do.
I think for a heavy metal Moon song, the archetypal one must be "Bark at the Moon," Ozzy Osbourne.
Oh yes, actually, he was one of the questions tonight. What was the group that Ozzy Osbourne? It's not a difficult question. What was the group that Ozzy Osbourne was in?
Oh no, you should know that as a basic.
Before Black Sabbath.
I absolutely did know that. Yes.
Ooh, I didn't know. Before Black Sabbath?
No, Black Sabbath.
No, Black Sabbath.
The answer was Black Sabbath. Okay, that one is
that obvious.
Guided down to third man.
It's not,
by Cool Deep, they take a single.
It's for people who've come to have a fun time on a Wednesday night, not for music nerds. So
how'd they let you in then?
Yeah, excuse me. Did you have to declare your sort of podcasting history on entry to this quiz?
I kept quiet about that.
It's like having a room full of doctors and making all the questions about anatomy.
Well, I'm going to call the team who finished second and say that they actually won and they should make a complaint.
Yeah, I think there's a definite case of a ringer in there.
Have I ever
169 for 6.
Have I ever told you the name of our quiz team?
I think so.
Not yet. Yes, I'm sure you have. Hold it until after this ball, whilst I'll also try and remember. Harshit is in. That's quick, and it's worked off his legs though by Atkinson to back square. He might come back for 2 if they run quickly. Yes, they will, and yes, they have. 2 more to the score. England should move on to 171.
Question.
Well, look, we're all very nice people, but we came up with this disgusting name many, many years ago. And we just can't get rid of it now.
And it is
Quiz on Your Face.
That's.
I know, exactly. We do get, oh, really? Around the room when he reads it out.
I don't think I could ever defend us, though, as saying we're a family show. Not when the Bear's been on, so I think almost anything goes, although even we do have our limits. That, however, doesn't reach them anything like. Harshit Rana, in he comes. That's pulled off his legs again by Atkinson, down to fine leg. I think he might get 4 for this. No. Hardik Pandya's down there awaiting, and it is just a single. 4 so far off this over, 172 for 6.
What was rather pleasing
needed.
What was rather pleasing about that was Hardik Pandya bowled the ball back from the deep, rather like a 1970s fast bowler.
Rather like me, but I don't have the same excuse.
It's nice to see. Michael Holding used to always bowl the ball in from third man or fine leg.
Yeah, so that's a sign that I used to. That's because I had an absolute rubbish arm.
Yep, likewise. Yep.
I don't know why my children both have grown up with very strong throwing arms, and mine is just so
I just
appalling.
could never get the hang of the mechanics of it.
Harsh it in.
Everybody else
onto
could
his
just
toes.
do it.
Goes Livingston, defends into the offside, and it's another dot ball.
It's a shame. I believe it's something that can be taught, and just isn't usually.
Not to me.
No.
Never figure it out.
No, it can be. I'm sure it can be, and I'm not sure it's entirely just about physical strength.
No, it's not. One of my son's teams got a baseball guy in for a session once, and they were all brilliant throws after that. It is all technique.
Ah, well, there we go. So there is some use in for baseball and cricket, teaching
Apparently.
people how to throw. Harsh it in, quite full, fairly floaty. In fact, Livingston doesn't really pick it though, and just steers it to Rohit, who's at cover, and again it's a dot for Livingston. Goodness me, England are A, being slowed right down when they need to accelerate, B, they've only got the 4 wickets left, so they are stuck between that rock and hard place, really.
Yeah, it's time to release
might
your
as well
inner
give it a go.
Release your inner Glenn Maxwell at this stage.
170, what are they? 172 for 6. 1 ball left of the 29th over. Swing and a miss, and there was Livingston trying to release his inner Maxwell. All he released was a lot of air that wafted as the ball went past the bat. He was looking over towards square leg. The ball was already safely in the gloves of KL Rahul, which is not something we've said for every time KL Rahul has touched the ball today.
Stephen Kelk has read my mind. He has looked into my very soul, and he glances at the chat feed and thinks, nah. But I will give you a joke from Muttley. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Who?
Werewolves of London.
Who? Well, that, of course, was
Warren
Warren
Zevon,
Zevon.
who never
Warren
got
Zevon.
asked to play anything else and was always infuriated by that.
He was, and quite rightly too, because he's a terrific songwriter. Left us way too early, very sadly. I'm a big admirer of the works of Warren Zevon. It's going to be our last over, chaps. It's going to be bowled by Washington Sundar under the moon of love, as that one is guided to Hardik Pandya at long off, and they take a single.
I'll make sure I'm
Was
up
that
to...
Shawadi Wadi? I
See a brave man who
called out of
defended
nowhere.
Under the Moon by Shawadi Wadi as the greatest moon.
No, don't you worry. No, I wasn't even going to attempt to. That old devil moon. It's
They were from
devilish spin.
One of the members of Shawadi Wadi was the father of Scott Parker, Scott Oates or someone.
Scott Oates rings a bell, yes.
Scott Oates,
for that fact, yes.
A little bit of trivia for you.
That one is an attempted hike. Washington Sundar implores the umpire, but I don't think it was ever close. I think it was bouncing too high. Andy, what did you reckon?
Yeah, Enrique says, imagine this is the Champions Trophy final. That's pretty hard to imagine for England at the moment.
Oh yeah.
I
don't need.
In wheels, Washington Sundar drags that down a bit, and he's
stumped off a wide.
Yeah, you can't be. Yes, you can be stumped off.
Yes,
a
you
wide.
can. He just was. Yeah.
Well, yes, he can. Yes, he was. Livingston has gone for a pedestrian 9 off 23.
That was pretty awful, actually. Yeah.
174 for 7. The Under the Moon, the fat lady could sing us any number of moon songs, and she's getting ready to do it. Frankly, Andy, any more messages?
Stop being shit.
Apart from that one, Jay likes I Like the Moon by the Sponge Monkeys. There's always someone who has to name a band nobody's ever heard of.
There's plenty of those. But you wouldn't know.
Well, exactly. Yeah, not really. I pass this on at the end of it. I might be back after 40 overs, but I suspect not. Do you want to change over now, seeing as there was a wicket?
Well, I'll just one final message.
I'll come out, then
me.
someone can come in here, yeah.
The Bear and I were yesterday looking at a studio.
Right.
We are very, very close to it. We've given them a price we're prepared to pay. We think they are likely to accept that. That means come middle of April, possibly May, we will have a new home. If that
And
comes on.
are you prepared to reveal what borough of London this?
It's not that. Well, interestingly enough, it's very close to the Bears' house. Well,
it's in Lewisham.
How convenient is that? It is actually
right.
in Lewisham.
More important, it's next to a pub.
Yeah, it is.
It is right next. It is
right
absolutely
next
to a very nice pub.
Shall I shove
It
off
means we are
No, you
going
don't
to
have to.
need your support. Now let's see these last
Anyway,
three balls out.
Adil Rashid is going to.
Or maybe not, as Washington Sundars in, defended by Rashid, who again, this is the point at which aren't we contractually obliged to say, well, he can bat a bit, and he's had to prove it. This series, Hendo has a very interesting point about Rashid. His wrists that he deploys so well in his bowling, that one's defended off the back foot.
How many first-class tons has he got? 12?
9, 10,
Means,
9.
Yeah, means he can be very adept at where he angles the ball. But we're just watching that Livingston dismissal, which was frankly just awful.
Yeah, there was
defended again. Half fielded, they might take a single. Note, never run on a misfield, even when you've got an impossible chase on. It's 174 for 7. England are doomed. I'm done for the day.
That was exciting though, because we had a five-man band on stage there very briefly, a bit like a super group. So that was fun.
With us Crosby, Stills, Nash, Young, and Four.
Right. Exactly.
See you later.
John Paul, George Ringo, and Pete.
Yeah. Right, Messi is joining us for the first time today.
Hello. Yes, I've been out and about and listening to you while driving.
What have you been doing?
I had a meeting to go to in town, but I've also booked an Airbnb about 150 yards from the Fox and Firkin, so you better fucking get that studio now.
Well, you're not far from here if it's not.
Yeah.
But, I'm pretty certain we'll be there. It's a really nice little space, actually.
Hardick's going to come in. He's only bowled 3 overs, though, and that is edged first ball by Atkinson, down to third man, and they trot through for an easy single, brings Rashid down onto strike. England 175 for 7, need another almost the same amount again, in fact more, 180.
Wow, there was a yelp from Hendo, wasn't there, when Livingston just got stumped? I mean,
but yeah, we knew without even. I mean, every time in the last 40 minutes there's been a wicket, you hear this. Oh,
fuck's sake!
In the green room.
I was actually, to be fair, Messi. You can describe that?
Defended into the offside, off the back foot, no run.
I was beginning to lose faith in the idea of actually finding a space. I'd looked at so many.
Yeah,
and you know, either not enough space for too much money, or
oddly shaped.
And this is the thing, when you're looking for quite a small space, and space in London is quite expensive. Actually, the actual dimensions of it become quite important, because you've got to maximise the amount of space you've got.
Has it got any natural light?
And that's the end of.
Fucking hell.
That's the end of Rashid. He's slightly unlucky. He's got a bottom edge on that, and that smashed into the stumps as he tried to pull it.
That's another dragged on. Hendo is absolutely going apoplectic next door. I can't hear him, but I know he is. In fact, I'm going to give it one of these.
Fuck off! Just fuck off! On your bike, mate.
Bye-bye.
Well, if there is one silver lining to this, it is that I'm going to get out of here quickly and therefore do the chores today that I would have had to do tomorrow.
Yeah, it's only 2:30. We are going to get out of here early. Yeah, no, it has got lateral light, Messi. It's got 2 big windows.
Excellent. Oh, that's a good sign. Oh, good. How far do you live from it?
According to, it's a 25-minute walk, 5 minutes on a bike.
All right. Oh, well, that's easy.
Well,
it's only about a kilometre and a half or something.
We're going to see the galloping Mark Wood. Do you want to jingle them up when you finish putting your...
I can do that. I'm having beer and spliff because this is just appalling.
It is very much end of term performance now.
Yes, he
Well,
is an England bowler.
Term starts
quite
again though,
good.
doesn't it? Next week, in a week today,
And
is
pretty
the
quick,
Champions
just a
Trophy.
normal guy. Of course. Except for just one thing. What? He thinks that he's a horse.
Right. What? I suppose there's one thing still to come that could ruin England's day, and that is for one of the people who go to the Champions Trophy to get injured in the denouement.
Well, I mean, England have just got to put this series behind them. No, they're not playing India in the first bit. I mean, that they can meet them in the semi-finals. I mean, I was just saying to Hendo, what happens, you know, it's fair enough India going, oh, we don't want to play in Pakistan for group games and shit, but if they got to the final and I was Pakistan and they didn't want to play in Pakistan, I'd be like, fuck you.
But it's their ball and they're going to walk away with it.
It's not their ball, is it? I mean,
it's the ICC's ball, but they can't afford not to have India in the competition.
Well, India have got to fucking
It
pull
cuts
their
both ways, though. I mean, Pakistan negotiated so that when there's a tournament in India, exactly the reverse applies, and they all end up playing in Dubai, all their games.
Yeah, but I think when it comes to a final and you have it in a country, that just seems to be really unfair.
Yeah.
Imagine Pakistan.
I haven't seen all these wickets before. They're replaying all the wickets. They're fucking shit.
Most of them, yeah.
Yeah.
England have just been really poor, and I think they need to play someone. I mean, their first game is against Australia in the Champions Trophy, isn't it?
Yep, it's on Saturday.
Yeah. Mind you, Australia are going to be pretty shit.
Well, exactly. It might be a consolidatory win, isn't it? And your main Maxwell's probably been playing shit recently. He'll come out and score 160 and then 70 balls against us or something.
And
after being
the young
95 for 5, then up on 340.
Yeah, I'm not so worried about the young Aussie batsmen. It's the bowlers, support bowlers they're having to bring in because of all the injuries to Stark and Hazelwood.
I mean, this is it.
Cummins.
They got a very callow attack, haven't they? With probably very little experience of bowling overseas. Blah, blah, blah.
They've got Sean Aber, who is very experienced.
Well, yeah, that's one bowler out of 5, though, isn't it?
I actually think their batting's the real problem.
And Spencer Johnson is a decent bowler.
Yeah. Yeah, I think their bowling won't be as good, but it'll be okay. I think they're short of a decent spinner, to be honest, in the subcontinent. But I think England will probably beat them.
I hope so.
Well, I did see that there's no easy games in this when it's a league of top 8 player
and
teams.
You know, Afghanistan will be tricky in those conditions.
And I can see England losing all 3 quite easily. Anyway, it's Mark Wood. Finally at the wicket.
But you're going to have to win 2, aren't you? You can afford to lose 1 group game.
Yeah. And here comes Hardick, who's improved his figures no end with that first ball. The second ball is guided to backward point, and there's no run. We haven't had a comedy run out yet. We haven't had an injury yet. So there's still things that England can do in this match.
It just seems the odd ball is squatting, isn't it? And they're playing over the top of it, and a lot of under edges.
And pace off. I mean, obviously England did not bowl anywhere near enough pace off.
Atkinson is not an ODI bowler.
No, he's not. It's his worst form of the...
I would have,
and that's fenced at by Wood, who hangs the bat out, saying, take an edge, please.
If I was going
to
have to perm bowlers for the Champions Trophy, I'd probably have Jamie Overton as my sort of Liam Plunkett man.
Yeah, middle over, hard work.
Yeah, and I would have Jofra and Wood. Who else have we got? Saqib, I'd probably perm Saqib in as one of those 3 maybe. And Adil Rashid, our problem is our 5th bowler. We need another spinner and we don't have one.
Yeah. Yep. Driven nicely and beautifully actually, wide of mid off, all on the floor, lovely looking shot, just too little too late.
Yeah.
It's Nissan She.
And I would have, well, this is why they kind of keep playing Livingston, isn't it? They kind of see him as a part-time spinner who can take
but he
up.
Can't bowl and he can't bat at the moment.
Well, no, he can't. But if you have him at 7, it's not so much you want him to be. I mean, the thing is, everyone else has got to do the work before he gets in, but he is a finisher. And he wasn't batting that badly just before Christmas in the West Indies, was he? So
the only silver lining that you could potentially see is that the pitches in Pakistan could be different from the pitches in India, and they could be flatter and more batsman friendly, and conducive to spin.
Probably.
Arik Mentor says, if India gets one more wicket, I will say goodbye and chat to you next week at the Champions Trophy. I think that was probably before that last wicket fell. George McPherson says, England continue their piss-poor performances in India. They should have called off the rest of the tour when they had the chance during the T20 series.
If it's true about this golf course and no nets that I've been seeing has been popping up on our WhatsApp group, I mean, it's fucking down to the management.
Yeah, and Washington's in, bowls round the wicket. That's nicely swept by Atkinson. That's a good shot to go for 4.
I have one of these.
You ask where I live, is the address I give. The phone.
Got down
it's
early.
Interesting, isn't it, that the introduction of McCallum to the Test side had an instantaneous impact, whereas here it's had bugger all, and I think that's because he doesn't have a Stokes-like figure to carry it through with
Yes,
him.
exactly. I think you're right.
That's a moral victory for the bowler. That's over the wicket, arm ball, edged past the slip.
These two are taking us to victory.
1, 2, buckle my shoe. 3, 4, shut the door.
And slightly portly Rohit does his best, but he's too late on with his reactions for that one.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you allow.
It's a slog swept this time, and short of the man that's Axar at mid wicket. He bowls the ball back, and that's a single to Atkinson.
I think if you're playing so badly against spin and someone organises emergency nets against local spinners, and presumably they're pretty good spinners, and only one person of your team decides to turn up, and that's the most experienced and probably the best batsman in your side.
And Atkinson gives himself room, Wood gives himself room, and flogs the ball over the offside.
Victory, here we come.
For a lovely shot.
4 on the floor, and one more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4's are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
I think they're going to go down all guns blazing here.
Well, why not? And there's something wrong in your structure. Surely the management has to say, get off the fucking golf course. You're professional cricketers, not professional golfers. And if you want to be a professional golfer, give up fucking cricket and go and try and be a professional golfer. But if you're a professional cricketer,
I think
it's fine. If you're winning, fine, all well and good. Go and have games on a golf course.
And that could be a stumping appeal by KL Rahul, as Wood sort of fell over backwards trying to play the shot through the offside again. I'm not convinced that he's out, and nobody looks particularly nobody looks particularly confident about it. But
I don't know why umpires. Well, I mean, if they can do
he
this,
didn't even lift his foot.
No, exactly. Mr. Fix-It looks like a giant turd.
Big question, Bear. Is the Fox and Firkin a decent pub? That's the most
Yes,
important
well, it's a Firkin pub. They brew their own beer, and the brewery is actually outside the entrance to the building we're in.
Well, that's never out. He's not lifted his back foot at any point. He was on the line, but he did drag it back all the way along the floor. And by the time the ball got to the wickets, it was in and had been in for some time. Down the wicket by Wood. That's a nice shot. That's lifted up into the cow corner. One bounce to Axar again, who returns the ball, and Wood gets a single for his. Atkinson gets a single for his efforts, and that's the end of the over. 193 for 8.
Lockheed 6 says, not going to ask what kept Messi out till this hour. How is Tatiana? Henrique Mentor says, goodbye, India 3-0 whitewash. Sweet mates. J.A. Grover says, fun fact, Maxwell fact, he's a qualified primary school teacher. Also says, if I were Rian Ahmed, I'd be proper annoyed. Yeah, they haven't even given him a run. Why include him in the squad if they're not going to at least give him a
I would be quite pleased I'd not been on the pitch for some of the debacles they've been on.
Well, yeah, but the fact is he is a leg spinner and he...
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
That's going to be out.
Yes.
Yep, he's got hold of that wood, but he's hit it too well, in fact. So he's straight to the man at the point on the boundary who's run round 5 yards and pouched that very neatly.
I can't hear anything smashing next door.
I won't look back, 'cause by the time that I do, you'll be gone.
Something very familiar about all this. It's a fucking shambles.
It is.
It's all very much sort of end of term, can't be bothered to put the effort in.
Yeah.
No, only want to win it easy by hitting the ball hard rather than grafting.
Stephen Kelk says, Messi, the reader of socials, the communicator par excellence. Jay says, our saviour has come, but alas, too late. Stephen says, Messi, they've been ignoring us. I bet they haven't. I bet you're laying it on too thick. The Harriman says, will Gorillas cover the entire Champions Trophy or only England? Rather listen here, to be honest. Every game we're covering.
I think we got every game covered. I mean, there might be a game that we accidentally have to... Well, not accidentally, we have to miss because of shortage of staff, but we're going to attempt it. It's only 2 weeks. Starts at 9. I might change the theme.
We've got confirmed rotors for the first 5, anyhow.
Yeah.
Right, so Mahmood is in. Short ball by Hardick, but it's bowled into the deck was a cutter. And Mahmood just rolls his wrists on that and knocks it out to mid-wicket.
Let's have a jingle for Saki, we might as well.
We got a guy called Sackett, he mows it really quick. Yeah, we got a guy called Sackett, paces is barely a wick. We got a guy named Sackett, goes and gets wickets. We got a guy named Sackett.
Now here's a question for you, the cynical ones amongst you in a minute after this ball. Steps away and drives. That's a lovely shot by Atkinson. All on the floor, wide of the mid-off for 4 runs to long off. They should be having a drinks break at the end of 33 or 34 overs. Now they're 9 wickets down. Will they bother with it, or will the powers that be say we need to get our adverts in? So
absolutely. So we'll have a drinks break.
Oh, yeah.
And that's, again, hit hard off the back foot by Atkinson.
Oh, that's 4. Sorry, who's that fielding out there? He definitely was running. He was hitting a sponge when he fielded.
He's not giving up. He's trying to style it out and get away with it.
I don't think he styled that out very well.
But, yeah. Atkinson did well there because he did step to leg and then hit it right on the very bottom part of the bat.
He's hit there. He's in touch with a... Nah, that's 4, man. That's got to be 4, surely.
Has it left his hand?
I think his back foot is probably touching the sponge as well. There. Yeah, that's touching. That's 4. For me, that's 4.
Question asked about the GPL by Brian. I can't log in at the moment because something's wrong with my auto password filling. I'll probably need to reboot before that'll work. So you might like to check the GPL.
They have agreed it's now 4.
Let's have a look. How many entries did we have today? Brian was the only 2 entries I can see.
Oh, and Atkinson's going to hit that up and over mid.
All the way?
On, and that's gone all the way. Lovely little shot, that.
It's one of these.
And he's 33 or 13. He's definitely going to make the most of his time.
He's going to win the game all on his own.
He can do a Maxwell.
Yeah.
And what did he have to get for last 2 wickets? It was like 110 or so with the last 2 wickets. And Hardick's a bit too canny for Axton there, sees him coming, backing away, bangs it into the deck, and it balloons up and slows up, and he threw the shot far too quickly.
Jay Grover says, help us, Messi. Our comedy gobshidery has been cruelly ignored. Well, I saw one that Andy chose to ignore, and I thought that was very good taste on Andy's part, to be honest. Ashley Partridge says, I need 8 runs and 22. So you sure it's not Ashley who's got those GPL picks?
Well, it says Brian in Brisbane here.
Oh, right. Farong says, well, all over Red Rover. Next Guerrilla Cricket commentary. Women's IPL starting on Friday. Me only half speed on a no alcohol day. Nah, we're stretch enough as it is.
Kuldeep with the slip. Turns into Mahmood, who works it round the corner and gives the strike to Atkinson, who's going to have some fun and games.
552 and 595. What did they get?
356, so 202.
5-6. So 564 so far.
Okay, so yeah, 552 is out, and another 31 runs for Ryan to get 595.
Reverse slap really by Atkinson, and he's middled it off the bottom corner of the bat, and it's gone fine past the third man for 4.
If only he could actually bowl in an ODI.
Well, this is the exception rather than the rule, I have to say. And it's only sort of anger-fueled Hendo rant style hitting.
Yeah, true.
I'm not sure I'd imagine Hendo hitting like this even if he were ranting.
Very much
Richard Milgate says, as an idea, you could organise guerrilla brewery tours. Any excuse for a beer.
Well.
Oh, and that's had it. Good, he's fired that into his legs, but Atkinson has managed to get enough bat on that to take out to square leg and walk to single.
I suppose the bar could become our green room, Bear.
Well, yes, there is always that.
It's a bit dangerous, but fun.
We'd have to instruct them to get the cricket on during the day, though. Which I'm sure they would, because I'm not sure how, like most pubs, I don't know how busy they are during the day.
Defended by Mahmood.
What I do know about the Fox and Ferguson, there's some good music nights there. I've been to a couple.
So what if we're broadcasting and they're blasting music?
Oh, yeah, but well, that's true actually. But they're broadcasting at night.
And that's the googly, which Mahmood plays inside. That's the end of the over. England 214 for 9. Need another 143. For the last
Jay
wicket.
says, messes it were 10 years ago and the beer garden is lush. I presume I mean at the Fox and Firkin. Ashley Partridge says, bring the ginger guy back. That's Hendo's line, isn't it?
Yeah, Bearster.
Yeah, ain't going to happen.
There are many ginger
Too
guys.
many people, including me, dislike him. Jay Grover says, I understand what hitting it too well means, but it's still a fucking stupid phrase. When does the next Guerrilla Cricket coverage happen? Okay, the start of the Champions Trophy,
19th.
which I think it's the 19th, yes, 19th of February. So we're definitely on the 19th, 20th, 21st and 22nd of February, and probably continuing after that for several days while the Champions Trophy is on.
It's all over, buddy.
Well, it's a game a day for 12, 14 days.
Yeah.
Then you've got 2 semi-finals and the final spread out over a week.
Yep. And then we don't know what we're doing until we're in the new studio. Well, I'll probably do a few IPL games because fuck it, what else is there to do?
Just to keep the eye in.
Yeah, exactly.
It's Axar now, and that's arrowed in, and Axton steps back and tries to slap it through the offside, but then he slaps it back to Axar.
Sorry, Tony Bishop has made me laugh.
And that's the end of the game. Axar's had enough of that. He fires in a quicker one, and Axton's just a bit too late on that on the back foot, and it's just taking out the off stump.
Yeah, and can't even
It's
bother
a very
with the jingle.
entertaining 38 off 18, but that is the end of the game.
Yeah, strike rate of over 200. It's an L1 GPL.
142 run victory. Jesus.
That's big, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, England have scored what I think is roughly the average second innings score for this ground.
Yeah.
Whereas India definitely overscored the first innings, which is by about 100 runs, according to the averages, I think.
Yeah, I mean, England, at the end of the day, England bowled really poorly, had no ideas. Pace
No
wasn't
penetration.
working, no penetration whatsoever.
I mean, the best bowler was Rashid, and even he went for 60, 70 for 4 wickets.
We got 4 wickets, though.
I didn't see a lot of it, but Wood started well, I thought.
Wood was all right.
And then he went downhill until the last 2, 3 overs, where he got a double wicket.
Atkinson got a bit of pasty. Livingston was pretty shite. Rooty got hit. But that's not surprising from Livingston and Rooty. I mean, that's the problem, isn't it? I mean, that fifth bowler for England is a real problem.
Yeah. A bit of pasty. I've heard of a bit of pasting, but a bit of pasty, I haven't heard that before.
Buffet bowling.
Yeah, basically.
Help yourself.
And batting.
Tony Bishop says, organised guerrilla brewery tours. Isn't that exactly what people say we can't do?
No, we do disorganised brewery tours.
It's a very self-aware tweet from Tony, I thought. Muttley says, thanks for the coverage, primates, love and sausages. Thanks for being with us, Mutts. And to you, Jay, says, oh, well, thank you all very much. Sorry for the Jackson 5 joke.
And apologies to Hendo from England for not getting to the 40th over yet again.
Yet again, he's not going to get his last stint of ball by ball. That's just appalling. Hopefully England do better in the Champions Trophy. Not sure
But
they will.
The Omens aren't particularly good.
The Omens aren't particularly good, but as Messi says, you've got an Afghanistan side who can beat anybody, but also can be beaten by anybody. Australia looking weak, England looking weak. Who else? I agree. We got South Africa.
South Africa, who got to the final of the last international tournament.
Yes, they
did
indeed.
I would say no. Our chances of getting through are to be second behind South Africa and beat Australia and Afghanistan.
Quite possibly true.
I think South Africa and New Zealand are the dark horses for this World Cup, to be honest.
Well, it all depends, doesn't it? I mean, Kane got a ton the other day and they walloped South Africa.
Do you see that? Willow Rourke was bowling fire but going to the boundary because the Sri Lanka, which batsman was it? Pakistan batsman.
No, it would have been South Africa, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
No, because they're in a try to lose tournament, isn't it?
He's just lifting it and guiding it through the short boundaries behind the keeper.
Well, this is it. I presume there'll be short boundaries. It seems to be the norm in Asia. And we'll have nice short boundaries and big runs. I think pace bowlers will probably go. I think the wickets in Pakistan will be really flat.
I'm not sure that the spinners will be much better, to be honest.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? I mean, it might, if it doesn't grip or do anything and there's no dew, then spinners might get a bit of tap too, in which case it'll be down to who's batting.
They're all day-night games, aren't they? They start at 9 a.m. UK time, so they're all going to be day-night games. And no, they're in Rawalpindi and Lahore.
So Rawalpindi's northish, isn't it?
Yes, fairly north.
So maybe you get more dew up there. Maybe it gets cooler at night.
I don't recall any games at Multan. I think there are only 2 venues.
Yeah, there was supposed to be 3, wasn't there? But then I guess if India pulled out, there's only 2. I don't know. Anyway, it will all depend on what the conditions are, I suppose, in the day-night games. If it's dewy, it'll be bowl first. Bat first. No, it'll be bowl first, won't it?
Bowl first, yeah.
Yeah, when it's dewy, you don't want to bowl with a dewy ball. See you later, Andy. And also, supposedly, it skids on. Because I imagine the tracks won't be pacey in Pakistan. They never are. But they should be
They're true.
Quite true, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Low, if anything.
Yeah.
So a few more thanks. Stephen Kelk says thank you all. Lockie6 says sweet dreams. Farong says thanks all. Mark Arnold says cheers guys. See you soon in another tournament, no doubt. Jay Graver says if only I could convince others that my stupidity was enlightenment. Nah, that'd never work in the public sphere. And he says, thanks, Tony Bishop, for the last wine spit of the day. I think we're done, aren't we, guys?
Yeah, we are done.
We don't want to listen to everyone gets an awards.
No, exactly.
At the end of a series.
We are out of here, and we will see you a week today for the first game of the Champions Trophy. Quite looking forward to it. As everyone says, a short, sharp, everything on every game, really. Can't afford to lose one. Or you can afford to lose one, but that means that every game has got something on it, really.
Yeah.
And a winning start is clearly going to be good for you. Right. Good to see you, Messi. Good to see you, Jace.
Okay, and you.
We're out of here.
Guys.
See you later. Bye.
Well done to Andy. Well done to Hendo.
Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come. This is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian. Guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. We would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara.